The story begins on a beautiful morning at the Count family of the Seldom Kingdom. A boy wakes up on his bed, submerged in some thoughts. As he rises, he reflects on the same dream that has haunted him for years. His name is Jamie Welton, and he is the eldest son of the Seldom Kingdom's Count family, also the official heir. In his past life, his name was Diablo Volpar, and in his last moments, he fought against the 12 heavenly demon gods. When they were unable to defeat him, they decided to seal him off. Diablo made fun of the 12 heavenly gods, saying that they couldn't even defeat him. All they could do was gather up to seal him. He laughed at them and asked them to go ahead and seal him. They cast a spell on him, and he started screaming in pain. They cursed him, saying he wouldn't even be able to die a peaceful death amidst agony, and he would be begging to be killed. While saying this, they entrapped him in eternal suffering. Like that, he was sealed off by the 12 gods, and after finding his way through the crack of the barrier that had opened after an eternity, he was reborn as the son of the Count family. He remembers the day he was born. His parents were in front of him, and they looked at him affectionately. He tried to speak, but the only words muttered from his mouth were boo-boo. As a noble with a lot of love from his parents, he spent his childhood in love. It's been 9 years since then. At present, he stares outside the window, thinking about the phases of his life. He is tired of his daily routine. In the meantime, his nanny entered the room and wished him good morning with a warm smile. Jamie wishes her back. She asks him what he is doing up so early, and he replies that he was looking at the morning sky because it was really pretty. The nanny happily praises him, saying her young master is so affectionate, but he doesn't understand why she praises him so much. Nanny again appreciates him and says watching the sky is great and all, but he should get dressed because the master and madam are waiting for him. After some time, she escorts him to the dining hall. She then informs his parents that Master Jamie has arrived. Jamie sighed and thought he had to go through this again. His parents and younger sister warmly welcome him. He also greets them happily and wishes them good morning. He sits beside his younger sister at the table. Their parents really love them and adore them together. Their mother, the sole daughter of the great Bell family, Sears Bell Welton, praises her children and says they are cut because they take after their father. Jamie's father is the head of the Welton Count's family and is one of the 5 swordsmasters in the kingdom. He is the head of the Welton Count's family, Swordmaster Count Arjun Welton. He holds a very impressive title, but to Jamie, he is just crazy about his wife and his children. His younger sister's name is Sarah Welton, and she is an adorable child. She feeds her brother to show her love. In return, he also fed her a spoon, which was a really proud moment for their parents. These things are tiring for Jamie, and he is getting exhausted by being such a lovely guy. After finishing breakfast, he returns to his room. He lies on his bed and thinks he will never be able to get used to how over-affectionate they can be. However, he has gotten much better now that he is older, but back then, he wanted to die because he had to talk cute, like he had a short tongue. He also likes this mansion because there are a lot of things he can do, and the private library there is nice too. Suddenly, a little bird-like thing flies on his head, while he is lost in his thoughts, regretting his weak little body. He gets up and grabs the bird in his hand. He smashes it in his hand, while thinking that those 12 stupid gods still exist, and they are still leeching off of their believers. He is happy to know that the dark magic doesn't exist in this era. A devilish smile covers his face, and he is happy that the time is ultimately on his side. The dark aura comes out of the bird he just smashed, and Jamie is determined that he will become stronger one day and defeat those gods. In the meantime, the nanny again appears at his door and informs him that it's time for him to read children's books with Madam. He turns around with a smile on his face and says he will be there soon. But in fact, he doesn't want to go there, and thinks whenever he has to act cute, it makes him want to be sealed off again. He goes to the living room where his mother and sister are waiting for him. While sitting on the ground, he acts cute and asks what book she will be ready for them today. First, they were surprised at his loving gesture, but then she hugged them tightly and said her children are so precious. She tells them that the book they are reading is called The Great Magician Heinz. She starts reading the story, and Sarah and Jamie are listening to her quietly. After some time, she ends the story saying the main character, Heinz, lived happily ever after. She asks the children about the story review. Jamie replies that he wants to become a great magician like Heinz. She replies that he will surely be a great magician because he has already defeated 3 of his magic teachers. Jamie wonders if she is mocking him because he has defeated the magic teachers she brought for him. She puts her hand on his head and tells him that his father will bring a great magician for him this time. He then gets up from the sofa and says he is going to the library. She asks him to give her a hug and also instructs her not to read too much and to make sure to play outside a little. Jamie rushes toward her and hugs her when he doesn't want it. His mother loves him and asks him not to go to the library and play with her. He doesn't listen to her and ends up in the library. A few hours later, he finishes a book, saying he read it because it was the latest book on mana breathing, but it was nothing helpful. It's lunchtime, and Jamie is tired of eating with them 3 times a day. He comes outside and finds a man in the lobby. He is looking at an artifact and says Count Welton used an artifact like this in front of the entrance to the dining hall as a decoration. Jamie wonders who this old man is. The old man says hello to him, while he observes that he has a tremendous amount of mana, and it's leaking from his body, almost like a raging storm. He is sure that the old man is at least a 7-star mage, but the question is how he came there without a guide. He wonders if he is an intruder, but he seems to be acting too laid back to be an intruder in the Swordmaster's mansion. He asks the old man who he is. He also releases her aura to show his power and asks about his identity. The old man really likes his boldness and thinks the son of a tiger is also a tiger. Jamie knows the old man is trying to measure his potential, and this is the reason he hasn't answered him yet. He uses 2 fingers of his hand and induces aura into them, thinking he will attack the old man when he has let his guard down. Meanwhile, the old man thinks the child is way better than the rumors, and has that much mana when he is just 9 years old. Furthermore, he is getting curious about the way Jamie is acting. He also releases his aura, and now he wants to see just how strong he is. Jamie gets aggressive to see if the old man wants to test him. He then attacks him, thinking he is Diablo Volfir, the one who was on the verge of defeating even the gods in his past life. He tries to attack the old man using his powerful aura. However, he stays still while closing his eyes. After some time, the smoke of the attack clears, and Jamie observes that his attack didn't work like he thought it would. He is shocked that his attack didn't do any damage at all. Meanwhile, the old man seems really impressed by him and wonders if he is really a 9-year-old boy. He then attacks him, intending to test him. Jamie can see the aura coming toward him, but he can clearly see that the magic isn't aimed toward him. He doesn't move an inch, thinking there is no reason for him to react. The old man observes and is shocked to see that he doesn't react to his attack. Suddenly, Jamie's father, the counter, appears from somewhere and nullifies the attack. He angrily talks to the old man, saying he has gone too far against a little kid. He goes to Jamie and asks if he is okay. Suddenly, Jamie changes his attitude and replies that he is okay. The count asks the old man, Marquess Linmel, to have a quick chat with him, and his expression doesn't say he is in a good mood. Marquess Linmel laughs loudly and says he is very envious of the count. After some time, they sit on the sofa in the drawing room to have a conversation. The count angrily says Jamie is his son as well as the Welton family's heir. But the Marquess calmly replies he is already aware of this fact. The count gets angry and releases his aura since he didn't expect such an answer from the Marquess. He asks the count to calm down and asks how much he knows about his son. The count, unable to understand his question, asks him to explain. The Marquess corrects his question and asks if he knows how much genius his son is. The count rudely replies that this is why he trusted him with his son, but he attacked him out of nowhere. Marquess observes that the count doesn't know much about his talent and refuses to teach him magic. Marquess Linmel is amongst the living magicians and is known to be the strongest 8th-class great magician. However, someone like him refuses to teach Jamie. The count wonders if his son is not as talented as he thought. Marquess interrupts his thinking by clarifying that he takes it all wrong. He elaborates that the reason he can't accept his son as a student is that he can't handle him. The count is surprised to hear him, and asks if he can't handle him, then who will? Marquess clarifies that his son was able to read all his magic, which was considered impossible even for someone who is really talented. The Marquess also reveals that Jamie is sure that his magic won't be able to touch him, and he is surprised to see that he doesn't even flinch at his magic. He also states that Jamie is already at 3rd-class level from his self-teachings, and if they exclude his body's limits, then he is more than 4th class. He clarifies that they can't call him a genius, but he is more of a monster who was born in a swordsman's house. He tells Count that he needs no teacher. They should give him support, and then he will perfect himself. If everything goes smoothly, then perhaps this might be the birth of the legendary 9th class magician. There is a silent pause for a moment, and the Count is trying to digest what the Marquess just said, that his son can become the legendary 9th class magician. In the meantime, the Marquess gets up, apologizing to him for attacking his son. He casts a spell and teleports to another place, disappearing from there. After that, the Count stays there, lost in his thoughts for a long time. On the other side, Jamie comes out of his mother's room in a tired state. His mother heard about what that old man did to him. So, she called him and loved him, thinking he must be scared. He has no idea how many hours he was stuck in there. He puts his badge on the table and is relieved that he saw some actual magic this time. He is sure that this kind of magic would have been bad even in the mythical dynasty. But he is not impressed by the Marquess, but by his father, Count Argino Welton. He was aware that he was strong, but not that strong. Suddenly, he is shocked to hear the Marquess' voice from behind. He gets scared to see him sitting on his bed. The Marquess asks him what he was thinking about that made him not even realize that someone was there. Jamie is still in shock and asks him what he is doing in there. The Marquess laughs loudly and says he is really a child for getting surprised like that. Jamie still shockingly asks him how he got into his room. The Marquess gets up calmly and replies he teleported into his room. The Marquess talks about his observation that he was quite a child in front of his father, but his attitude changes in front of him. He then started reading the book, and the first thing the Marquess discussed in his book was mana. Mana breathing is breathing through the mouth and absorbing mana into one's heart. It's known to be the most efficient way, but the fact that there's a limit to it is a large con. He remembers the old man saying his techniques were too old, so he is wondering how amazing his techniques are. He really finds the book amusing. He shuts the book, thinking it's too hard to approach it. In order to master any skill, he has to feel each mana particle and make it so that he can absorb it through his skin. He lies on the bed, making strategies to learn the magic precisely. He is at the point where it's impossible to substitute the old technique. But he can do this because he is the strongest Diablo Valfir, who can achieve everything. He gets up and starts reading the book. He is really enjoying the context and says the old man has taught him something good. He will make sure to eat every piece of it. He moves his fingers and takes out the black circular bird for his help. It sits on his shoulder, and Jamie orders it to break apart some mana. The bird follows his instructions and flies up while breaking mana. The first con of the Marquess technique is breaking the mana apart to a size he can absorb through his skin. This has a limit where Jamie needs a fixed location and size, but he has a black bird with him. It is revealed that Black is a soul who made a soul contract with him. Jamie thinks Black will break the mana apart, so this part is dealt with. After solving the first cone, he turns toward the second canoe, which is his body. In other words, if there exists a limit to the amount of mana that his heart can absorb, he just needs to store the mana in multiple places. The next morning, the Count and Nanny stand outside Jamie's room watching something. The Count's expressions are pretty shocked, while the Nanny seems scared. They are seeing Jamie while meditating his mana, and his mana is so overwhelming that it is swirling all around him. The Count is aware of the fact that the Marquess has given something to him, but he is shocked to see his mana be like that in just one night. He wonders if his cute son has this much hidden talent. He orders the Nanny to let Jamie stay like that for today, but since they never know when he might come out, they need some people to look after him. He then walks away, thinking his son will become a magician, not a swordman, and this may be because of his wife's family influence. He smiles and thinks that at this moment, his son is a 9th class mage. A few hours later, Jamie opens his eyes and completes the process he was going through. He is very excited because he has achieved his goal. He has completed the act of moving and breaking mana apart, and it was hard at first because it was unpredictable, but it wasn't too bad after a couple of trials. He assumes that 4th class mana is his limit for now, and he needs to work harder. He was about to reach the 5th class, too. Black whispers something in his ears, and he understands what it is saying, and replies that he doesn't have any intention to reform his body, since he already knows that this body is young and weak. Black asks him not to be impatient. Jamie promises him and says he will walk slowly and steadily since the 12 gods are not running anywhere. He commands Black and asks it to become invisible. Black disappears from there, and Jamie also asks him to hide his mana because he is planning on meeting his father. Black follows his instructions, and now Jamie can barely sense its presence. He brags and says that his father won't be able to find out about his spirit. He then steps outside and heads toward his father's room. On the other side, a man visits the Count to give him greetings. He wants to thank him for allowing genies, since there hasn't been a precedent for religion in the Hayes territory. The Count tells the reason for his help, that he wanted to help the local people. The man doesn't understand what he said. The Count reveals that he always pursued only the best, so he will make it so that genies becomes the greatest religion, now that it has set foot within his territory. The man observes that the Count is warning him not to treat his residents as citizens of God. He thinks he shouldn't take the Count lightly. After that, the Count finishes his conversation with him and allows him to leave. He gets up and greets him and takes his leave. When he is gone, the Count's smiling expressions suddenly turn serious. Meanwhile, Jamie, who was listening to their conversation while hiding behind a pillar, could see the man leaving. He recognizes the symbol of a crescent moon holding a yellow sphere behind that man's back. Furthermore, there was an empire's divine power that he was giving off. He comes to know that he was the follower of Genie's god, one of the 12 gods, and he wants his revenge against them. He wonders why his father suddenly decided to allow that religion into his territory. But he angrily thinks he can't let it settle on his territory. Since he has a lot of restrictions holding him back right now, he now has only one choice left. It is a religion that has set foot with the permission of the Count, so the only way to get rid of it is to make the Count chase them out. He thinks he needs to meet his father first and start investigating tonight. He knocks on the door, informing them about his presence. After some time, they both sit in the Welton family's drawing room. His father asks him with a smile if he is done with everything he was doing. Jamie replies with yes and says he really enjoys the magic. He then observes that his father is lost in his thoughts. He inquires about his worry. He replies that he just wants him to grow up as a normal boy. But he is worried about his son because he has too much talent for that to happen. Living life as a genius isn't the greatest thing. When children show talent as they grow up, everyone applauds them. However, the moment that his growth is stunted, the same people who praised him would come to fiercely attack him. He worries about Jamie and wonders if his talent is good for him. He then calls Jamie and says he is free to do whatever he wants, even if he can quit magic if he wants to. However, as long as he wishes to continue, he will provide him with as much support as he possibly can. Jamie smiles and asks him to be relieved because he won't ever give up on magic. The Count appreciates him for his bravery. He can feel immense mana from him, and wonders if this is really the mana of a 9-year-old boy. He observes him and can already sense the mana energy from his entire body, and more mana is being absorbed by his heart. Suddenly, his expression turns into shock because the mana is something that can't be stored in places other than the heart. He calls Jamie and asks if he has learnt the magic time that Marquess Linmul gave him yesterday. Jamie replies with yes and says he has even improved upon the issues that it had. The Count is shocked at the Marquess creations. He wonders just how much his son improved within a single day. He stares at him, thinking if he is really the one who has the potential to become the legendary 9th-class magician. He smiles and thinks that compared to Jamie, his talent seems like nothing. Jamie surprisingly asks him why he is smiling. The Count replies that he is laughing because he is proud of his son. Jamie laughs at him. He gets up from his sofa and pats him lovingly. Jamie doesn't like this at all and thinks he should stop patting him now. In the next moment, he is shocked when his father asks him about his invisible summon. He gets shocked and asks if he can see it. According to him, it was impossible because he had properly applied invisibility to himself. His father says his summon is very cute, and it looks a bit too round for it to be a bat. Jamie wonders if his father has figured out that he is using the dark magic. He then tells him that he made his summon into a bat shape, and was hiding it because he thought his father would be surprised if he came to know that he made it. His father excitedly hugs him, and says he is surely surprised. After some time, he seems tired and exhausted when he comes out of the room. He wonders why this house is full of love and affection. At night, he comes out of the castle while hiding his presence. He calls Black and asks him to come out. It appears with a black aura around him. He came outside to find out why the genie's followers had come to his land. He is using Black's feathers and flies over the city. At the same time, somewhere in the city, two men of a criminal organization are discussing a matter. They are being informed by someone to stick to the plan. The mid-officer Philip doesn't understand what they are getting involved in. His companion, named Jance, talks about someone and says he has sacrificed half of the organization for his own personal gain. He reveals that Hayes is a territory where even Count Welton would allow organizations like them to thrive as long as they don't cross the line. But at this moment, human trafficking is crossing the line. Philip also seems worried, but says they can get out of this matter without getting caught if they get lucky. However, Jance has the opposite thinking and says they will get caught eventually. They are scared of Count Welton because he loves children, while they are using children from human trafficking within his land. If he comes to know about this, then that day will be the day when the entire underworld of the city will be swept away. Philip says their boss is confident that they won't get caught. Jance tries to persuade him, saying it is impossible that they can hide from a swordsman. Philip asks him if he is scared and wants to run away from there. Jance replies that he would rather run away than snitch. There is a rule of the underworld that when the responsibility of a crime is given to those involved, the others don't snitch on what they are planning on doing. Philip agrees with Jance and says they should run away from there. Jance asks him if he has a plan because even if this land is wide, the organization will search for them everywhere. Philip replies that they should try their best because it's better to die trying, rather than dying right away. Jance seems scared and asks him if there is another choice that doesn't involve dying. They are talking to each other and making a plan to run away. In the meantime, Jamie appears behind the wall and listens to their conversation. Suddenly, they observe his presence and get up immediately, asking him about his identity. Jamie smiles and replies that it is quite interesting to see them asking about who he is. Jance doesn't waste a moment and rushes to attack him. Philip also takes out his dagger and charges at him. But they are shocked to see that Jamie disappears in just a moment. They look here and there but can't find him. But they are shocked when Jamie calls them while flying in the air and says they were discussing something very interesting. He smiles and says he wants to hear the details from them. He uses his magic to hypnotize them, and now they are totally in his control. He then sits on a bench, while they sit in front of him on the ground. He thinks human trafficking is the crime his father despises the most. He wonders just what those idiots were thinking while committing such a crime. He is getting angry because he was already in a bad mood because of the gods messing around with humans. But now, these mere humans dare to mess around with the kids. He wonders what their captain was thinking when he accepted such a proposal. He is sure the captain is well aware of his father, yet he committed such a crime. He then casts a spell on Philip and Jance and orders them to run to the Count's residence and spill everything they were planning on doing. They both get up and head toward the castle as Jamie ordered them. He then calls Black and asks him to head back to the castle because the sun is about to rise. He is about to leave when suddenly, someone attacks Philip from behind and hits him against the wall. They have hit both Philip and Jance and almost killed them. Jamie sees 4 men appear there, and one of them laughs loudly and calls them foolish. Jamie wonders where this madman has come from. He also dares to kill the people he commanded. He casts another spell on Philip and Jance and delays their deaths. They will die after carrying out at least the task he has given them. Their body moves, and they try to get up. The mid-office, Hanny of the criminal organization, orders his men to drag those guys to him along with the dark-robed kid. Without turning his face, Jamie talks to him and asks if he has a death wish. Hanny asks his men to drag Philip and Jance away, and he will kill them later. But at first, he wants to kill the kid in the black robe. Jamie just stares at him angrily, but before he attacks him, Hanny reacts first and hits him there, causing a hole in his head. He casts multiple spells on Jamie, hitting him repeatedly. Hanny laughs loudly and says he is really enjoying his death. He then casts another spell, and this time, completely burns away his body. He is turned into ashes, and is very proud of his doing. After a while, a man calls him and asks what he just did. Hanny angrily asks what he is talking about because he is sure he attacked the little guy. But he is shocked when Jamie appears behind him and asks if this is all he has got. He calls him and asks if it was fun to kill his comrade. Hanny is shocked and wonders why this guy didn't die when he is sure that he killed him and turned him into ashes. He feels an ominous aura covering his body. Jamie stares at him and says he shouldn't act like this when he only has 3rd-class mana. Hanny angrily uses his 3rd-class explosion magic spell, Buster, and tries to attack him. He thinks his magic is not comparable to 5th-class explosion magic, but it is enough to burn down that small body of his without a trace. Soon, a yellow light covers the whole area, and they are unable to see anything. After some time, Hanny feels his body is being manipulated by someone. Jamie appears there, telling him a fact that humans feel helplessly weak when facing those who are stronger than they are. This is the reason he likes manipulating the minds of those who are weaker than he is. He has affected his mind to the extent that he feels himself a tiny creature compared to Jamie. After a while, he falls to the ground and dies. His comrades are shocked to see that the little guy has killed their brother Hanny so easily. They are now scared of him and intend to run away from there. But Jamie extends his hand toward them, asking them to consider themselves unlucky. He then closes his fist and casts a spell, Erasure, hitting them all. He then turns toward Hanny, who is now in his control, and asks him to answer his questions. Hanny calls him master and says he will answer every question. After some time, he revealed everything to Jamie about what they have been doing about human trafficking. But it's not different from what Jamie has heard before. He thinks he can now inform his father about the human trafficking through those two. Now, he wonders what he should do with Hanny. Even though he held back, his soul was completely ruined, and even if his body is fine, he will die soon. First, he decides to turn him into an undead since he is a third-class magician. But even if he turns him into one, with this kind of soul, he will soon start rotting away. Maybe if it were on the battlefield, but the physical appearance of an undead will only be poison to a peaceful place such as this. After thinking about all the possible ways, he has one last option to use now. He smiles and exclaims that if Hanny is a third-class magician, then he should already be filled with mana. He uses his black magic and starts sucking his mana. After some time, he has absorbed all of his body's mana. He exclaims that there were impurities mixed with the mana due to a human's physical limitations, but he is lucky to be able to eat a large amount of mana like this. He then turns toward Jance and Philip and asks what they will do now. He has forcefully filled them with mana and raised them back, but they won't stay like this for long. In the next moment, Black appears there, helping him get some dark energy. Jamie thinks he can't let them die before revealing the truth to his father. He uses his necromancy magic on them so that they stay alive. It is the ability to raise the dead and use their bodies. Although it's similar to bringing them back to life, it's not entirely the same. This is because bodies raised from the dead using necromancy are no longer living beings. It's literally about raising the dead, a being that is no longer alive, that goes against nature's natural course. From now on, Jance and Philip are his loyal slaves. Jamie declares that they will live a life beyond death. He calls Black and asks him to help him. Black releases his dark energy and puts it into Jance and Philip. Jamie also uses his black magic and abandons their lives while instructing them to arise. Soon, he will wake them up, and now their bodies will become undying, and they will pass beyond death. He calls them sinners and asks them to come to him. Jance and Philip scream in pain even in the dead state. After some time, they have successfully become his slaves and ask Jamie for his orders. Jamie observes that there is still black smoke in the air, and wonders if he is missing something. Black tries to tell him something, but he gets angry and asks him to answer his question. Black comes into his hands, and he asks him not to worry because he did perfectly. However, Jamie must be the one who was lacking. Although he usually doesn't dwell on his past achievements, sometimes it's a bit disheartening to know that they are gone. He then thinks he can't use them with the black smoke around them, and wonders if he should get rid of them. If they keep emitting black smoke like this, then they won't be able to do anything about the Order of Genies. Suddenly, Black jumps from his place and bites his cheek. Jamie angrily shouts at him and asks how he dares to bite his cheek. Black tries to tell him something to remove the black smoke. He then sits on Jance's head and releases his energy. It is surprising for Jamie to see that he can do things like this. Black uses his powers and removes all the black smoke from their bodies. Now, they are completely normal, and he can use them easily. Suddenly, he observes that Black seems tired since he has overworked his body. He praises him for his good work. Now, it's time to give them their names and consciences. He casts an awakened spell on them, and it starts working on both Jance and Philip. They get into consciousness and just stare at him, surprisingly. Jamie observes that they are feeling confused and overwhelmed right now, and he will give them time to figure things out. After some time, Jance asks him if he is the one who made them this way. Jamie replies with yes. He is shocked to hear this and wonders who this person is and how he can be this strong when he only looks to be around 9 or 10 years old. He can sense an enormous and frightening aura around him. He thinks this kid is exactly like the beings that he has only read about in books when he was little. He is an evil being that shouldn't exist, a being whose existence defies the reason of the world. Jamie observes his wonder and asks him if he looks like a demon lord in his eyes. Philip replies he doesn't know if he is a demon lord or not, but he can't see him as a human being. Jamie observes that he is acting so aggressively towards him, and his eyes aren't of a subordinate looking at their master. He thinks this is all partly due to his shortcomings. He moves his finger in the air, and it causes Philip to fall on the ground. He then stares at him and says he only forgives him this once, but the next time he makes that kind of face towards him, he can't guarantee that he will avoid his demise. Philip gets up, scared, and Jamie also warns Jance to keep this in mind. This is what it means to be a subordinate of the soul. Whether they wish to or not, as long as they are bound by contract, their lives belong to Jamie. He then smiles and tells them that he is not a demon lord. Jance respectfully asks him if he can tell them about who he is. Jamie removes his cloak and replies that he is a dark magician. He is a dark magician who once tried to kill the gods, and even now, that is the sole purpose of his existence. He then smiles and says they only have one job: to surveil the genie's church and gather information from them. Philip and Jance respectfully reply that they will obey his order. He also orders them to bring one person who might know something about human trafficking, and he needs to make that person the reporter instead of them. They bow before him. In the next moment, when they raise their head, Jamie has disappeared. They are relieved that he has left. Jance asks Philip to get going because his orders are absolute, so they need to carry them out. After some time, Jamie is walking along the street with Black and says they will be fine since he has tightened the knot of subordination on them very tightly, so they won't be able to disobey his commands. With this, his father will be able to solve the human trafficking incident himself. Black says he's something, and he replies he can't just let those kinds of things happen because he will be taking this territory in the future. Suddenly, a kid appears from behind and bumps into him. Jamie angrily asks him if he is blind, but he is shocked to see little scared kid in front of him. The kid shouts back at him to see that Jamie is also a kid. He remembers that his appearance is also 9 years old. He brags and says he will let him off this time, and asks him to watch out from now on. The kid doesn't like his attitude because he is talking like an adult when he doesn't even have a single white hair on his head. Suddenly, Black drags Jamie by pulling his hair and asks him to stop right there. Jamie turns back and sees the kid staring at him angrily. Jamie observes that Black is doing this because the kid made fun of his color. But he is still angry at Black since he stopped his owner with his head. He stares at him angrily and asks him to watch his mouth. The kid observes his expressions and starts running in the opposite direction, apologizing to him. Jamie asks Black if he is satisfied now. After some time, he returns to the castle, and Jamie is scolding Black for his behavior. He warns him not to do this again. Otherwise, he won't let him off the hook. Black replies to him in his language, and Jamie wonders where he is learning such things. He then lies on the bed because he is tired from using more power than his limitations allow. He thinks he will probably only get busier from now on because he has been living a carefree life up until now. He never expected a god to appear in his territory. More importantly, genies is his least favorite god. He thinks no matter how many followers genies has, he will chase every one of them out. On the other side, Jance goes to a boy and asks him about the eldest brother, while he is shocked to see him alive. The boy is still shocked because Hanny told them that he would kill them. He wonders if they have both defeated Hanny, but they don't even know how to use mana. Suddenly, Jance punches the wall near his head and says he won't ask him for the second time. The boy wonders how Jance got so strong in just one night. Furthermore, the boy doesn't hear any other members when they would have been causing an uproar if they had found out that Jance had come back. He then replies to Jance that he doesn't know where the eldest brother is. In the meantime, Philip appears behind him and asks if he is telling the truth. The boy replies that he can ask anyone else, and they will all tell them the same thing. Philip thinks he needs the boss there in order to carry out his master's commands. There is a high chance that he knows something about the Janus Church. He again calls the boy named Pep and angrily asks him about where the boss is. Pep gets scared of him and thinks he needs to give him a proper answer this time, or else his head will be cut off. He replies to him that their boss likes women and liquor, so they should look around the bars that are related to them. Jans calls Philip and says he has a good point there. They turn around and head toward the bar. Pep is relieved that he is saved, but suddenly, Jans turns around and punches his face. He asks Philip if he can bring him to the master since he asked for a guy. But the question is where they should hold him. Jans suggests they should tie him in the forest. Philip suggests they should put him in the storage at his house. Jans picks him up on the shoulder and takes him away. At the same time, the little boy who encountered Jamie comes to the place where the fight had occurred. He is shocked to see that everyone is dead there. He thought he would get beaten up because he didn't meet his quota for yesterday, but now there is no one there to beat him up. He decides to run away for now before any possible misunderstanding arises with the other members. The next morning, Jamie woke up late because he was really tired after the previous night. He gets dressed and heads towards the dining hall for breakfast. He cancels Black's summons since his father can sense his presence. He wishes them good morning and asks how they all slept. The Count affectionately wishes him a morning. He can't see his mother there and asks about her. Suddenly, she appears from behind the door and tries to scare him. Jamie acts cute and says he had no idea where she was. Although he could already sense her presence, he acted as if he were scared of her. She asks him if he was scared of her, and Jamie replies that he was scared, but it was fun because he got to see her. She gets happy to hear this and hugs Jamie and Sarah tightly again, while Jamie just wishes that they would stop doing this. After that, they start eating breakfast. His mother hugs Sarah again, and Jamie just stares at them. He also wants to rub her cheeks because she has soft cheeks. Suddenly, he realizes that he is thinking in the wrong direction. He picks Sarah up in his arms and starts loving her. Meanwhile, his parents talk about an event that is happening tomorrow. Jamie surprisingly asks them if something is happening tomorrow. The Count asks his wife if he didn't tell the children. She replies she forgot about this because her son made her worry so much. She is talking about that full-body breathing technique incident. Jamie is sure that she must have endured a lot, judging by her personality. He apologizes to her for making her worry. She replies that she is all right, knowing that nothing happened to their son. However, if he keeps pushing himself like he did that day, his mother might break down in the middle of the hallways because she would be so upset. Jamie promises her that he will never do that again. He again repeats his question about what is going to happen tomorrow. His mother reveals that they are attending a ball tomorrow. It will be a large-scale ball organized by Count Simon and Count Welton. Most of the nobles who reside in the north of the empire must attend the ball. His mother is so excited because this time her children are attending a ball for the first time. After a few hours, Jamie summons Black and asks him to pay a visit to those two guys, Philip and Jans. He goes through the window with the help of Black. Soon, he reaches the place where Jans and Philip are. He asks them if they did what he asked them to. Philip apologizes to him and says they haven't discovered anything about the Zenth cult yet because it was established not long ago. Jamie understands this and thinks even the Livell members would face difficulties retrieving information in a single day. He asks them about the other task he assigned to them. They point toward Pep and say they have brought him. Pep is shocked to see Jamie's hair color and knows he belongs to the Welton family. Philip tells him that Pep is one of the members of Livell, and he knows Hanny will assassinate them. However, he knows nothing about human trafficking. Jamie orders them to untie him, and he will interrogate him by himself. As soon as they untie him, Pep begs for his life and says he really doesn't know anything. However, he promises that if he lets him live, he will get him any information he needs. Jamie calls him child and says he has no plan to kill him, and he just needs him to run an errand. Pep feels an endless amount of ominous energy from him. Pep starts crying and says he will do anything that he is asked to do. He will also find his boss if he asks him to. Jamie replies that there is one thing that he has to do. He holds his head, orders him to go to the Count, and reports on everything he has done. He gets up and starts walking, while Jans and Philip feel bad for him. Jamie calls them and asks them not to pit him because he won't be chased by the organization, and the Count will deal with him first anyway. He also orders them to leave the city and hide. They only replied yes, and Jamie surprisingly asked if they wouldn't ask the reason today. Philip also replies that he knows the reason why he gave them this order. Jamie thinks his father will probably exterminate Livell, and in the process, the existence of these two, who have been abandoned, will be insignificant. Jamie says he will be away for a couple of days, so they should keep a low profile until he returns. He is about to leave when Philip calls him from behind. He asks him what they have become now. He already knows that they are corpses, and he has accepted it as it is irreversible. He doesn't want to go back to his previous state as well because he is satisfied with his power. However, he still wants to know what kind of being he is. Jamie asks him what he is curious about exactly, and he replies that their strengths have grown exponentially compared to when they were alive. He asks them if it is possible that they have become high-class undead. Jamie is also shocked to hear this. Philip doesn't understand why their master is shocked and thinks he must have asked a stupid question. Jamie laughs and says it was funny because people normally ask if they have really become undead, and he has never seen people adapt as fast as they have. Philip thanks him for his appreciation. However, he has never seen anything like this in his whole life. The undead people normally refuse to accept their state, as they have lost their humanity and turned into monsters. But these two guys are the direct opposite. He then replies to them that they are just zombies, and it's just that their appearances have been preserved the way it was before their death. After they turned into zombies, their strength has grown more than that of a normal person. Jamie laughs and says they might become high-class zombies depending on what they do. He then heads back to the castle, and they hope for their master to return safely. Black whispers in his ears that these guys are pathetic, but Jamie finds them interesting because they also remind him of the guy from the past. He then heads back to the castle because he has already wasted a lot of time. That night, there was a huge stir in the Welton house. A member of Livell, a large crime organization rooted in Hayes, has accused his own organization. The Count not only beheads him, but also delays his departure to deal with all the other issues. Therefore, only 3 of them are heading to Regan, the largest commercial city in the east. Jamie thinks he doesn't need to go by carriage when he can get there in an instant with a single teleportation skill. The technology has surely become better compared to the old days. His mother and sister are also with him. He thinks there is so much advancement in the fields that it can't even be compared to the mythical ages. He has no idea how long it has been since his death. The events of the ages after his death were written down in the history books. There is written about the invasion of the demon kind, and how the demon lord descended as well. However, the past few hundred years have been peaceful without any of those things happening, and Jamie has been the very being that ended that peace. He calls all the gods stupid and thinks they didn't even manage to create a union in that long time. He is sure that this time, he will be able to take them down more easily than the last time. Countless lives will be lost in the process, but that is none of his business. He looks toward his sister Sarah, sleeping peacefully. First, they have to return from this ball safely. After a few hours of travel, they finally reached Regan, a quiet city with old stone streets and buildings that carried the weight of history. Jamie really likes the city and is compelled to appreciate its beauty. His mother tells him that it is the largest commercial city in the kingdom after all, and they won't be able to find places other than Regan with such an enormous amount of money flowing through its economy in this whole continent. Jamie observes the city and thinks about the saying that Regan is the biggest reason why the Seldom Kingdom is so wealthy. And now he can see enough proof. His mother calls him and says they have almost reached their destination. Jamie smiles and says his heart is beating so fast just thinking about meeting Count Simon. His mother hugs him tightly, saying her son must be nervous. She asks him if he looks up to Count Simon just because he is aspiring to be a magician. Jamie seems exhausted by her love and hugs and replies with yes. She tells him that Count Simon is amazing, and is a great magician who climbed to 7th class when he was around the same age as his father. He is also one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Noble Group alongside his father, and is also the Lord of Regan. His magic resembles that of a red lotus, befitting his alias, Red Lotus Magician. This flower is said to have taken thousands of lives. Jamie asks her what kind of person the Count is. His mother replies that he is a person with impressive bloodline hair. Jamie is not really interested in Red Lotus Magician or the 7th class, but that power, which is said to have taken thousands of lives in a single attack. He is curious about the magic that achieved such a difficult feat. His conversation with Marquess Linmel was too lackluster as it was too short, but now he wonders what kind of conversation he will be having with Count Simon. After reaching there, his mother comes out of the carriage and steps outside. Jamie follows her and gets out of the carriage. A man is already waiting for them and asks for confirmation about whether they are Count Welton's family. Now, he will be guiding them to the castle. He takes them to a luxury room and says they can stay there throughout the duration of the ball. He also instructs them to call upon their private butler if they need anything. Jamie's mother is happy to see this and says Count Simon has been considerate of them. The butler then calls Jamie and shows him his attacked room. His mother asks him to return right away after he finishes unpacking. After a few minutes, two maids are preparing the queen, and she looks beautiful. Jamie couldn't stop himself and praised her beauty. She gets happy at his appreciation. She also praises him and says he looks so handsome today. The maid asks her to restrain herself today, otherwise, she will ruin her makeup. She angrily looks toward her and asks if she can hug her son once, but the maid refuses by saying she will wrinkle her dress at this rate. Young Miss Sarah is also done with her preparations and looks very beautiful. Jamie and his mother praise her, saying she looks like a doll. She gets happy at her brother's appraisal, and he asks her to bear the discomfort for a while. After some time, they all get ready and come to the ballroom. Jamie wonders if the ballrooms of nobles are normally this extravagant. He asks his mother if Count Simon's taste is this extravagant, and she replies that he will surely be surprised when he sees it. Meanwhile, two women appear behind her and call Lady Welton while praising her dress and beauty. Jamie observes that they are trying so hard to look good to the Welton family, and he has seen those kinds of people many times in the past. During the mythical ages, which is not even recorded in history, foolish ones would suck up to the gods. He smiles and thinks his mother is good at dealing with such people. In the meantime, Rewall Banner, in charge of the administration of the Regan land, asks everyone for their attention and welcomes them on behalf of the Simon family. He requests everyone to be seated in their designated places because the ball will be beginning soon. He also welcomes Count Simon and his family, who will be arriving shortly. As soon as he enters the ballroom, Jamie feels an immense pressure. A red-haired man, Count Simon, appears there, welcoming everyone to the ball while hoping for their pleasant stay. Jamie observes he is not a 7th-class mage, but is around the same level as Marquess Linmul, or maybe even slightly stronger. He smiles and thinks the rest of the Lotus Magician is above his expectations. After some time, Count Simon and his wife came to greet the Welton family at their table. Lady Welton greets them warmly and is relieved to see them happy and healthy. Count Simon asks her about Count Welton about why he is not attending the ball. She replied that he would be there by night, and he didn't come because there was an issue back in their lands. He then looks toward Jamie and asks if he is her son. She introduces Jamie to him as her son. She then introduces Sarah Welton. She asks them to say their greetings, and they both respectfully pay their respect to them. Count Simon's wife really likes them. Jamie observes that Count Simon is trying to observe every nook and cranny of his body. He smiles and releases her aura, asking him to see what he wants. Count Simon smiles and asks if his name is Jamie. Jamie replies with yes and announces that they will see each other later. He then turns toward the next table for his greetings. Jamie thinks this man is stronger than he expected and can't wait to have a conversation with him. After that, the event starts fully, and everyone is enjoying it. Count Simon's eldest son is observing Jamie and his movements. He then asks his father what he thinks about Count Welton's son, but the Count asks him why he is so interested in a 10-year-old. He replies, Jamie may be young now, but he will be the one to lead the Welton family in the future, so it will be a good idea to become acquainted since they are of the same generation. The Count observes his own son and thinks about the reports on his son that he is acting like a leader among the noble children these days. It seems like he is trying to vie for his acknowledgement. His son again calls him and asks if there is anything he can tell him about Jamie. The Count ignores his question and asks the waiter to bring him an aperitif. His mother calls him and asks him to get along well with them because their families have been in an alliance for a very long time. He smiles and asks her not to worry about this. But in reality, he has no thoughts of getting along with Jamie. He just wants to drag him and have him stand below his feet. Suddenly, the Count gets up from his seat and comes to him. He looks at him affectionately and asks him to get along with Jamie very well. His younger brother, who was quiet in all these scenes, could sense his elder brother's intentions. But instead of saying something, he just gives him a smile. After some time, Jamie gets up for his table and says he wants to visit the banquet. His mother instructs him to make many friends there, but he just wants to use his alone time that she has given to him. He wants a quiet place with no one around. He comes outside to visit the castle from behind. He thinks Count Simon must have a knack for business and not just magic. He is looking forward to speaking to him. Suddenly, someone calls him from behind and asks what he is doing there. Jamie hurriedly turns around while using a second-class magic bullet to attack his opponent. But it's a little girl who gets scared by his attack. He vanishes his magic bullet when he finds out she is a little kid. The girl shouts at him and asks how he can do that so suddenly. Jamie counter-questions her why she talked behind him so suddenly, and she should feel lucky that he didn't stab her. Jamie asks her about her identity and how she appears behind him. The girl asks if she should tell him about her or not because she doesn't really want to tell him since he shocked her just now. Jamie doesn't like her at all because she first completely hid her presence from him, and now her speech is also boring. Suddenly, he uses his magic and shoots right between her feet. The girl is really shocked to see that there is a mark on the ground where he just attacked. Jamie brags that it was an air bullet, a second-class magic. If she doesn't have a high enough magic resistance, then it can easily pierce through her skin, and it will be enough to cause instant death to a little kid like her. The girl is in a state of shock and wonders if he is serious because he just tried to kill her. Jamie asks for the last time about who she is. She gets scared of him and says she will tell him, but he shouldn't attack her again. She introduces herself as Ash Val from the Viscount family of Valet. She tells him that she is the eldest daughter of the Viscount family of Val and a spiritualist. Spiritualist is a term used to refer to a mage who has made a contract with mysterious spirits that are born in nature. The fact that there aren't that many spiritualists within the continent, and their existence themselves are treated as an outstanding talent and can receive the title of a baron. She also reveals that she was able to approach behind him without making a sound with the help of the wind spirit. Jamie thinks even a spiritualist can hide herself from her in her prime. But he is surprised to see a girl of his age as a spiritualist. Normally, someone starts training to become attuned to nature at the age of 10, but this girl must be a genius who was born already attuned to nature. If she starts her official training, then she may even be able to make a contract with the king. Ash then angrily asks him to introduce himself and how he used such dangerous magic. Jamie smiles because she is trying to interrogate him after revealing her identity, and it looks like she has a personality where she doesn't want to lose. The girl again calls him and asks what he is thinking about. Jamie then introduces himself as Jamie Welton, the successor of the Count family of Welton. Ash is shocked to hear that he is a Welton. It is a concerning fact to the family of Val that they are loyal subordinates of Count Welton. On the other side, Count Welton has arrested the boss of the Livell organization. He says he let their gang be since it was annoying, and he was uninterested in that matter, but his gang actually had some positive effects. The man is seriously injured and even starts coughing up blood. Count Welton lifts his face with his shoe and asks how they dare to operate a human trafficking business on his land. He asks him if he wants to die because this is something he shouldn't have done unless he wanted to die. He angrily stares at him and exclaims that he will grant his wish to kill him. The man apologizes to him and requests that he not kill him. Ignoring his request, Count Welton orders his guards to hand him over tomorrow. He also orders the secretary to prepare a carriage for him, and he will be departing right away for Regam. Soon, they depart from the city. The criminals are tied with chains and are waiting for their deaths. In this time interval, a mage has been hiding himself in the bushes. He exclaims that his plan A has failed, but he is already prepared with plan B. While saying this, he has a ball-like thing in his hand, which seems to be his plan B. At the same time, Jamie wants to go inside the banquet, but Ash is continuously following him. He stops for a while and angrily asks her why she is following him. He also clarifies that the fact that her father is Count Welton's servant has nothing to do with the two of them. She feels sorry for her behavior since she found out that he is Jamie Welton. Jamie asks her to drop that strange, formal way of talking. He warns her not to follow him again. But she grabs his hand from behind, which is quite annoying for Jamie. He asks her why she is bothering him so much. Ash replies that it's her first time meeting someone of a similar age to her, so she wants to become friends with him. This is shocking for Jamie because he didn't expect her to say something like this. He wonders why she wants to be friends with him, and he would understand if she wanted to be a servant. He then assumes that having friends is important for a child like her, but this is not his problem. He turns away angrily, asking her to look for someone else because he doesn't need friends. She tries to call him from behind while crying, but he doesn't stop. He walks away thinking Ash doesn't realize at this age that friends and any type of close relationships make someone lose rationality. He remembers a trauma from his past life and thinks that if only he had dismissed those kinds of emotions from the start, then his past self wouldn't have had to taste something like that. He gets sad thinking about his past life, and it seems like the girl has reminded him of someone from his past. He is about to enter the banquet when Count Simon's son, Alf Simon, appears there with two of his friends and calls him from behind. From his blood-red hair, he recognizes him as Count Simon's son. Jamie turns around and asks what he just called him. One of his friends talks to him rudely and asks how he dares to talk so disrespectfully to their brother. The other one also continues and asks if he knows who Alf really is, and says he is the eldest son and heir of the Simon Count family. Suddenly, Jamie casts a silence spell on them by keeping his finger on his lips. It affects them immediately, and they both get silent, unable to say a single word. Alf is shocked and asks him if he just cast a silencing spell on them. Jamie laughs and replies that he seems a little bit better than those monkeys. Alf angrily asks him why he is so arrogant to someone older than him. Jamie asks him to get straight to the point before he does the same to him. Alf tries to manipulate him and says he didn't come there to start a fight, and just wanted to have a little chat with him. But he is incredible, being able to use the silence spell. Jamie again talks to him rudely, saying he doesn't need to listen to his meaningless blabbering any further and asking him to go on his way. Alf gets angry at his rudeness and asks if he knows about his identity. Jamie replies that he surely knows that he is Count Simon's son. Alf gets happy since he at least knows his name, and now they will be able to have a nice chat. He clarifies his reason for acting so rudely to him, which was because he was speaking so informally, so he shouldn't misunderstand. Jamie knows he is joking because they probably would have tried to suppress him by force if he hadn't shown them his magic skills. Alf smiles and says they both will become the core of the nobles in the eastern region in the future, so it will be good to become familiar with each other from a young age. Jamie thinks he clearly tells him to become his subordinate. He replies to him rudely and says he doesn't want to become friends with him, and he is not even interested in whatever he is doing. Being rejected by him, Alf gets seriously angry. He casts a magic spell and says he will destroy his magic skills mercilessly. He challenges him, saying he has no choice but to serve him as his boss. Jamie smiles since he knew Alf wanted to resort to brute force from the beginning. He exclaims that he changed his plan slightly because he used magic, but now he will stick to how he usually does things. His two-faced attitude at such a young age disgusts Jamie, and he wants to teach him a lesson. He asks him if their parents will let him do as he pleases. He warns him, saying he will get in trouble if something happens to him. Alf smiles and exclaims he doesn't need to worry about that. He shows him the ball-like thing and says, as long as he has this, no one will be able to see them. He activates the ball, and Jamie observes that it's just an illusion magic artifact. Now, no one can see them while Alf brags and says he will now beg him to show some mercy very soon. He also casts the spell on his friends, and they can speak now. They were relieved because they had been trying to speak for a long time. They challenge Jamie and say they won't forgive him this time. Jamie smiles and replies that he wants all this to be very interesting. Alf thinks he hasn't realized the situation he is in, but Jamie interrupts him and asks him not to deactivate the artifact. Otherwise, everyone will have to witness them suffering in absolute agony. Suddenly, their eyes and nose start bleeding, and they see him in a state of shock. Jamie smiles and moves his finger a little bit, causing them to fall to the ground. Soon, the artifact deactivates, and Jamie has disappeared. They are still bleeding and feel like their head is going to explode. Alf is in a state of shock to know that he lacks power over Jamie. He also finds out that Jamie is a fourth-class magician, and he is a mere second-class magician. He wonders how something like this happened. Jamie is born in a family of knights, and he wonders how he has become so skilled with magic instead of swordsmanship. He gets up thinking he won't forgive Jamie and will surely get revenge. He is determined to crush his talent, and will make it so that he won't be able to use magic ever again. After some time, Alf, along with his friends, are walking on a balcony while hiding their presents. They are going to steal an artifact from his father's room to teach Jamie a lesson, but his friends seem scared and ask if he is sure this will be okay. Alf angrily asks them to shut up and follow him. Suddenly, his younger brother Renan appears there and calls him from behind. Alf asks him what he is doing there. He smiles and exclaims that it is so upsetting to hear from him. He exclaims that the younger brother can't stay still after his older brother got hurt. He offers him the artifact Alf was going to steal. He gets shocked and asks where he got something so dangerous. Renan smiles and replies it isn't important this time. He asks him to go and teach Welton a lesson. Alf has a devilish smile on his face and thinks he will now completely destroy Jamie Welton. At night, Count Welton arrives at Reborn. Count Simon himself goes to meet and welcome him. He extends his hand to greet him happily. Count Welton is also very happy to see him there and is surprised to see the Count come in person to meet him. They are both very happy to see each other after a long time. After some time, they go to the drawing room, where Count Welton asks Simon about the party. He replies the party was a success. He also tells him that he met his son. Count Welton asks him what he thinks of his son. Seeing how fast he responded, Count Simon observes that he is a fool for his kids. Count Welton happily replies that his children are the reason for his living, which envious Count Simon. He sadly asks him if his relationship with the family is still the same these days. Count Simon changes the topic and talks about Jamie, saying that he is truly surprised. He was completely astonished to see him. Count Welton observes that he is talking in circles. He asks him if his son seems to have talent in his eyes. Count Simon replies that these words are just taking him lightly. He is the best from what he has seen, and in short, he can conclude that there may have never been a human as talented as him in history. The Count tells him that that is the same thing Marquess Linmul also said. He also knew of Jamie's talents when he was younger, though he never thought it was that extreme. Therefore, he asked a favor of the Marquess since a person born so talented in magic should become a mage, and it would either be of help to themselves or the world. Count Simon smiles and says it is surely amazing that he would have such a master. But the Count reveals that the Marquess declines. Count Simon understands this and says it is understandable because that child is an unequal genius, and he would be able to enlighten himself and challenge himself to become a legend as a 9th-class mage. It is envious for him that Jamie was born more talented than he is. However, he wants to see just how far the power of the Supreme Wizard can really extend. This confession shocks the Count, and Count Simon clarifies to him that humans are too weak. They may have built a great civilization, but that is simply from their standpoint. Compared to dragons, human magic is extremely weak. But at least thanks to the swordmasters like the Count, humans are currently able to live the way they are. He smiles and says if a 9th-class mage is born, even dragons, the master of magic, will not be able to make light of him. Count Simon strongly desires for humans to become the masters of the world. However, according to Count Welton, it's just arrogance. But this much arrogance is fine for Count Simon. He asks him to remember the forgotten history that was erased. It is said that the forgotten history is a secret only known by a few within the entire continent. About 10,000 years ago, history disappeared because of a certain incident, because the extraterrestrial transceivers did not share their secrets with humans. Count Welton knows that Count Simon's plan was to gain power so as not to be controlled by them. In order to prevent the repetition of human civilization and history disappearing due to the unknown, humans have to be strong. After some time, their conversation ends, and Count Simon asks Count Welton to rest. After that, he goes to Jamie's room, where he is sleeping quietly. He stares at him for a long time and wonders if his son is that much of a genius to have such expectations. As a parent of a child born with great talent, he is so worried about his child. To him, Jamie is just a cute and loving son. He promised himself to do his best and wished that he would grow up to be a just person. The next morning, all the families again gather in the bowl hall. Jamie knows his father is upset, but doesn't know the reason. In the meantime, Ash appears there and calls him. Jamie isn't happy to see her and says they finished talking yesterday, and now he doesn't have any business with her. She smiles and replies that she has business with her. She calls someone, and Jamie doesn't want this since she is increasing the number of people. He gets up, saying he is leaving since he has no thoughts of getting along with them guys. Ash tries to stop him, saying he should at least introduce himself since the families are close. Suddenly, Rebecca Val, the eldest daughter of the Viscount family of Val, appears there and asks her younger sister to speak formally to the Count's son. Jamie is shocked to see her there and wonders what Jane is doing there. Jane is the woman he loved the most in his entire past life. She was sacrificed to the gods for her own sake, and it was how Diablo became a monster devoid of emotions. In this life, her younger self appears before him in a different state. He is lost in his thoughts when Alf reaches there looking for him. He has that ball in his hand, and now intends to kill him. Unaware of his presence, Jamie calls Rebecca by the name Jans. Ash thinks he has fallen for her sister. Suddenly, Alf activates the artifact and declares that Jamie will call him boss from now on. Jamie and Ash are under his attack. Rebecca rushes for Ash, standing behind Jamie, but he stops her and asks her not to interfere. After a while, Alf stands shocked after failing his artifact. Everyone gathers around them. Alf has used the Phoenix Race, which is the 6th class of fire magic his father created. It's not something that little kids can block. He is shocked to see that Jamie has successfully blocked the attack. This is now Jamie's turn. He casts a spell intending to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Alf feels some kind of smoke covering his body. It reaches his face, and before it can engulf him completely, Count Welton appears there and puts his hand on his face. He asks him to uncast his spell, and he will handle this situation from now on. Rebecca and Ash are also fine, but they seem scared of the incident that has happened now. Jamie closes his eyes and falls unconscious into his father's hands. In the meantime, Count Simon also appears there and witnesses the incident. Count Welton was in a state of shock because he knew that if he hadn't interrupted, Jamie was going to kill Alf. He thought he had made a mistake at first, but the spell cast on him couldn't be regarded as a mistake. If he hadn't stopped him, then Alf would have died. Count Simon is also in shock to see Jamie's tremendous power. He is aware of the fact that if that artifact had activated, then everyone there would have burned to death. But Jamie distinguished that artifact in seconds, which means he is a 9th class mage. He is happy to think that Jamie may truly fulfill his long-cherished dream. Suddenly, Lady Count calls him, and says that the child tried to kill her son, and asks the Count how he stands there just like that. Lady Welton interrupts and says the one who tried to kill her son was Alf. He is the one who insulted Jamie and used the artifact to attack Jamie. Lady Simon angrily says her son is a little child. Lady Welton stares at her and asks her to continue what she was saying. Count Welton grabs her hand and asks her to leave with him. Lady Simon feels so much pressure from her anger. She then calls Count Simon for help, hoping that he may be cold, but he will stand up for his own child. But she is shocked when Count Simon admits his son's mistake by saying he has behaved rudely on an auspicious day. He apologizes to Lady Welton for his son's behavior. There is complete silence in the hall. Lady Welton thinks she can't get angrier if he apologizes like this. She thanks him for his sincere apology and decides to head back first. He then asks Count Welton to go and rest. He then speaks to everyone and apologizes for ruining the party, and asks them to go back and rest as well. Soon, everyone leaves, and the hall becomes empty. Lady Simon calls her husband and asks how he can do this to their son. She shouts at him and says their son suffered at the hands of that disgraceful child. Count Simon stares at her and asks her to shut her mouth. He says many eyes are there, so they should return first. At night, when Alf comes to consciousness, Count Simon visits his room. Lady Simon asks him how he can do this to his own child, and she should have sided with him. Ignoring his wife, Count Simon asks him if he did all this to gain his attention. When he doesn't answer, he angrily asks him to speak. He asks him if he isn't aware of the fact that his actions reflect badly on him to the Eastern nobles and the entire kingdom. Alf is crying because he only wanted his father's attention, but now he is scared of him. He then replies that Jamie was so rude, so he only wanted to teach him a lesson. Count Simon angrily asks him who gave him the Phoenix Race. Count Simon gets angrier when he doesn't answer him again and says he doesn't like repeating himself. Being scared, Alf replies that Renan gave it to him. After some time, he calls Renan to his room. He is angry at Alf because he even handed him the spoon to eat, and he failed. He decides to act naive for now. He smiles and asks his father if he called for him. Count Simon asks him if he gave his brother the Phoenix Race, and he replies with yes. Count Simon asks him why he gave him something so dangerous. He replies that Kid Jamie was bullying his older brother, so he didn't want to see him suffering. But he is shocked when Count Simon reveals he gave him that thing because he just wanted to manipulate his brother. He angrily says he didn't do this for the sake of his brother, but just manipulated him. Renan is shocked and wonders how his father got to know about his intentions. Alf's state is no different from his, but he is shocked to know about his brother's intentions. Count Simon reveals that he has no intentions for either of his sons. He reveals that even though they are both from his bloodline, they lack the talent he expects from them. He stares at them and says that if they wish to get his attention, then they have to prove that they are worthy of his bloodline instead of wasting time on tricks like these. He then leaves by saying that they have to clean up the mess they have created. Therefore, they have to go apologize to Jamie Welton as soon as the sun is up. They have to ask for forgiveness until they are forgiven. Alf is getting shivers at the thought of meeting Jamie again. He calls Renan and asks if he is going to apologize to him. Renan doesn't answer him, and Alf wonders if he got shocked by his father's words or something. He is stuck in the lines that his father said just now, that they have to prove themselves. He swears that he will prove his worth. On the other side, Lady Welton stands beside Jamie's bed, and he is still in a state of unconsciousness. She is shocked to see the bloodlust Jaime had for Alf. She just thought it was normal for children to play fighting. But it wasn't when she was activating the artifact. She thinks she can't forgive them even if Count Simon apologizes. Suddenly, she heard Jamie's voice, and he pulled the blanket to hide his face. She gets more worried about seeing her son in this state. Count Welton appears there and asks her if she is okay. She seems sad and replies that she is worried about her son. Count Simon asks her what she wants him to do, and he will do as she wishes. She replies that Count Simon politely apologized on the spot, and she doesn't want to create a divide in the northern nobles because of this. However, she is happy that Alf was scolded heavily by his father. After that, they leave Jamie's room so that he can rest well. But in fact, Jamie is awake, and he can hear their conversation. He understands the fact that he couldn't control himself at the time. He gets up and thinks about Rebecca, who is actually Jane from his past life, and wonders if she has reincarnated. It's not so strange because he has reincarnated after several tens of thousands of years. But Rebecca couldn't recognize him and doesn't even have memories of her past life. He thinks it must be a prank of fate to see that Jane has reincarnated at the same time as him. He wonders if it is a plan by the 12 gods. Suddenly, Black appears and whispers something in his ears. Jamie understands and says that they wouldn't leave him alone if 12 gods knew he had reincarnated. He smiles and thinks about Jane's dead body from his past life. He thinks he needs to meet her new version, Rebecca, again. Somewhere in another city, a mage writes a letter for someone informing them about the new mage who has appeared in the world. He writes about the eldest son of the Welton family, who is 9 years old kid, presumed to be at least a 4th-class magician, and is ridiculously talented. He gives the letter to a pigeon and lets it fly. The next morning, Jamie comes to the garden for a walk. Black also feels the fresh air in the environment and seems to be in a good mood. He thinks it's nice and quiet because most of the people have left. He wants to meet Rebecca before he returns. Suddenly, he feels a voice from his surroundings. He looks here and there but can't find its origin. He expands his mana to check where the voice is coming from. Soon, he finds its origin and starts following it. He finds Rebecca with a spirit near a lake. The undivine spirit gets scared to see Jamie. Rebecca gets up and asks what he is doing there. She smiles and introduces herself again as Rebecca Bao. It is surprising for Jamie to know that she is a water elementalist, while Jane was also a water elementalist in his past life. Rebecca doesn't understand why he is shocked and asks why he has made a sad face. Jamie is still in shock, thinking about his past self when he used to love her. Rebecca thinks he must be in shock over yesterday's events. She steps forward, hugs him, saying everything will be fine soon. Jamie thinks this feeling is nothing more than remnants from his past. After some time, they sit and start chatting. Rebecca asks him if he is feeling all right. She laughs and says her father has told her that hardships go by quickly when they share the burden with others. Jamie asks if she is talking about Viscount Bell. She replies yes, and reveals she was sad that they couldn't keep talking yesterday, so she is grateful they could have this time today. Jamie replied that he had the same exact thought. Jamie observes her and thinks she is a different person, and maybe it's better this way in this life. He then asks her if the Bao family traditionally makes contracts with wind elements, and she replies that she wanted to make a contract with wind elementals as well, but it didn't work out. Because of her high natural affinity with them, wind elementals came to visit her, but they refused to make a contract and left after meeting her. But then one day, an Undine came, telling her that it was her destiny to make a contract with them. It was an important decision, and she should have talked it out with her father, but she accidentally made the contract on the spot. Jamie is aware of the fact that the contract with the Elemental King is made, unlike other elemental contracts, is a soul contract made on each other's lives. He observes that the moment Jane's soul reincarnated as Rebecca, the Elemental King would have noticed. He asks Rebecca if the Viscount scolded her for doing so, and she replies that he didn't get mad, but he seems a bit disappointed. But Jamie tells her that it's rare for an elemental to approach someone and ask them for a contract. It's unfortunate that it wasn't with the elemental he wanted, but she was chosen by the water elemental. He advises Rebecca to believe in herself. She then smiles and thanks him for his precious advice. He then gets up, saying he will be heading off now. He then leaves her without getting an answer. Rebecca seems surprised by him, and she has a feeling that Jamie talks like an adult. Meanwhile, Jamie talks to Black and says he spoke too formally with her, but Rebecca feels rather mature to him, so it's hard to talk to her like a kid. He then enters the cast, where someone calls him. It's Renan and Alf who were waiting for him the whole time. He asks them about what the matter is. Alf immediately apologizes to him. It's shocking for Jamie that they are apologizing all of a sudden. He then smiles and asks if the Count made them come to apologize. He then asks why the other brother is there as well. He asks Alf if he was too scared to come apologize by himself, so he brought his younger brother. Renan reveals that he was the one who gave his brother the artifact. Jamie is surprised to know that both brothers tried to humiliate him. He asks him about his name. Renan smiles and replies with his intro. Jamie observes the mana surrounding him, and thinks his talents are pretty good. It's incomparable to Alf, and he seems witty too. He wonders if a son like him wasn't enough for Count Simon. Renan smiles and says luckily, nothing bad happened, and asks him if they can leave since they have apologized. Jamie stares at him, smilingly, and wonders if this kid thinks he is a fool. He didn't appear in that mess yesterday either. This guy must think everything besides his father is inferior to him. But he will surely make a big mess if Jamie leaves him be. He calls Alf and says he will have trouble fighting for his spot as the heir. Alf angrily asks what he is talking about. Jamie turns toward Renan and asks if he is right. He comes closer to him and says it's none of his business if he is really the person behind the crime, but he deserves proper punishment. Renan shockingly asks what he is talking about. Jamie casts a spell on him, and Renan finds himself in a dark place. He feels his body is becoming colder, and it seems like his body is going to freeze. He hears Jamie's voice warning him, saying it's his last chance. After some time, Renan finds himself again in the castle in a state of fear. He wonders if he escaped his magic, but soon realizes it was just an illusion. He covers his ears and starts screaming loudly. He has tears in his eyes, and the only thing that roams in his mind is that this is his last chance. His mind asks him to kneel in front of him right at that moment. He immediately bows before him and apologizes to Jamie. A few hours later, the Welton family is ready to return to their home. Jamie seems exhausted and thinks it's so tiring coming out, and he would rather shower with Mom's kisses and stay home. Meanwhile, Viscount Simon appears there and says he seems to be in a good mood. Jamie smiles and replies that he is just happy to be going back home and resting. Count Simon also smiles and is sad that he didn't get a chance to chat with him. Jamie is also disappointed as he was looking forward to it. Count Simon offers him to stay a bit longer, but Jamie refuses immediately and says his feeling of wanting to go home and rest is stronger since he is completely exhausted. Count Simon then tells him that the magic world has started to watch him, and Jamie replies that he was already expecting this. Count Simon asks him if he knows about his true identity, and Jamie replies with yes. He also tells the Count that he punished his son Renan. But he was surprised when Count said he was already expecting this. Jamie asks him if he is not angry at him for punishing his son, but the Count replies that they only received the consequences of their actions. This is quite surprising for Jamie, and he now understands why those punks are so messed up. Jamie then suggests they should teach Renan some magic because he seems to be a talented guy. Count Simon replies that he knows his talent more than anyone else, and what he has is nothing to him. Jamie still insists that he try teaching him, and he should get as good as he trains him. He points toward Count and says it's all his fault that Renan isn't able to express his talent because of being suppressed by those around him. He reveals that those two boys have gotten messed up because he ignored them and felt they lacked talent. He tells the Count that Renan has tremendous hidden talent. Count Simon shockingly wonders if he misjudged his son. His son's ability, which he, an 8th-class magician, couldn't recognize, was confirmed by that child. He feels like a great mage is standing in front of him. He gets more shocked when Jamie says he may be able to break through his wall with his son's help. He shockingly asks him how he knew about this. But before Jamie replies, his father calls him and says they will be departing now. Jamie leaves him by saying, "Let what he said go through one ear and out the other since a kid spoke it." Count Simon thinks it is regrettable that he couldn't spend a long time with Jamie when he is left. 2 months have passed since they returned from Reagan. One night, he goes out with the help of Black to meet Philip and Jane. He angrily shouts at them for being late. Philip replies that they were late because Azad was dawdling and apologizes to him for the inconvenience. Jamie asks them to report to him about what they have found out. Philip reveals that the Zenth Church has been doing good deeds there and within His without receiving payments. By providing food to the hungry and shelter to those without a place to stay, they have naturally gained a lot of good impressions. Recently, they have started operating an orphanage. Jamie asks them when they started moving, and Philip replies that it seems right after the collapse of the Reaver. The Zenth Church officially started its missionary work right after. They visited and ministered to the poor and preached the will of God to them. At first, the citizens didn't give them a second thought. However, through continued good deeds and mercy, the people of the territory gradually started depending on the Zenith Church. They soon became members of the devout faith. As a result, the Zenith Church's position in His has risen to an unbelievable level. Philip reveals that the Zenith Church is currently being worshipped as the most benevolent and respected church in His. Jamie is sure that there is no way that God would do something for the sake of others. He asks Jance and Philip if they believe that war and peace can coexist. They look at each other and reply with no. After a pause, Philip reveals that he believes they are connected. Jamie agrees with him and says Zenith is also like this. He is like a piece laid atop a mound of blood and bodies. War is the moment when his divinity shines. He asks them what Zenith's priests are doing right now, which goes against him. He is sure they are using his good deeds as a shield for his work, and asks Jance and Philip to find the real reason. He is determined to find out every single piece of detail of what Zenith is planning. The next morning, at the Zenith Church orphanage, a boy named Ricky is cleaning the floor. He is happy to be there. This place is heaven compared to begging and getting beaten daily. The priest asks him not to worry because they will take care of him from now on. It's been a month and a half since he entered the orphanage, and this place is happiness for him. He thinks if they had never come to the orphanage, then his younger sister and he, who were street rats, would have died in the streets. He enters the room where his sister Anna is waiting for him. He talks to her politely since she is blind. When their parents learn this, they abandon them and run away. In order to protect his sisters, he did all sorts of evil deeds, but living in the streets was difficult, and the adults were too cold to them. They had a desperate life where no one helped them. One day, the church's priest came to him and extended their hands towards him and Anna. For Ricky, it was the hand of God, and on that day, he and his sisters were given a new life. Now, he wants to spread the happiness he has obtained through God's grace and become a priest of God to spread this miracle. After some time, some children call Ricky and Anna and inform them about another student, Shino. They reveal that Shino is apparently favored by God, which is why, in order to become a priest, he will be leaving for the main church next week. It is shocking to Ricky that Shino is going to become a priest before him. The same night, Jamie comes out of the house in order to survey. After reaching a certain place, he asks Black to go down. Suddenly, he finds a man on the ground in an unconscious state. He comes down near him and feels an immense amount of energy from him. First, he thinks he is just a priest, since his energy is holy. But he has a sword of a high-ranked cleric, which means he is a knight. Jamie wonders why a holy knight is lying on the ground there. He thinks this looks like trouble, and wonders if he should kill him. He puts his shoe on the knight's head. Suddenly, he wakes up and grabs Jamie's leg. Jamie gets scared and tries to free himself. The knight seems in a bad condition, and it seems like he wants to say something. After a lot of struggle, he manages to mutter that he is hungry. Jamie is shocked to hear this and thinks he should just let him starve to death. He leaves him there and asks Black to go. The next morning, Jamie is shocked to see the same knight on his dining table. He now seems in good condition and is having breakfast with them. He thanks Count Welton for his help and says that if it were not for his help, he would have died in the streets. The Count replies he didn't do much. and it was thanks to the troops who brought him back there. The knight smiles and says they are all his soldiers, so it's all thanks to him. The count asks him if it is normal for a holy knight to die from starvation. The knight smilingly replies that it's not a common occurrence, but they are still humans, and when they reach a high level, they will be able to hold out longer than normal humans. Jamie feels so uncomfortable in his presence, and wonders why his parents are treating him so nicely. The count then asks him if he belongs to the Pyro Church, and he replies that he serves the goddess of mercy and punishment, Pyro. The count asks his wife if she was surprised when she heard about Pyro. She replies that she was really surprised. The knight asks her why she is surprised. She asks the knight if he knows Saphira Bishop. The knight surprisingly asks if the madam is from Afton, and the lady count replies she is from the Bell family. He is surprised to know this. He immediately gets up from his chair. He bows before her respectfully and pays his greetings to the esteemed one. Jamie doesn't understand what is happening out there. He knew that the Pyro Church exists in Afton, the territory in which the Bell family is located. He is sure that the person whom a holy knight would act like this to is at least a bishop. He tries to act cute and calls his father's name repeatedly. He then smilingly asks why that person is greeting in that manner. He is acting like a 9-year-old curious kid, which is quite embarrassing for him. But the count says it's a long story, so he will tell him more about it later when he has the chance. He is now more embarrassed that his father didn't tell him, even after he did that. However, he thinks that if the Bell family has close ties to the Pyro Church, it will become trouble for him because she is someone he will eventually have to kill. After some time, when Count Welton and the knight sit in the drawing room, the count asks him how he ended up there, since, as far as he knows, the Pyro Church shouldn't have any business in the East region. He asks him if he is there to explain the Pyro Church's influence. The knight immediately replies that he was just pursuing someone and somehow ended up there. He is talking about someone who is doing unspeakable and atrocious experiments that no human should do. The Chimera Creator. The Count is really surprised to know that the Chimera Creator is in Hayes, and asks the knight where he is. The knight gets quiet for a while, and then apologizes to him, saying the rest of the information is top secret, even within the Pyro Church itself. He can't tell this to anyone, but he will tell him more if he listens to his request and makes a contract with him. The count asks him to clarify whether he wants his help or not. The knight replies with yes and says if he, who is a swordmaster, helps him out, then he is sure he will be of great help. The count takes some time to think about his decision. It is revealed that the chimeras are beings that are made from various creatures, but the chimera creators are being treated worse than most of the criminals, because at the core of a chimera is a human. There could be chimera creators that don't use humans, but there haven't been any known chimera creators that do that. The count replies he can't promise to help him always, but since he knows of his in-law's relationships with the Pyro Church, he can't just turn a blind eye to this. The knight gets happy to hear this. The Count Welton replies that he will surely help him in this matter. The knight gets up while cheering, and the count asks him why the Pyro Church is after the chimera creators, and why they aren't requesting help from the kingdom. The knight replies that he is sure that the kingdom will help them if they know about it, but the Pyro Church's prestige will be greatly damaged as well. The chimera creator that the church is pursuing has sacrificed over 10 holy knights. This means he has made chimeras that are capable of using holy power. A few hours later, Jamie enters the dining room since it's tea time. It's the first time that he was looking for the tea time. His sister Sarah welcomes him warmly. When he is taking tea, his mother observes that Jamie is curious about something. He asks her why that knight knelt to her. She smiles and says she was sure that he was going to ask that. She asks him if he is curious about how her family is related to the Pyro Church. She reveals that her grandfather, whom he has never met before, is the Pyron Church's savior. Jamie is shocked to hear that his mother's grandfather is the church's savior. She reveals that a long time ago, an extremely precious item was stolen from the Pyro Church, and that's when her mother and grandfather gave their assistance. It was known as the Portsmouth Garden Incident, an incident where the followers of the Demon King tried to incarnate him using the divine relics of the Pyro Church and failed. Her mother's grandfather died while stopping that incident. Afterwards, the Pyro Crutch appointed the Marquis as an honorary archbishop, and pledged to treat the Bell family lineage as bishop rank for the next 100 years. Jamie observes that she looks a bit sad, and it seems like she was close to her grandfather. Jamie thinks making them bishops was a ridiculous compensation, but he guesses it makes sense since it was their only divine relic. Jamie thinks he will kill Firo someday, but in the meantime, he will use him as much as he can. Suddenly, he comes out of his thoughts when his mother calls him. He smilingly replies with yes and asks for another cup of tea. On the other side, at the orphanage, the priest informs all the children that their young brother Shino, whom their father, the holy Zenith, chose, will leave today. They all pray for his path ahead and raise a toast in celebration of this meaningful day. Shino seems really happy since he is going to the main church. Meanwhile, Ricky is also happy to see him. He and his sister Anna also go to see him off, and ask him not to cry because he is lonely, since he will be following along soon. Shino replies that he won't cry and will be waiting for him. After a while, the carriage leaves, and Ricky looks at him with a determination that he will become a priest someday, too. After some time, the priest informs Shino that they have reached their destination, and he is surprised that it was such a short distance. He is surprised to see a building which is called the main church. He calls the priest out of curiosity and asks if it is really the main church. He doesn't reply to his question and asks him to follow him quietly. Shino stops there, looks behind, and says it seems like they have reached the wrong place. The priest takes him inside and asks him to go into the building. He seems scared, and something doesn't look right to him. He goes down the basement but continues to call the priest, saying that this is not the right place. The priest doesn't reply to any of his questions. He opens a door and finds a mysterious creature there. He hurriedly closes the door and calls the priests, saying there is something scary in that room. The priest then calls someone by the name of Bishop and says he has brought him. The bishop is a man smiling mysteriously. Shino seems scared of him and asks if God didn't choose him. The bishop replies that he has been chosen for sure. Shino starts crying and asks why he is in this ominous place rather than the main church. The bishop reveals that this place is the utopia they have attained. He now looks forward to seeing what a pure child like Shino will become. He turns into a monstrous creature and asks Shino to come inside so that they can perform their experiment on him. He puts his hand on Shino's head and says he will become a very nice chimera indeed. The next morning, at the Heath territory of Count Welton Belbart Street, it is known as the biggest street in Heath. Jamie has come out with the knight, and they are walking along the street. He doesn't want to be with him. But his father asked him to do this task this morning during tea time. Jamie wasn't happy with his decision, but he couldn't say no. He thinks he is so unlucky that this happened to him. Meanwhile, the knight is surprised to see the stamina and memory of a 9-year-old kid. He thinks it seems like the count didn't tell him to bring Jamie for no reason. He thanks Jamie by saying that with his help, he is able to go around Heath with no problems. He asks Jamie to go back since they have done enough touring. Jamie asks him for permission to ask a question since he is curious. He asks him what he talked about with his deer last night. His question was completely unexpected for the knight because he expected a childish question from him. He smiles and replies that they talked about how Jamie would be handsome when he gets older, since he is so good looking. Jamie knows he is lying to him because kids of his age like compliments like this. He gets angry and asks him to stop saying stuff that even kids won't believe. The knight tries to stop him and says they really talked about him, and that his father truly loves him. The knight then laughs and says he can't tell him anything because it's top secret. Jamie thinks it seems like there is something in Heath, and this is the reason he received a guide to show him the geography. The knight treats him like a kid and asks if he is mad at him. Jamie then calls him and says there is still one place they haven't gone. The knight asks him what place he is talking about, and Jamie replies that they have to go to the Zenith Church in Heath. After some time, they reach the Zenith Church in Heath. Ricky is already present there doing some cleaning stuff. He is surprised to see some unexpected guests there. Ricky recognizes Jamie and asks if he is the black hair from before. The knight asks Jamie if he is his friend. Jamie also remembers that night when he encountered that kid. He acts like he doesn't know him. He rushes toward him happily and asks if he dyed his hair, and he almost recognizes him. Suddenly, a carriage rushes toward Ricky, and the priest shouts at him, asking him to get out of the way. Ricky is almost in front of the horses, and they are about to smash him. The knight rushes to save him, but it's too late, and he won't be able to make it on time. Ricky is in a state of shock and wonders if he is going to die. The horses are approaching him, while the knight is rushing to help. Jamie moves quickly and casts a spell named Chain Area. A powerful spell covers them, which lowers the speed of the horses. The knight grabs Ricky and moves quickly. He can feel the chains surrounding them and moving them away from the carriage. After a while, Jamie is in a state of shock, wondering if he is dead. He hugs Jamie and thanks him tightly. Jamie frees himself and asks him to let him go. Meanwhile, the knight is staring at Jamie and thinks the magic he used just now was of a higher rank than the ones used by the mages that he has worked with. He is surprised to see that a 9-year-old kid is that strong. He is sure that in a few years, Jamie will become an existence that even he won't be able to look at equally. After a while, Jamie calls him and asks him to go to the Zenith Church. Ricky guides them toward the inside and tells them everything he knows about the church. He smiles and tells them that this is the orphanage where the kids who don't have anywhere else to go stay. Meanwhile, a priestess calls Ricky and asks him about the 2 people he has been escorting. Ricky tells her that they saved him when he was about to be hit by a carriage. She thanks them and says it seems like Ricky was about to suffer through a truly terrible ordeal. The knight smiles and replies as a priest worshipping Pharaoh, "It's something that should have been done." She is surprised to learn about Pharaoh. The knight continues to speak and says Jamie was the one who saved Ricky. Jamie introduces himself as the son of the Lord, Jamie Welton. She apologizes to him for not being able to recognize him and says she was just so shocked by the news of the accident. Jamie doesn't understand her reaction and thinks that if she were born in Heath, then she would have known right away after seeing his hair color. He also observes that she seems too shocked right now and wonders if she is hiding something. The priestess asks the knight if he has come there to bring Ricky back. He clarifies the reason that he came there after hearing that the Zenith Church laid its foundation there in this land this year. The priestess asks them to follow her if they want a tour. She also calls Ricky and asks him to show the young master around. Jamie observes that she is trying to separate him and the knight Roz. He wonders if she is trying to get rid of him. He then calls the knight and says they will have dinner with his parents tonight, so they will meet a little later. Roz is first surprised to know them, and they see off with a smile. Ricky now talks to him formally and shows him the orphanage. Ricky asks him to talk to him like before, and not make things awkward. Ricky gets happy to know this and says he will surely talk to him nicely. He asks him to follow him, and he will show him the entire place. He then takes him to the room where he and his sister Anna reside. He opens the door and calls Anna, saying he has brought a friend. She gets up from her chair excitedly. Jamie is shocked to see her. Ricky asks her to say hi to Jamie and that he is an amazing person. He looks toward Jamie, who is still staring at Anna, and asks what is wrong with him. Jamie is shocked because he can see that this child is born with the qualities of a saint. Her eyes are overflowing with divine power. She is a God's messenger who is sent from the heavens. She is a person who can use the power of the worshipped God more freely than anyone else. These people are endowed with a powerful divine power within one of their body parts. Her name is Anna, and she may be blind because of the powerful divine power now. But the moment she awakens her power as an adult, she will be able to see the flow of the entire world through her godly eyes. There is a high chance that she will be an annoying enemy later in the future. He wonders if he should kill her now. But there is no way that a cleric wouldn't know about her if he were able to find out, so it might be too dangerous to kill her now. Ricky calls him and asks if he has fallen for his sister since he continues to stare at her. Jamie angrily replies this is not the reason. Anna hits her brother's head with a book and calls him, saying there was something she was curious about. After some time, she asks him if he can help her in this matter. He reads a book for her while Jamie continues to stare at her, wondering whose power she was born with. He thinks he needs to be careful of these siblings. He is about to leave when Ricky calls him and asks if he is going to the bathroom. Jamie replies that he is going back now. He gets up while saying he will see him off at the entrance. While walking, he asks if he will come again, and Jamie just thinks this boy talks a lot. He then asks him what he wants to be. He asks him if this is a question he is asking him as a friend, and it's making his heart flutter for some reason. He then tells him that he just wanted to stay with Anna, but after coming there, he changed his mind. But now, he wants to be chosen by Zenith and become a priest. Yesterday, he was really jealous that a friend from the orphanage was chosen and headed for the main church. Jamie is shocked to hear that they have sent a boy to the main church. He remembers all the incidents about the church and human trafficking. He asks him, shockingly, about where he was before he came there. Ricky replies that he was in the streets. Jamie asks him what he was doing before coming there. Ricky seems scared of his expressions and says he was a henchman for a Reaver, which really alarms Jamie. On the other side, the Night Roz also thanks the priestess for guiding and says it was pleasant speaking with her. She says she will guide him back to the young master. Roz observes that she is really tight-lipped and wonders if it is because she doesn't trust priests of other churches. He also assumes that these people may be connected to the Chimera incident. After a while, they reach the place where Ricky and Jamie are. In the meantime, the Archbishop appears there with a paladin behind him and says it seems an honored guest had come while he was away. He recognizes Jamie and greets him respectfully. Jamie introduces himself while thinking it is surely the Zenith Church that has been targeting the children. The Archbishop then asks about Roz's identity, and he introduces himself, saying he serves Firo. However, he is unable to understand their goal and what they are trying to do. The Archbishop calls them and says it's a shame that he was away when they came. Jamie feels a strange energy from the paladin standing behind him. He has a strong divine power, which means he is a paladin. He looks toward Roz, whose reaction is unusual than before, which surely indicates something strange about that paladin. After some time, they are walking back toward the castle. Jamie tries to give him the hint, saying he heard from Ricky earlier that a friend of his was chosen by God and was sent to the main church. He felt really jealous and said he also wanted to become a priest. Roz laughs loudly and says Ricky is a good kid, so he will surely become a priest one day. Jamie looks at him strangely and thinks that wasn't a good enough hint. He then asks him if he heard from his father about something. He tells him that his father destroyed a criminal gang called Reaver 2 months ago, and apparently they were kidnapping and trafficking children. Roz is shocked to hear this when Jamie tells him that Ricky was also in Reaver before coming to the orphanage. Jamie smiles at seeing him and wonders if he finally connects the dots, and he will give him one more chance to connect. He asks him if the Zenith Church is a church that does charity work. Roz clenches his fist and thinks the Zenith Church is one that hardly ever does charity work. If they set up an orphanage in order to use the children as material, then they are the real culprits. At night, he goes to the Count and reports to him everything about the church and the orphanage. The Count replies that he was only observing the Zenith Church, as they were influencing the territory in a positive way. Roz also tells the Count about his meeting with the Bishop and Paladin, but he couldn't figure it out. The Count asks what he didn't figure out. He replies that he felt a strong divine power, but he couldn't figure out if that person was a Paladin of the Zenith Church. He felt like divine power with other things combined with it, so he was most likely a chimera that was able to use divine power. The Count immediately says he will send his knights to raid the church, but Roz stops him and says they need to be sure. He is determined to find evidence so that they can attack them with evidence. The Count warns him, saying it will be too dangerous on his own, but Roz is prepared for the danger. The Count asks him what his chances of winning are. Roz replies that he feels that he has the upper hand in this situation. The Count states he will send 3 men with him. Suddenly, 3 knights appear behind Roz, and he is shocked to see them because he didn't feel their presence. The Count tells him that they are the Shadow Knights who protect the Welton family, and they are at the expert level, so they should be helpful enough. Roz observes that they may be wielding a longsword, but their presence and appearance are that of an assassin. He wonders if they are really knights. He thanks the Count and says he will make sure to reveal their true intentions. At the same time, Jamie, with the help of Black, is listening to their conversations. He thinks using clean slating children as material is the perfect idea, but this isn't something a god should do. He lies on his bed, and seeing as how they are taking it around despite not being complete, shows that they might be in a rush for some reason. He calls Black and orders him to go to Razor and deliver a letter. Black leaves through the window. Jamie gets up and thinks he should start getting ready as well, and he will surely need higher class magic in his fights in the future. He activates a skill named Memorize, a technique that allows someone to use magic smoothly by imprinting spells and mana operations in one's mind in advance. On the other side, Philip and Jance are hiding in a room at Jamie's orders, looking for some suspicious activities from the church. Jance asks how long they must stay there, and he replies until they start moving. Jance seems tired and says there is not even a mouse lurking about. Philip replies that all they have to do is follow their master's orders. Jance replies that he is going since he is getting bored. Suddenly, a knight appears from somewhere and attacks them, saying he will kill them. Jance immediately dodges his attack and moves to the side. They are shocked to see that brutal divine power emanating from the knight. The knight again rushes to attack them, saying he will kill them. Philip asks Jance to go hurry and tell the master. Jance tries to run away, saying he will be back quickly. But the knight follows his direction and tries to attack him first. Philip pushes Jance through the window and makes him fall to the ground. But in this process, he gets attacked by the knight, and he slashes through his body. In his last moments, he calls his master. In the meantime, Jamie appears there through the window and asks with a smile if his servant calls his master. He has cast a dimensional spell so that no one can find out what happens there. He has memorized this spell with the help of Black, but 6th class magic is indeed tough on him. The knight stares at him with its red eyes. He rushes toward Philip to attack, where Philip is lying on the ground, and Jamie stands beside him. He casts his spell, Gravity, which is a 5th class magic spell. It intensifies the gravity in the area and suppresses the target so that they can't move. It affects the knight in front of them, and he is unable to move. Now, Jamie uses another spell, Grip of the Dead, a magic that summons the dead to restrain the target. The knight falls on the ground, but he continues to emit his death aura. Jamie casts his last spell, Sacrifice, a magic that sacrifices summoned souls and creates a huge explosion. A huge explosion occurs there, and after some time, when the dust settles, the knight is still on the ground, sitting like before. Jamie observes that he is at an expert level. He again gets up and rushes toward Jamie while saying he will kill him. Jamie stands there still and asks him to come to him since he has met the wrong match. He activates his spell, Marionette, which surrounds the knight from all around. It is a spell that attaches strongs to one's soul and controls it. The knight falls to the ground because he is unable to lift the restraints. He tries to free himself, but all in vain. Jamie observes that he looks curious about his current situation. He tells him that fragments of the dead went into his body with the explosion that just happened. Everything that belongs to him now belongs to Jamie, and there is nothing he can do anymore. The knight has lost control of his body and is unable to use his magic. He will now use the best action against an enemy that can't be defeated, which is a spell called Escape. He casts a spell, and Jamie is shocked to see him casting a self-destruction spell. Jamie rushes toward him, trying to stop him from destroying himself. But it's too late because he can't stop him. Jamie seems worried because he can't stop him. He tries to move away from him. He casts a shield spell to save the buildings from destruction. If it weren't for Black, then he would have been in trouble. The knight was able to break through the dark dimension by releasing its maximum holy energy. He calls Black and asks him to absorb all the light around him. After Black has absorbed the energy, Jamie casts a spell on the knight and tries to kill him. But as soon as he hits him, it turns into a chimera, which means his original appearance is being revealed. Jamie casts a spell, Chain Area, and tries to tie him up. A lot of chains appear, tying him into the chains, while he is trying very hard to free himself. Jamie then casts the spell Death Boom, an explosion of darkness that destroys even through armor. The knight's physical body has reached its damage limit and is unable to move. The chimera emerges from him, and he is turning into his original form. After that, it jumps through the window and runs away. Jamie runs behind him, but he has gone now. Philip calls him from behind and asks where he has gone. Jamie replies that he has lost him. Philip asks if they don't need to track it down quickly, but Jamie says it doesn't matter to him. Philip doesn't understand how losing an enemy can be okay for him. He apologizes to him, saying he is unable to understand his intentions, and asks why it's okay for him. Jamie replies that it's not easy to erase Black Mana's traces. He thinks the moment that Dark Hand pierced through his lungs, his whole body was filled with Black Mana. This means that he can always find him whenever he wants. On the other side, the bishop was in his room, writing something on paper. After a while, the chimera appears there through the window. The bishop is shocked to see that it was defeated. It was the essence of their research, and he never expected that a chimera holy knight that had holy energy would be destroyed. At the same time, Philip asks Jamie if their enemy will know that black magic had been used on the chimera. Jamie asks him not to worry because the enemies won't be able to find out. He smiles and exclaims that his current powers are totally different from black magic. However, he doesn't understand why the current black magic is so weak against holy energy. From the beginning, his power was invented for the purpose of God killing. God-killing is a type of darkness that was made to kill holy beings and totally eradicate existence altogether without leaving behind a trace. He shows Philip the type of magic he has been using, and this is the reason that no matter what their enemies do, they will never be able to find out details about him. Jamie lifts his corpse in the air with his magic and asks Philip about Jans. Suddenly, he enters the room and asks Philip if he is all right. He is happy to see his master already present there. Jamie says he has solved the problem and asks him where he ran off to. He replies that he fainted for a moment after falling down from the window earlier, and came right up as soon as he woke up. It's shocking for Jamie to hear that a zombie fainted. He then withdraws the orders to monitor them because they notice too quickly. They will get caught if they just keep staring at them, so they need to be discreet. He sits on Jans in order to punish him. He then casts a spell on Philip to heal his injuries, asking him to be careful with his body. He asks Jans to stay close to Philip and keep him safe until he recovers. He then jumps through the window and leaves for the castle. On the other side, the bishop has closed the chimera into a container, and he is still in a state of shock. He doesn't find any clue on the person who did this, and made an expert-ranked chimera paladin combined with 4 life forms into this state. He wonders if Count Welton has done this. But if it was him, then the main body wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Not only that, but the connection between him and the paladin was severed in an instant. He thinks severing magic is impossible without a barrier, and if it's a mage of that caliber within this territory. He thinks of young Master Jamie Welton, but declines his thought while thinking he is only 4th class. Someone will need to be at least a 5th class mage in order to face the Chimera Paladin. He thinks they will need to increase the speed of the experiments before it's too late. Suddenly, someone appears behind him, puts a dagger to his neck, and asks him if his second plan is a failure as well. When the bishop doesn't answer, he assumes that he has failed. The bishop seems scared of him and says his plan wasn't a failure and hasn't been completed yet. The man puts the dagger more closely, and it causes bleeding on his neck, and he asks if it is okay for a chimera in that state, because it was incomplete. The bishop immediately replies that this isn't what he means, but something annoying only got in the way, and it will be complete with just 1 or 2 more experiments. The man smiles and says he is a smooth talker for someone who can't identify what that annoyance is, and asks him if he wants to become a part of the experiment himself. He then disappears from there, saying he will be watching him, and it's over for him if the count steps forth. The bishop is worried that the knights are monitoring him. They are known as the 7 Swords of the Zenith Church. 7 knights protect the archbishop in the main church of Zenith, and they are all master rank. He slams the table angrily, saying they dare to treat him like this. He abuses the archbishop and thinks that once he completes this experiment, he will climb up to that position. On the other side, Jamie brings the knight's body to the castle. He takes it to his room, observes his body, and thinks he overdid it. However, he is impressed that they made a divine chimera, which is quite interesting. He is about to touch it to see what life forms they have put in it. He observes that they connected quite well. He finds the legs of an insect, internal organs with fire resistance, and compound eyes. At last, he finds the base of a human's body. It looks like a total of 4 life forms with magic resistance and great speed were combined. He then checks its core, which is a bead with divine power imbued in it, and they made the chimera into a paladin using this bead. He wonders if Zenith is planning on starting a war. He thinks no matter what his goal is, there is no other more disgusting person than him. He thinks Zenith still looks at humans as nothing more than insects and tools, as always. He remembers everything about himself from his past life, and thinks humans have already once lost everything due to his atrocities. The reason why he ascended to this earth after thousands of years is to stop them all. He abuses the 12 gods and thinks they will never be tolerated a second time. On the other side, the bishop talks to someone on a magical device, and says it was beyond his expectations, but at least the main body survived. The other man shouts at him and says the excuses will not work after all of his hard work becomes nothing but rags. The bishop apologizes to him and says this happened because of the appearance of an unknown third party. The man shouts at him again and asks what he is planning to do now. The bishop smiles and says he is thinking of picking just one person. He asks him if he is thinking of choosing the saintess, and if he gives him that kind of material, then he can test to his heart's content. He slams the table and asks him not to dram about it, because the quality of the saintess won't be used in a mere chimera. He smiles and exclaims that the next match has been decided. He is a faithful servant of Zenith and the only blood relative of the Saintess, Ricky. Unaware of their conspiracies, Ricky was happily doing the cleaning stuff in the hallway. After some time, the priestess comes to visit him and asks him about his health. She then informs him that everyone is asked to gather at the worship hall. The next moment, all the children gather in the worship hall. A kid named Ben has brought Anna there and calls Ricky to come to them. Ricky angrily asks him why he is with his sister. Ben replies that he brought her there since they said for everyone to come. Ricky pushes him away and asks him to go to the other side. Ricky then asks the other children why they gathered everyone today. Anna assumes that maybe another person got chosen by God. The bishop greets the students and says they have good news for everyone. He reveals that another oracle has been passed down to them by their God. The students start talking to each other, and it's like the same thing happened to Shino. The bishop smiles and says what they are all thinking is correct. He states that Zenith desires one of them this time as well. The children are amazed to hear this, while the bishop thinks they are all foolish idiots who only wish to be chosen without knowing a thing. He then smiles devilishly and says it's a blessing for them to become a paladin. He then reveals that the one god Zenith desires this time is Ricky, who will become the next chimera. It's raining today, and Jamie sits with his mother in the hall, listening to a storybook. She asks him if he enjoys tea time on a rainy day with her. Jamie hardly replies. The scent of rain is refreshing, and being with Mom is even better. She hugs him tightly and starts kissing him repeatedly. In the meantime, a servant knocks at the door and informs them that there is a guest for the young master. He informs him about a commoner child who said he was his friend and came to find him. Jamie doesn't understand who has come there, and also calls him his friend. He then asks the servant to bring him in. After some time, Ricky enters the room and formally introduces himself. Lady Welton smiles and is happy to see her son's friend. She asks him about his name and whereabouts. She then asks him why he has come to see Jamie. Ricky is about to tell her when he met Jamie in the streets at night. But Jamie puts his hand on his mouth and stops him from saying something. He then asks his mother to go and rest. She thinks her son is getting embarrassed in front of his mom. She agrees to leave, but on the condition that Jamie kiss her goodbye. This is more embarrassing for Jamie, but he has no option. He kisses her cheek and asks her to leave. She then leaves by asking them to enjoy their tea time. When she is left, Ricky laughs and says her mother must really love him. Jamie asks him why he has come there. He excitedly tells him that he has been chosen by God and will be leaving soon. Therefore, he has come there to say goodbye to him. Jamie is shocked to hear this because he clearly knows what it means by getting chosen. On the other side, the Knight Raz is guarding the church. He seems tired because there hasn't been even a shadow of that strange paladin for the past few days. He hasn't learned anything while monitoring the church after that day. He wonders if they have hidden those things underground. Suddenly, he sees Ricky walking past him. He calls him Mr. and greets him. Raz also greets him warmly and asks him to call him Hyung. Ricky then says he wanted to meet him too. Before the meeting, he reveals that he was given an oracle from the god Zenith and will be departing for the main church tomorrow morning. Raz is shocked to hear this and wonders if this is how their process works, and if they trick children like this. He puts his hand on his head with affection and wishes him good luck for his future. Ricky happily replies that he will become someone who will help those in need like him. He then sees him off and leaves for the church. Raz then calls the Shadow Knights who were around there and asks if they heard just now. They will be following the carriage Ricky will be riding tomorrow morning. The next morning, Ricky thanks all the children for seeing him off. He promises them to return after becoming a priest. Ben asks him not to worry about Anna, and he will make sure to take care of her. Anna smiles and asks him to make sure to come back as a priest. He hugs his sister and advises her to listen to her sisters and father at the church. He has tears in his eyes and promises his sister that he will write to her often. After a while, they set out on their journey, and Ricky is in it. In the meantime, Raz also reaches there while hiding his presence. On the other hand, Jamie finds out that they have left while taking Ricky. He casts a spell and exclaims that he will now see if the hidden bug is doing well. He finds out the traces of black mana belong to the Zenith Church. It is revealed that there are 3 things needed to make a holy chimera. First is the sacrifice offering, second is the chimera creator who would lead the experiment, and finally, a high-ranking priest who can infuse holy energy. Jamie thinks there is only one high-ranking priest in this area. Genies' bishop is the only one who can do this. He thinks Roz and the other knights will be able to take care of the laboratory by themselves easily. But he only needs to take care of the bishop. He gets ready and leaves the house with the help of Black. On the other side, they take Ricky to the building. The bishop is on the other side of the wall, and he steps forward, saying it's time. He laughs and exclaims that the child, who was an orphan, is going to become a holy knight. However, the path to getting God's blessing is an arduous one. Ricky is on the other side of the mirror, and he exclaims that they will see if he can overcome this trial. He is about to grab him from behind, but suddenly, someone appears there blocking his hand. Jamie has arrived there, and he pushes him back while throwing him to the ground. The bishop angrily asks him who he is and how he dares to attack him. Jamie is wearing a cloak and says he talks very roughly for a cleric. The bishop says he must be the guy who defeated the Holy Knight. He angrily casts a spell, asking how he dares to get into his plan. He casts a strong spell, Battle Sanctuary, and with its effect, his strength will multiply many times. Jamie thinks that if it's a sanctuary, developed by a bishop, then he possesses the strength to destroy a boulder with one hand. The bishop is ready to attack him, saying he will end this fight quickly. He lands an attack on him, which is quite shocking for Jamie. He laughs and exclaims that he will also use him as an offering. But he gets shocked when Jamie asks him if this is all he can do. Jamie then puts his black magic mana into his hand and punches him. The bishop asks how he dares to use black magic in the sanctuary. The bishop is crying in pain since Jamie has tied him up, and he is also bleeding. He asks him to see his sanctuary that has been eaten up by the darkness. The bishop is shocked and says it's impossible. In contrast, Jamie laughs loudly and says it is surely possible. He then throws the bishop to the ground and hits the wall. His mouth starts bleeding, and he sits against the wall. Jamie approaches him and says he has a lot of questions that he needs him to answer. The bishop asks him if he really thinks he will answer his questions. Jamie smiles and exclaims he doesn't need his answer at all. He casts a spell that enables him to open his brain to get all the answers. The bishop screams in pain and tries to free himself, but in vain. On the other hand, the man behind this task gets angry because the experiment has been delayed. He hits the priest standing behind him and shouts at the bishop for being late. The priest runs to take a look at what he is doing, but he attacks him from behind using his chimera and exclaims he is way too slow. He scolds every single one of them for being too slow. Suddenly, he feels the presence above him, and the Shadow Knights are entering the lab. He finds out that the bishop was being followed. A Shadow Knight informs Roz that he feels a breeze coming from the back. They observe that there must be something behind the bookshelf. Roz observes a book, which is the only one that's especially clean. He picks up the book, and the door opens in front of them. Roz picks up his sword because the air smells pretty bad on the other side. Suddenly, they get attacked from the other side, and Roz immediately blocks the attack with his sword. He wonders what immense power he is facing from the other side. He gets attacked again, and this time, he barely manages to hold himself. A Shadow Knight asks him if he is alright. He replies he is fine, and it seems like they have come to the right place because there is a huge chimera monster on the other side of the wall, tied all up in chains. On the other side, Jamie reads the bishop's mind and learns about the Xanath's order that they have to create a strong army, no matter what. He asks him if it had happened to make such an oracle, and the bishop replies in the affirmative. He then asks him to go and inform Count Welton of what he has just said to him. The bishop is about to get up when he stops him and casts a brainwashing spell on him. He then allows him to leave, and the bishop leaves immediately toward the castle since he is totally under Jamie's control. Jamie thinks he reinforced a brainwashing spell, so he shouldn't be able to reveal anything about himself. He then changes himself into the bishop with magic and leaves from there. On the other side, the man is angry because if the experiment is not done at the time, he can die as well. He then turns toward a glass pillar behind him and says he has no choice but to send this one out. After a while, the glass breaks, which means the creature inside it has escaped. He has Ricky in front of him, in an unconscious state, and thinks he can get his body to stay alive. In the meantime, the bishop enters, apologizing to him for being late. He angrily asks him why he is so late. Jamie is in his body and seems to be in an injured state. He tells him that he was ambushed by a suspicious person, and he was late because he had to kill him first. The man asks him who that suspicious person was, and the bishop replies it was the same person who killed the Holy Knight. and was too strong to be captured alive. He then asks the bishop to perform the experiment because if they delay any longer, it will interfere with the experiment. He asks the bishop where the body is, and he asks him if he plans to continue in the presence of intruders. He shouts at him and asks him to hand over the body and the specimen he has sent, and he will take care of the intruders. Jamie wonders just what he sent and calls it a specimen. He then hands him over a chimera, and the man gets happy and says he will finally be able to confirm the results. He puts the chimera on Ricky's body, saying that a great chimera will be born. He asks the bishop about his opinion, and Jamie doesn't know what to answer, so he says it will probably be stronger than the failure from before. The man gets a strange answer and asks him why he is saying something so obvious. He then puts an injection into the chimera and tries to merge it into the body. He happily asks the bishop if he is happy. He smiles and replies with yes, but the man doesn't like his answer. He stares him back and asks who he is. The bishop smiles and replies it's his subordinate. The madman tries to attack him, saying he is not Lincoln, the bishop, he knows. On the other side, Roz and the other Shadow Knights have taken care of all the chimeras guarding outside. They decide to head down to the basement to see what is happening out there. Suddenly, Roz feels something behind them. When he turns around, he sees that a Shadow Knight has been grabbed by a huge chimera. The others try to help him and attack the chimera, but it is completely on a different level from the others. Roz is worried because this place is too narrow for him to attack properly. He moves swiftly around the chimera while thinking he needs more space. He rushes toward the outside so that the chimera can follow him. He then activates his skill, the Sword of Judgment, and attacks the chimera from all around. It screams in pain for a while, but Roz is shocked to see it attacking him again. He is so close to the chimera that it's too late for him to dodge. The chimera is about to attack him, but someone appears there on time and hits his hand. 2 Shadow Knights have appeared there and saved him from the chimera. One of them asks Roz to retreat for now. Roz points toward their injured companion and asks if they are going to leave him behind. They replied that the order they were given was to assist in the completion of Roz Armatic's objective. Therefore, they aren't to pay any mind to anything else. One of them moves toward the chimera to distract him. He makes a path for them, and the other one asks Roz to move for now. But he is still worried about their companion and says he will die fighting that monster alone. He replies that they are the Shadow Knights, and they act in order to produce the most optimal results. Their objective is just the absolute obedience to the liege. This is the only purpose for the Shadow Knights' existence. Their own life is but a tool when confronted with their liege's orders. Roz is shocked to see that they are ready to complete the objective by sacrificing their lives. But according to him, it's just nonsense, and he will never tolerate such a thing. In the meantime, the knight fighting the chimera falls to the ground and gets under its attack. He asks them to hurry and leave. Suddenly, the roof cracks in front of them and falls on the knight and the chimera. Roz just stands there, shockingly looking at what has just happened. The chimera gets out of the marble and has the knight in its hand. The third knight asks Roz to move out of the way for now, but he refuses and says he can't leave him behind. The chimera is about to kill that knight by squeezing its hand. Roz takes out his sword and says he will end things quickly. The knight tries to stop him, but he says he will be fine. He exclaims that he serves the goddess of benevolence and judgment, Pyro. He gathers his mana into the sword and is ready to attack him. He then jumps at once and slashes the chimera using his sword. He then casts a spell to disappear and continues to slash the chimera repeatedly. It screams in pain and tries to resist, but all in vain. Roz thinks he had to use his power as a divine executioner in the end. It is revealed that there are 7 divine executioners of the Firo Church. They are the 7 paladins who are endowed with divine powers by Firo, the goddess of benevolence and punishment. Its power has a short duration and severe side effects, but it exerts a powerful divine power. The Shadow Knights save their companions, who is still Alice. Roz tells them that this is the power bestowed upon him by Firo, the goddess of benevolence and punishment. Once the divine executioner's power disappears, all the pain they suffered will be passed on to Roz. But he is happy to see them alive and thinks there is no need to tell them that. On the other side, the madman attacks Jamie with his chimera powers, and he activates Black's characteristics to save himself. He shouts at him and asks how he dares to disturb his experiment. Jamie replies this is something he shouldn't hear from a guy who messed with his own body. The madman smiles and says he has created an art on his body. He takes out huge wings behind him and exclaims that he will show him his art soon. Jamie doesn't like his chimera wings and says he has such a bad taste. Jamie has grabbed one of his chimeras and tries to put it on Jamie's body, saying it looks very interesting and is enough for him to play. He squeezes the chimera with his powers. The madman angrily shouts at him and calls him a dirty, dark mage. Jamie carelessly asks him why he is so angry about him breaking one of his toys. He uses teleportation magic to change their locations so that no one can find them. He angrily thinks how dare a little kid ruin his plan. He tries to break the shield, but fails. He abuses Jamie with his heart and asks him where he has taken him. They are now in a forest while Jamie is in front of them. He asks Jamie why the shield didn't break, and he replies with a smirk that it's probably because he is so weak. Jamie then asks him to have a good time with him in this forest. He then stares at him with his purplish eyes and exclaims that once they finish having fun, he will completely disassemble him and make him his servant. The madman attacks him using his chimera, but Jamie dodges them all. Jamie stands on top of a mountain and exclaims that things should be about done down there. The madman smiles and exclaims he has sent 2 more elites to his companions, and they will have killed them all. Jamie wonders what elites he is talking about. But madman rolls over the chimera around his arm and says this all is none of his business. He attacks Jamie, but Jamie is able to dodge him somehow. He smiles and says the knights have taken care of 1 chimera, but they will never survive since he sent 2. Jamie comments that his foolhardiness is pretty over the top. But the madman rushes toward him and says he is not a fool, but is confident in his experiment. Jamie observes that there are 9 different living species in his body. It seems like they can't call him a human any longer. The combination of all his abilities is pretty good, too. He dodges his attack while thinking he will definitely make him his servant. On the other side, Roz and the Shadow Knights enter a room. He asks them to find the child first. He thinks he has 20 minutes left, and they need to find Ricky before the power of the Divine Executioner disappears. They look here and there in search of Ricky, when he feels someone's presence there. Someone attacks them, and Roz jumps from his place, asking the Shadow Knights to dodge his attack. Roz is shocked to see a chimera that can use Sword Kai, and it is the most powerful among all. Meanwhile, a Shadow Knight asks him to look toward the other side, where another chimera has appeared. It looks like a demon horse and an ogre chimera. Roz is worried to see them because those are monsters that even expert ranks have a hard time dealing with. He thinks even he can't beat them, but he remembers Ricky's smiling face and thinks he has to fight them in order to save him. He takes out his sword, calls the Shadow Knights, and asks them to be prepared for the battle. On the other side, Ricky comes into consciousness. He gets up from the bed while having a yellow light emitting from his eyes. He wonders where he is. He calls the priest, asking him where he is, but no one answers. He is surprised to see that nobody is there. Suddenly, he is shocked to see Shino's half-body enclosed in a glass pillar. He remembers the last time he met him and wonders why he is there in such a bad condition. He wonders if they were all chosen by God. Then it must be a blessing. But Shino's state doesn't seem like a blessing. He wonders if something this cruel is a blessing. He then gets himself together and thinks he needs to get out of there as soon as possible. He grabs the handle of the door. But then he turns his face, looks toward Shino's body, and promises him to come back for him soon. He then starts running away, thinking he will never forgive the genie's church. When he is running in the hall, he hears someone fighting. He wonders if someone has come to save him. He decides to go toward that side, but there is blood everywhere, and it somehow feels scary for him. Anyhow, he goes toward that side and gets happy to see Roz fighting the chimera. He happily calls him Mr. Roz is trying to dodge the chimera's attacks. He looks at Ricky with a smile and asks him to call him Hyon. The chimera looks toward Ricky and immediately heads toward him to attack. Roz gets worried and calls the Shadow Knights to block him. They run from their places to block the chimera, but it's too late because the chimera is in the way of Ricky and the Shadow Knights. Ricky is so scared that he is unable to move. The chimera jumps from its place to attack him, and he thinks it's his end, and he will die today. Roz moves immediately and slashes the chimera with his divine sword in just an instant. There occurs an explosion, and Ricky disappears from sight. Roz shockingly wonders if he failed to save him at the end. But when the dust settles, Ricky calls him by the name Hyon, with tears in his eyes. Roz immediately calls him to come to him since it's still dangerous. Ricky rushes toward him and hugs him. Roz observes his surroundings to see how things are going. The Shadow Knights are struggling against the Chimera. He thinks he can last for 10 more minutes. But he can't fight while protecting Ricky. He holds his sword tightly and makes a decision. He asks Ricky to head out first. He understands that if he stays, then he will only get in the way. He starts running in the opposite direction. While running, he calls Raz Hyun and asks him to come back safe and sound. Without turning back, he makes a gesture with his fist, indicating that he will return. He then looks toward the horse demon and thinks he is the only one he needs to get rid of. On the other side, Ricky is running up the stairs, while thinking about the explosion he faced just now. After that light took down that monster, he could feel his stomach lurching. On top of that, he got a weird feeling from that monster. He then looks toward a door, and thinks he will escape through this. He comes out of the door and breathes in the open air. He starts crying while thinking everything was a lie about salvation and faith. He then thinks that Anna must be alone at the orphanage, and he needs to go save her immediately. Suddenly, he feels a weird feeling. For some reason, he feels like he has to go into the forest. Therefore, unintentionally, he starts walking toward the forest. At the same time, the madman is still fighting with Jamie, and shouts at him, saying he will end him with his last attack. Jamie finds it difficult to fight him. He tries to attack him repeatedly, and there is a lot of explosion in the forest. Jamie is amazed to see his great power and thinks it would be dangerous if it just grazed him. He then prepares a magic spell, thinking it will be enough to face him. The madman abuses him, saying the playtime is over, and it's his time to die now. He prepares another powerful attack and tries to catch Jamie using his chimera. But he gets shocked when Jamie disappears in front of him. He calls him and asks where he is hiding. Jamie has used a barrier named Dark Dimension and tries to trap the madman. The madman laughs and says a mere barrier can't hold him. Jamie is shocked to see that his barrier doesn't work on him. So, he casts another spell, Tentacle Hurricane, and tries to trap him with this. But he is surprised to see that the madman has combined the chimera's ability with magic. The madman laughs and exclaims he is holding out longer than he expected. He thinks Jamie is down on the ground and is trying to trap him from there. But he is shocked to see him behind. He shockingly asks how he reached there when he is sure he was down there. Jamie smiles and exclaims it's his real form there. He has used 4th class black magic doppelganger, magic that creates a copy of oneself able to use the same abilities. The moment the two lock gazes, one of the two will cease to exist. Jamie lands an attack on him while saying the reason for his defeat is that he was unable to properly gauge his enemy. He casts a spell on the madman, which will cause his body to slowly rot away. He shouts at him for using such tricks and exclaims that he will be nothing once he kills him. Jamie exclaims he has prepared one more thing for him, which is called Black Ball. The madman seems worried and asks what he is scheming now. Suddenly, he starts screaming in pain loudly. It is revealed that Black Ball is a magic that triples the target's sense of pain in the area the sphere touches. Jamie asks him how he feels, as if his body is rotting away. The madman again abuses him. Jamie smiles and exclaims it looks like this punishment wasn't enough. He then casts another spell, Gravity, which starts dragging him down to the ground. After a while, an explosion occurs there. The madman falls to the ground. Jamie comes to the ground and asks Black to take a break for now. The madman tries to get up, but he can't. Jamie says just the pain itself would send him normally into shock, and asks him just how much he messed up with his body for staying still. It looks like he won't be able to use him as undead, since he is too broken. So, he puts his hand on his head to get the information he has in his head. Suddenly, 2 chimeras appear from the side and try to attack Jamie. He hurriedly moves backward, and they come in the way of the madman. He is shocked to see that there are still chimeras left. He is worried because he used too much mana earlier. He tries to kill the madman, but he endures the attack and heals himself. Jamie tries to hold himself, saying it would have been less painful if he had died at once. But in fact, he wondered how he should kill him because he endured every attack. On the other side, Ricky is heading toward the forest. He feels like he has to go for some reason. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind him, and he thinks he should head back. After that, Jamie falls to the ground at some distance. He doesn't have enough mana to create a shield, and won't be able to block the next attack. Ricky recognizes him far in the forest, while he wonders why he is there. Meanwhile, the madman casts his last spell to attack Jamie and says it will be the end of this fight. Ricky runs to save Jamie, while he is still in a state of shock at seeing him. The madman has activated another chimera that looks more like a dragon and attacks Jamie. Ricky runs to help him from his place. Jamie shouts at him, forbids him from coming forward, and tells him to stay back. Ricky stands in front of him and says his body moved on its own. Suddenly, the fireball-like thing hits Ricky, and an explosion occurs there. When the dust settles, Jamie also seems in an injured state. He hurriedly goes for Ricky, who is unconscious. Jamie is extremely worried to see him, and thinks Ricky has died. He thinks that, once again, someone died because of him. In the past of his life, he committed the same crime when someone died for his sake. He is in a state of shock because that kind of situation has appeared again. The madman laughs and exclaims he can see a tearful scene to come from a mere test subject. He calls Jamie and says he will send him off to his friend now. Jamie is still lost in his past life. He remembers the people he loved in his past life, including Jane, his friend, and some students. They always promised him to stay with him even in death, so that they died while saving him. He angrily gets up using the spell of rebellion against divinity, and it is such a powerful spell that everything seems to have changed now. The madman also observes that the atmosphere around Jamie has suddenly changed. He can feel his hands shivering from his fear, and thinks he needs to end this fight quickly. Jamie whispers near Ricky, asking him to wait and say he will be back. He wonders how he can forget the spell of the first authority he had made. An undead skeletal hand comes out of the soil. Following him, many undead bodies appear from the ground. The madman shouts at him and asks about his real identity. It is revealed that the army Jamie has created as a rebellion against divinity, made to confront the forces of the 12 gods. This army is called the Necromancy, and in short, it's an army of undead people. The madman laughs at him and says he won't be able to win against him with these low-level undead. But Jamie smiles and asks him to see clearly that all of these people have died at his hands. He orders them to go forth and satisfy their grudges to their heart's content. The madman has 2 chimeras guarding him at this moment. They rush toward the undead and try to kill them. The chimeras have dominated some of them, and they even break their skeletal bones. But there are many of them, and some have rushed toward the madman. He tries to get away from them, but they block his mouth so that he can't say anything. Jamie calls him from behind and exclaims, this is his territory now, where death reaps death. The undead have taken him down, and they all start hitting him to their heart's content. Soon, the undead army took him and his chimeras down. Jamie stares at him and wonders if he is finally dead. Suddenly, he spits a green-colored spherical thing. Jamie picks it up and finds out that it is the bead of life. It is an artifact that charges itself with life force. Even after considering his body's reconstruction, that vitality was simply impossible. Therefore, he had hidden away something like this. Jamie seems happy to get this thing because if he has this, then he can surpass the limits of his youthful flesh. He then looks toward the undead army and orders them all to leave now. They all disappear in an instant following his order. Suddenly, he spits blood from his mouth because he has pushed himself too far. He looks at Ricky and thinks he can't pass out now, and can't let him die this time. He is about to cast a spell on him, and thinks he will make him his servant instead of dying. He casts his spell of black magic to make him his undead servant. But suddenly, a sharp yellow light emits from his body, blocking his spell. Jamie is unaware of what is happening out there. A goddess appears in front of Jamie and asks him who he is. She asks him why he is trying to steal her things. Jamie recognizes the goddess as if she were Pyro, but she surprisingly asks if he knows her. On the other side, the bishop is still heading toward the castle to inform the count about his deed. Suddenly, one of the 7 knights appears from somewhere and beheads him in an instant. He then walks away, saying they will soon begin the judgment of the heretics. On the other hand, Roz took down the chimeras within the time limit. He smiles and thinks he is in so much pain that he can die now. He is relieved that nobody has died because of him. The Shadow Knights rush toward him and ask if he is all right. He tries to get up when a sharp yellow light emits from his sword and prevails everywhere. He is sure that this light is the sign of the appearance of Goddess Pyro. At the same time, she surprisingly asks Jamie if he knows her. Jamie is still shocked to see her and wonders how she descended because the burden on the laws of causality from just an illusion would be so massive. She again calls Jamie and asks if he can't hear her voice. Jamie covers her ears so that he can't hear her. She continued to question him. Jamie shouts and replies that he only knew that Ricky's sanctity belonged to her. Despite knowing that, she asks him if he was attempting to turn him into an undead. Jamie replies that he was doing this because he didn't want him to die. She asks if the undead aren't dead according to him, and it's an act of disgrace to the dead. She angrily asks how he dares not to understand the preciousness of life. Jamie shouts at her and says she is the one who belittles life. The goddess gets shocked at this allegation and looks toward Ricky. Jamie doesn't understand her shocking reaction. She then reveals that Ricky will become her apostle. She won't forgive him if he turns him into an undead. Jamie is shocked to hear this. He is aware of the fact that the apostle is the one who is closer than anyone else to the gods. Their very existence ensures the status of pope, and they possess enough strength to have the title of the strongest holy knights. This is shocking for Jamie because he knows Ricky has some sanctity, but never expected an apostle. He smiles and thinks this is way more fun than he thought it would be. He apologizes to Pyro and asks what he can do to make up for this. He smiles and replies that the darkness has taken hold of him already, and half of Ricky is already dead. Pyro angrily shouts at him and asks if he has any idea about what he has done. She stares at him and asks if he has a death wish. Jamie smiles and replies that things would turn out pretty badly if that were the case, because if he dies, Ricky will also die. He challenges the goddess that this kind of threat will not work on him. He also reveals that there can only be one apostle, and if he loses them, he will have to spend a long time searching for another one. Moreover, there is a gods who descend here without any restrictions, which means she badly needs an apostle. The goddess is shocked to hear all this. Jamie continues and says he doesn't want to kill him because Ricky is his friend. The goddess doesn't like Jamie at all and calls him a wicked man. She is sure that he has come up with quite the plot to keep himself alive. He asks her why she made him an apostle, because there shouldn't be any need for an apostle in the world right now, since the world is going peacefully as the 12 gods planned. The goddess is shocked and asks just how much he knows about these things. Jamie smiles and calls her the holiest of the 12 gods, the one who loves all, and so filled with love that they would gain authority to reform evil. He asks her if the other gods cast her out. The goddess looks at him angrily, but doesn't say a word. Jamie knows that she can't tell any lies that go against her sanctity, so she has to keep her silence. He then decides to reveal his identity and takes his past life name, Diablo Volfir. She shockingly asks him how he knew that name. Jamie replies that he is that man's legacy. She is shocked to hear this and says it's impossible because they definitely cast a curse on Volfir. Jamie smiles and asks her to hold his hand if she doesn't believe him. Suddenly, she disappears from there and asks him to come to her apartment so they can discuss things properly. Ricky falls to the ground and is still unconscious. Jamie thinks that if all goes well, then he will end up with a very useful tool. In the meantime, Ricky comes into consciousness, and when he opens his eyes, he sees Jamie standing in front of him. He immediately asks him if he is all right. Jamie is surprised that he is worried about him in that state when he is himself injured. After some time, he tells him everything about how he made him this way with his dark magic. He thinks Ricky will hate him now and will have a grudge against him. But he just replies with okay. Jamie is shocked that he just replies with okay, and asks if he isn't mad at him. Ricky replies, just because he is a dark magician, doesn't mean he is evil. Jamie says he was aware of this fact, but he sent him to a dangerous place anyway, and even tried to kill his sibling. Ricky smiles and says that in the end, he saved him and didn't kill Anna either. Jamie angrily grabs his hand, but suddenly, a sharp light emits from Ricky's body. The countless wounds on Jamie's body suddenly start healing. He smiles and says he thought it would work, so he tried this on Jamie, and it really does work. He then feels Roz's presence from a distance and informs Jamie about him. Jamie says he will have to go then, before Roz sees him. He also warns him not to tell anybody his secret. Ricky smiles and says he is not stupid, and they will soon see each other. The next morning, the Count visits the Genie's Church Hayes branch with the Knight Roz. The judges affiliated with the Genie's Church appear in front of him. One of them apologizes to him and says, due to special circumstances, they aren't able to name themselves. The Count asks them why the judges come there. He replies that they have come under orders from the higher-ups to track down heretics. He also hands him over a chimera and says they have found this while investigating. They then identified Father Lincoln as a heretic. and after receiving a confession, he was executed by them. Roz is shocked to hear this and thinks they are using him as a scapegoat. He tries to interrupt him and tries to reveal the truth. But the Count calls him and forbids him to say anything. He then smiles and says he must applaud his bravery. He then stares at him angrily and exclaims that he dares to commit murder in his territory. He immediately bows before him and says they simply punished sinners in the church. Count Welton replies that he is the judge over this land, and nobody may harm another person in haste without his permission. He declares that the genie's church has crossed the line. The priest judge continues to beg him for forgiveness and thinks he will kill him at this rate, but he can't just stand back. He calls the Count presumptuous and says it wouldn't be wise of him to turn his back on the genie's church. Suddenly, the Count swings his sword in the air and cuts his head off in just one slash. He screams in pain, while the Count stands still. He then declares that his right arm will be next, followed by his head. He orders him to get out of Hayes if he wants to keep at least his head. Meanwhile, Roz is also shocked to see this, and thinks the Count didn't bring up anything related to the chimeras at all. He placed all the focus on himself being the lord of this territory. If things go on like this, then it's clear that they will be on top. The priest judge bows his head before the Count and asks him for forgiveness. He is now ready to pay an official compensation, and requests the Count to let this pass just this once. He is aware of the fact that Hayes is a stepping stone for the eastern expansion. He requests the Count to reconsider his decision, but he declares that he will not take his words back. He has decided to cut all ties with the genie's church. He then walks away from there quietly, and Roz just shockingly wonders if this is how the Count does things. The priest judge admits his decision and says he will withdraw soon. Roz smiles and feels bad for these abominations. After that, the genie's church paid a hefty compensation and withdrew. The very next day, a guest came for Ricky and Anna. They are shocked to see the knight Roz. He greets them respectfully and introduces himself as the Holy Marshal of the Pyro Church, Roz Armatic. He reveals that they will become a symbol for the Pyro Church as apostles of the goddess. He calls Anna and reveals that she will awaken as a saintess someday. When that time comes, he will gaze upon the world with her holy eyes. He also states that Efton will do their utmost to welcome them in. Ricky interrupts him and asks if it is really true that his sister is a saint. He holds his hand and assures him that Anna will soon be able to see. He hugs his sister and says it's a relief for him. It is also noticeable that the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess is an omen of great troubles to come. Roz prays to her goddess that he still wants these two to protect even if such trouble draws near. This is how those two siblings came to depend wholly on the Pyro Church. In the meantime, Jamie Welton is still in his house and will have to face the challenge of a lifetime. The 12 gods are currently split into factions, and that must also be the reason why Genies pushes itself to develop chimeric holy knights. However, he can guess that Pyro had been isolated to some extent. He needs to visit Efton if he wants to know about things. Therefore, he decides to do this and visit Efton. He gathers his courage and says he needs to do this. He tries to act cute and calls his mother and sister. He hugs them while talking to them with love. They are surprised at his sudden change of behavior. He starts the conversation by saying he likes drinking tea with her and Sarah. She is surprised and asks if he finds this activity troublesome sometimes. Jamie replies that he would never do that. He wonders how she knew that. She asks him if there is something he wants from her. He replies that he is just in a good mood today, but she knows he definitely needs something, and asks him to say what he wants. Jamie happily replies that he wants to go to his family home in Efton. He acts cute and says there is a mountain with very big water bubbles. Her mother is happy to see him acting cute and asks him to act cuter if he wants to fulfill his request. Jamie thinks he has never once succumbed to any hardships because he is the great dark magician, Diablo Volfir. But it can't help now. He makes a heart with his hands and expresses his love for his mother. She gets happy and says she will always listen to her lovely son's request. She then tells him she has already planned to go to her family home next week. Jamie seems exhausted and thinks he will surely kill Pyro once he is done using her because of this. After that, when he returns to his room, he finds Knight Roz in his way. He asks him where he is coming from, and Jamie replies that he met his mother and Sarah. He asks him why he has made such a bad expression, and Jamie replies that something bad happened in his way. Roz smiles and says his problems will surely pass one day. Jamie ignores him and asks what he is doing there. He replies that he has something to discuss with the Duke. He wants to inform him that he is heading back. He smiles and says he felt that he should tell Jamie directly. He also tells him that Ricky and Anna are going with him. He seems somehow emotional and exclaims that farewells aren't permanent, while Jamie wonders why he is talking like this. He assumes Jamie is friends with Ricky and Anna, and he doesn't know when they all will meet again, but it will still be great to meet again as adults. He then hugs Jamie tightly, and he is still confused about why he is acting like this. He smiles affectionately and says he doesn't want their friendship to change. He then leaves him by saying he will see him plenty of times because he will visit often. Jamie sees him off while thinking Pyro has gathered emotional brats like her. The next morning, Count Welton receives an order from his father-in-law to bring Jamie along with his wife. He doesn't understand what his father-in-law is thinking at this moment. Lady Welton smiles and says even her late mother would never understand his thoughts. Count Welton worries about his wife and children since they are leaving alone without him. His wife puts her head on his shoulders and asks him not to worry because the greatest order of knights of the Welton fief will be escorting them. Count Welton also has utmost faith in the Order of Fear, but he wishes he could go along with them. She smiles and replies that no one would dare to attack them because her husband is Duke Welton. On top of that, she is relieved because Knight Raz is coming with them, and she is quite surprised after hearing that Raz is a holy marshal. It is a fact that the holy marshals rarely leave Iftan. Count Welton thinks he has come there because the matter is really serious. However, he is still worried about Jamie because he possesses power that surpasses his age. If, just like last time, he fails to suppress his emotions and bursts out, then he doesn't know if even the leader of the order can stop him. His wife smiles and says they don't need to worry about Jamie. She tells him everything that happened today, including how Jamie acted cute and expressed his love for her. Count Welton really wishes he could have seen it for himself. She then smiles and states that she believes in her son. She holds his hand lovingly and expresses her love, saying she is really glad to meet him. At night, Jamie is experimenting with the bead of life and is very happy with its results. Since he had to break it into dust and absorb it, it took longer than he expected, but its effects are better than he thought, and he is happy to get the results of his hard work. He wishes black luck and says reaching the 6th class is just a matter of time now. He has a long way to go to regain his prime, but now he can easily kill someone on the level of that madman. He goes into the forest where he meets with Philip and Jance. He informs them that he is going to Iftan, and it's quite far, so he will be away for some time. Philip and Jance are shocked to hear this, and Philip exclaims that Iftan is at the northern frontier, and a round trip alone would take 1 month. Jance asks him if they have to keep chopping wood then. Jamie stares at them and asks if they have any complaints, and they hurriedly change the topic. He then asks them not to worry and says this time they will be going with him too. He casts a spell and exclaims he has remembered something that he had long forgotten. A black light surrounds them, and they ask Jamie about what it is. Jamie reveals that it's his undead storage. Simply put, it's their new house, and they will live in it. But they don't seem to like this place, and Jance says he doesn't want to live in such an ominous storage. Jamie doesn't like his attitude and thinks nobody who has gone in before has ever talked back. He kicks Jance and asks him to follow his command. They hurriedly followed his orders and got into the storage house. Jamie smiles and thinks they surely are an interesting pair because he never expected them to have such distinct egos and emotions. He is sure that they will be very useful if he raises them well. Meanwhile, Jance and Philip like the storage box because it is better than they expected. It's way more spacious than he thought. When they come outside, they really appreciate the box, saying that when they were inside, it felt like they were being filled from the inside. Jamie brags and says it's his first authority skill. This skill is called the Rebellion Against Divinity. This space is formed purely by his own power, and the undead that are in his rebellion against divinity absorb this power and are strengthened by it. Philip asks him if it doesn't put a large burden on him. Jamie counter-questions him if he is worried about him. He immediately bows before him and apologizes to him for questioning his power. Meanwhile, Jance asks him if he can make them stronger in one go. Philip tries to hold his mouth so that he can't say anything that makes their master angry. Jamie really enjoys their company and laughs out loud. The following day, they are ready to leave for Iftan, and the carriage is already outside the castle. Count Argino lifts Jamie in the air and plays with him like a doll, which is really embarrassing for him. He then advises him to make sure to protect his mother, sister, and his friends. He asks Jamie if he can trust him for this, and he replies yes. He then hugs him affectionately and asks him to return safely and soundly. When they start their journey, a man gets up and introduces himself as Jack O'Brien, and he states that, as they will soon be off, he will be explaining their plans. Ricky and Anna are also traveling with them, and Anna wishes that Roz could have ridden in the carriages with them. Ricky tells her that he voluntarily joined the escort. Jamie hears an announcement that they are taking a little longer, but the safer route. Lady Sears tells him that Sarah falls asleep immediately every time they ride a carriage. The next moment, they all leave from there, while Count Argino Welton stays there with the other servants. The night Roz decides to guard the rear. Jamie can see him through his window. He thinks about the goddess Pyro and wonders what she has to say to him. Seeing as how nothing happened despite him bringing out the name of Diablo Volfier, it must mean that the goddess hasn't told the other gods about it. There are a lot of questions in his mind, and he is sure that lots of things will change when he returns. After some time, when Sarah was sleeping peacefully, Ricky woke her up. He introduces himself with a smile, but she gets scared to see him and starts crying. Similarly, 2 days have passed peacefully on the journey. Jamie fell asleep on his seat along with his mother and sister. Jamie looks through the window, and he sees Roz outside. He asks him if everyone is tired now. Jamie wakes up from his voice and questions himself about how long he slept. Ricky answers that he slept for 2 hours. Roz calls them and asks if he can tell them a story to get them away from their boredom. He tells them about a legend about this area, the Maitri mountain range. Jamie doesn't like the title, but Ricky happily asks him to tell him the story. He states that it's a story about a long, long time ago, when the dragons flew the skies and elves roamed the mountains. At that time, the mighty mountain range was actually a single mountain. But one peaceful day, 2 dragons appeared there. Jamie gets attentive to hear about the dragons. Roz continues the story and says an evil black dragon and a good blue dragon named Maitri appeared there. Maitri had a lover who was a human mage, but it was a fact that a human and a dragon can't be together. Because they couldn't accept such a thing, the dragon tribe sent the black dragon out to kill the mage. In that great battle, that great mountain was split into many sections, and gorges were created where violent torrents flowed through. The black dragon was driven out through that desperate struggle, but Maitri's lover died in the end. Maitri, after sending off her lover that way, hid deep within the mountains, waiting for him to return. Anna interrupts and asks if this was the time when the rains began to fall like this without end. Roz replies with yes and says this is the reason bards would call the rain the dragon's rain. Jamie is lost in his thoughts and thinks this is not a legend, but something that actually happened. He calls Roz and is about to ask a question about the story. Suddenly, the lightning strikes near them, and all of them get scared of it. Lady Sears hugs Sarah, who seems pretty scared. Jamie also smiles, but he can feel something making him uneasy. The next moment, the lightning strikes a tree, and it falls on the carriage in which the lady and the children are riding. The horses lose their balance and lift their legs upward. Lady Sears holds Sarah tightly because their carriage has lost its balance. But she loses her balance and falls off the carriage along with Sarah. Jamie immediately reacts to save them. She calls him and asks him to grab Sarah first. He casts a spell of wire play and says he can save them both. Soon, the magic wire wrapped around them. Jamie is happy to see that he has saved them. He wonders what has just happened to the carriage. Suddenly, he feels the support he was holding has disappeared. Lady Sears calls him and asks him to save himself. He replies that he is fine because he will use levitation magic. But he is shocked to realize that he is unable to use magic. A skill named Mana Burn has been activating all around there. It's a higher magic that completely burns the surrounding mana to disable mages. He wonders who is the one who activated this spell. The first person who appears in his mind is the goddess Pyro. But suddenly, he thinks about a dragon, which might be a dragon. Unable to use his magic, he falls from the cliff, while Lady Sears, who is on top of the cliff, screams for her son. She tries to jump from there to save her son, but the knights behind her forbid her to do so. Suddenly, Ricky activates his divine energy and tries to stop her. She angrily stares back at him. He apologizes and says he was just trying to help her. Anna holds Sarah, who is crying for her mom. After a while, Roz appears in front of her and reassures her that Jamie will be fine. He clarifies, saying these aren't just empty words, but he knows exactly how talented Jamie is. The torrents may indeed be dangerous, but once Jamie's magic returns, he will be able to survive without any problems. He also states that he will go down there and bring Jamie alive and safe. The night Jack calls him and says those torrents are even dangerous for him. Sir Roz asks Lady Sears to give him 3 hours, and he will make sure to return. She gets quiet and says, despite knowing the fact, she will still ask this favor of him. She extends her hand sadly and requests him to return with her son, Jamie. He holds her hand and respectfully replies that they will definitely return. On the other side, when Jamie opens his eyes, he finds himself tied with both hands in a weird place. A lady dragon calls him and asks if he has awakened, while he is shocked to see an alive dragon. She counter-questions him if he is also a dragon. Jamie asks her if she can't see that he is not a dragon. She then exclaims she knew the moment she saw him that he wasn't a dragon. However, it doesn't make any sense because there is no human who is not a dragon that contains such potentiality like him. Moreover, the mana Jamie has is similar to how dragons gather mana. Jamie wonders if his original breathing method is similar to that of dragons. She stays at her point and says humans are poor when it comes to breathing mana. Since they lack intelligence and talent, they can't even imitate the dragon. However, she finds Jamie different and asks him if he is a half-dragon, but even high elves don't compare to dragons. Jamie angrily replies, why does she keep saying things that don't make any sense when she can see him right in front of her eyes? She smiles and says Jamie is really proud of someone who is captured. Jamie angrily replies that she is the one who is mistaken about someone being a dragon and going off kidnapping people. She gets surprised at the word kidnap, and Jamie asks her to remember the sudden wind and the lightning that struck next to the carriage. What made it definite was the mana burn, which was all created artificially by a dragon. She replies that she did all this because she just wanted to take a look at him for herself. Jamie shouts at her and says that because of her, his mother and Sarah were in danger. Suddenly, he realizes and wonders why he is so angry right now. He then changes the topic and says it makes sense to be curious about him. She asks him to cut off his cuffs, and they will talk calmly. She refuses to untie him because it's more fun for her to see him like that. Jamie angrily shouts at her, and she annoys him, saying his expressions are so funny, and it makes her not want to let him go even more. Jamie thinks picking on people like this is definitely Blue Dragon Maitri's personality. However, it is said that blue dragons are the most gentle of all dragons. They are especially friendly to humans, and their emotions towards them are the same as what humans feel towards dogs or cats. If Jamie had met a red or black dragon, which are famous for being violent, or a sly green dragon, then they would have killed him. He considers himself lucky to be found by her. He asks her why she kidnapped him if she thought he was a dragon. She releases a killing intent and replies that she just wants to kill him. Jamie acts to smile and asks her if she can let him go now. She replies no, and he seems scared now. He asks for the reason to kill him, and she replies that she will make up a reason soon. She then tells one possibility: if she uses him as material, then she can gain a master-ranked dragon soldier. Jamie thinks she will not only gain a master-ranked soldier, but his powers will exceed that. He then calms himself and thinks he shouldn't assume such things when he is in front of death. He tries to act cute and calls her Nuna, asking her why she wants to kill dragons. She angrily replies that it is none of his business. Jamie smiles and asks if it is because of that human lover. She attacks him immediately and makes him fall to the ground. She then warns him, saying that if he talks about this again, she will make it so he can't live or die. Jamie doesn't listen to her and provokes her, saying her tribe didn't accept his lover. So, she betrayed them in order to have him live. She gets angry and releases her mana, asking him how he dares to speak as if he knows something. Jamie continues to talk and says she never wanted to kill or make him into a dragon soldier in the first place because she could have just brainwashed him from the first place, but she didn't. He brags and says she is kind, almost to the point where it's hard to believe she is a dragon. These are the same words told by the human she once loved. She then angrily says this is his last chance, and he has no second chance. Jamie observes she is being serious when he was very careful with what he just said. She then smiles and exclaims he is really a strange human, almost as strange as he, the person she loved. Jamie asks what she meant by him. She talks about the protagonist of the story, whom humans know only through word of mouth. On the other side, the night Roz is still looking for Jamie. It is raining heavily, and the rain doesn't know when to stop. He is worried about Jamie and wonders what he is doing right now. At the same time, Mayatri tells him her love story that began 700 years ago. The person she loved was a black mage, and his name was Kanon. Jamie smiles and asks if she really loved a black mage. She thinks he is surprised to find out that a specie that use white magic would love a person using black magic. However, she tells him about Kanon that he used black magic in order to discover the truth of the world. He was a righteous mage who rose to the 9th class. Jamie is shocked to hear this and says there is no human who has been able to reach the 9th class in thousands of years. She interrupts him and says she will tell him the reason now. She reveals that Kanon was searching for the truth of the world even before he met her. Together, they searched through countless ruins and fell in love at that time. They were very happy together. But that was until the day the Dragon Lord's command was issued. The Dragon Lord called Kanon said he never should have committed a crime. Every dragon made a move in order to kill Kanon. They ran away, but there was a limit to that. She asked Kanon to run away and took him to a place where the dragons wouldn't be able to track him. The place was a ruin with a powerful constraint bound to it, allowing only one person to enter. She hid Kanon in there. After that, Mayatri was banished for 1,000 years. To dragons, 1,000 years isn't a long period of time. But Kanon came to try to save her after a few dozen years, and after he had learned the truth of the world. He was worried about her condition and asked her why she was staying idle when she was the species that was best at magic. The other dragons laughed at him, saying Kanon had gone crazy because the truth is something which was difficult for a human to accept. But Kanon saved him, and they hid in the vast mountain after losing their pursuers. But Kanon died at the hands of dragons, and now she thinks it was actually better that things ended this way. She tries to convince herself that he is at peace now. After that, her tribe didn't stop, and they began to erase Kanon's existence. The records he left, and even the people he had met, everything were erased. This place is where Kanon's existence remains, and it is the last place he is protecting. Jamie now understands why his stories of past life haven't been heard. The first thing he did after reincarnating was find a trace of his past life in the books, but there was nothing about Diablo Volfir. The records were exceedingly clean, and it was as if someone erased all traces on purpose. He thinks they must have erased his existence just as they did with Kanon. He always thought the 12 gods did this, but it was the Dragon Lord. Kanon, the 9th class mage, went as far as to learn black magic in order to learn the truth of the world. He wonders just how much Kanon knew about the black magic that had to be erased. He asks her if, by any chance, this place is Kanon's grave. She asks him why he asked this question. Jamie replies that he and a fellow mage wish to honor his life. She gets quiet for a while and asks him to come with her. She then takes him to a place where Kanon's grave is. Jamie is shocked to see his bracelet on his grave. This bracelet is called Absolute Immunity, one of the 3 items created by Diablo Volfir in order to face the 12 gods. It was an artifact that was completely immune to all diseases and curses. He wonders if this was the reason Kanon was searching for the truth of the world. He learned the truth of Diablo Volfir's existence after finding that bracelet. If he asks for the bracelet from Mayatri, then she will probably kill him. She pays her respect to Kanon's grave. He asks her about the bracelet, and she replies that it belongs to Kanon, an object with tremendous power, and it has also saved his life countless times. Jamie thinks it is magic for cleaning and protection, so there isn't even a speck of dust on it. He smiles and asks if this is all that Kanon has left. She stares at him angrily and asks why he questions this. Jamie acts calm and says he doesn't have any hidden agendas, although he is just curious because Kanon was someone who pursued the truth of the world, so he was wondering if there were any records he left. She calms down and replies that Kanon has also left one diary. He asks her if he can see his diary, but she refuses immediately. Jamie then asks her to tell him what the truth of the world is. She stares at him and says he is crossing the line because this isn't something that a mere human is worthy of knowing. Jamie interrupts her and says Kanon gave up his life in order to find the truth. He may have failed in the end, but she protects this legacy. However, instead of using this as the basis of keeping his memory, Kanon would rather have humans inherit it. She calls him an annoyingly clever kid and makes him clarify that she needs nothing to keep his memory. She remembers everything about him. Jamie replies to his lover, Jane's last words from his past life, and she asks him not to forget her ever. Mayatri then leaves him, saying he can't understand since a kid is still a kid. She then brings up Kenon's diary, which is sealed in chains. She then clarifies to him that she is not showing this to him because he has convinced her, but it will be useless since there is nothing written on it. She tells him that it's impossible for a human to unseal it. She then asks Jamie to stop following her, and she will return him to where he came from. Jamie calls her from behind and asks her to wait. He warns her not to be surprised by whatever she sees from now on. He activates her black magic, which really shocks her. She is astonished to know that Jamie is a black mage. His power is completely different from what she saw earlier. She surprisingly thinks even Kenon's black mana wasn't this dark. Soon, he unseals the book and opens it. The first phase was related to the imperial calendar, 22nd year, 3rd month, 16th day. Kenon wrote that he met a blue dragon, and she told him he was filthy because he was a black mage. The next day was related to the imperial calendar, 22nd year, 3rd month, 20th day. Kenon wrote that Mayatri ended up traveling with him, and thanks to her freeheartedness, the journey has gotten more enjoyable. The next day, he arrived at the marked location while riding on Mayatri's back, a place untouched by human hands. He called this place Deadman's Land. Similarly, at the 12th month, the Dragon Lord commanded the dragon tribe to exterminate him. He was only worried about Mayatri because she betrayed her kind. He wanted to let her go, but couldn't because he loved her. After that, at the 3rd month, 8 days, the date written on the tombstone dated back 65 and 966 years from today. In the 5th month, on the 1st day, they settled inside a mountain somewhere. They had come to get away from the gaze of the dragon tribe. They will be heading to Garmin in the northwest next. It's the name of the place written on the bottom of the tombstone. Jamie read the diary and closed it. Mayatri starts crying while thinking about him. Jamie thinks he knows what tombstone Kenon is referring to. Before going out to war, in order to show his commitment, Diablo Valfir engraved these words of despair for the past and hope for the future. That was 65-966 years before Kenon discovered it. After that, Diablo appears 700 years later. This means he was reincarnated exactly after 66,666 years after his death. He wonders where Garmin is. He wrote those words as if he were confident of his victory, but he doesn't remember writing anything about him. He wonders if this means someone else found his tombstone before Kenon. He smiles and thinks this is really praiseworthy for him. It was the truth that the 12 gods hid in a perfect cell. Even if it is a fact that human beings were reduced to slaves of the 12 gods about 70,000 years ago, they don't need to be disappointed since this person has once again ascended onto this earth, so the 12 gods will soon be destroyed. He will make sure that humans know freedom once again. Meanwhile, Mayatri is still crying because Kenon wrote that he loved her, but he never told her in words and only said she was annoying and clingy. Jamie smiles and asks if she has already told that she still has her memories. He believes that Kenon is still alive in her heart. She smiles and says Jamie really knows how to speak good words. Jamie just smiles at her while thinking that he's not a kid. Mayatri really hopes that she can go back to when Kenon was alive. Jamie puts his hand on her head and says everyone thinks like this. She grabs his hand and asks him about the black mana she just saw. She asks him if he is really a black mage. Jamie smiles and replies it's just a typical dark magic. She interrupts him and says she had tried using dark magic to break the seal before. Jamie shockingly asks her if she learnt black magic. She replies that he brought some magicians who could use black magic. She threatened the mage and told him to follow her if he didn't want to die, and he obliged right away. In society, this is called threatening and kidnapping. However, no matter what they tried, the diary didn't react to anything. Until Jamie and his weird black mana came along. She hates to admit this, but Jamie has the power Kenon sought after that was out of this world. He then decides to tell her the truth and reveals that he is a magician who is fulfilling Kenon's dying wishes. He tells her about a one-man army who challenged the 12 gods, and that man had a lot of comrades. But all of them either died or betrayed him. Eventually, he lost against the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. However, he never gave up, even at that moment. Therefore, Jamie has returned as his successor, and he won't give up like him. He is Kenon, and maybe someone even older from a longer period ago, surpassing him, and even generations after he dies. But his wish will continue until the 12 gods are killed. Mayatri asks him to follow him. She picks up the bracelet from his grave and says she is sure he would give his permission. He hands it over to Jamie and asks him to take it quickly before she changes her mind. He wears the bracelet and promises to be careful with it. He can hear a light emitting from the bracelet, and it seems like it is greeting him. Mayatri also promises to put her everything online to help if the time comes. Jamie seems really happy after getting a dragon's promise. She then opens a doorway and kicks him to leave immediately. She then prays at Kanon's graveyard and thinks his dream is still ongoing. He appears right in front of Roz, who is still looking for him. He holds his hand and takes him back to Lady Sears. She hugs him tightly when she finds him. Ricky and Anna are also happy to see him safe and sound. The Welton Knights thank Sir Knight Roz for saving Jamie, and say they will forever be in his debt, while he tries to tell them that he did nothing. He seems exhausted because he even used the powers of a holy marshal to find his traces, but couldn't. At the same time, in a school in the Seldom Kingdom, country of Pyro, some students are getting scared of a rat appearing in the lab. They shout at their classmate named Benna about why she is not blocking the rat properly. She apologized to everyone, but in order to catch the rat, they threw away everything lying in the laboratory. Benna has to clean up all the mess created by other students. She wonders when that retard will get lost. Meanwhile, some girls talk about her behind her back, saying that their blood boils just by looking at her. They wonder why she is even in their school. However, because of that retard, it makes them look good. Benna is embarrassed to hear that because they are whispering so loudly. Meanwhile, a girl calls her rudely and asks her to bring all the supplies that are on the list. They blame her, saying they have to do the experiment all over because of her. Benna apologizes to her because she considers that everything was her fault. Everyone laughs at her, makes her fun. She is about to cry, wondering why she is like this. On the other side, the escort reaches the estate of Count Pyro. They gather at the breakfast table, and the Count thanks everyone for coming all the way there. He happily asks them to have the special meal he has prepared for them and get their much-needed rest. Ricky and Roz are surprised to see the delicious meal and think this is the best meal of their entire life. Lady Sears thanks him for this meal. At night, Jamie comes out of the palace to have a look at the city. He thinks this time is best because Ricky won't bother him either. A moment ago, he was following him like his shadow and continued to ask about where he was going. He takes out Black, who also wants to enjoy a nice stroll. At the same time, two thieves are looking at Jamie, and they find his bracelet very attractive. According to them, this bracelet shouldn't be possessed by a kid. One of them smirks and says the school director will really like it, and he may reward them for this. After a while, Black informs Jamie that two boys are following him. He doesn't know their intentions either, but he smiles and exclaims it's nice to see them because he was getting bored anyway. Soon, they lost Jamie while following him. Jamie then gives them a hint about his location. He smiles and thinks he should take a test. But suddenly, a doorway appears behind him, and someone drags him inside before he can even react to it. The thieves appear in the hallway, but Jamie is no longer there. On the other side, Benna is the one who dragged him, but he doesn't know her. He angrily attacks her, thinking she was the one to attack. Benna tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen. He casts a spell on her, but she uses black magic to save herself. Jamie is surprised to see that she can use black magic. After some time, he hits her against the wall, and now she seems in a bad shape. Jamie asks her if she just used dark magic. He also asks her why she tricked him. She starts crying and replies that she was just trying to help him because it would be bad if he got caught by a dark magician. Jamie wonders if those thieves were also dark magicians. She starts crying loudly and says everyone is like him to her, abuses her for no reason, even if she tries to help them. Jamie asks her to stop, but she continues to cry and starts abusing herself. After some time, she tells him the whole story that she is from the same school as those guys, and since he was being chased, she saved him. She sits in front of him and says she feels pity for him to see that he is just a small child, and if he were caught by those magicians, then he would be subjected to experiments. But now, she questions him if he is really a child after seeing his power. Jamie smiles and asks if she doesn't have a large stake in such cruel experiments or whatever. Just because she saved him, he can't see her as a person on the side of justice. Benna tries to explain that she didn't become a dark magician because she wanted to. Jamie points his finger toward her and calls her trash, no different from others. Benna replies that she is different because she doesn't want to torment living things. It was an extremely painful process for her every time she bled her hands. Jamie ignores her while saying he is not interested in her story. Benna gets up and takes her leave. She is about to leave, but gets hit by something and falls to the ground. Jamie has created an invisible wall in front of her. He smiles and says she can't leave because he still has so much to ask him. At the same time, the school head named Garb is looking for her and asks the students if they have seen Benna. After some time, she answers Jamie's questions, and he asks her if she shows her loyalty to them. She replies that no matter how mean they are, she has to spend over 10 years with them. Jamie activates his magic and says he will just have to do it the way he has always done things. Benna is shocked to see his black mana. She finds no signs of the peculiar discomfort of black magic or the malicious feelings that make a mess of the living. Jamie puts something in her brain and asks her to let him know if she changes her mind. But she asks him how he created that black mana. She grabs her hand and insists that he tell her. Jamie pulls her hand and says he won't let her off if she acts like this. She starts crying again and requests him to take her as his disciple. This is shocking for Jamie, but he refuses immediately. He is about to leave when she grabs his cloak from behind. She starts crying while saying she lost her parents 10 years ago in an accident, and had no choice but to become a dark magician. Experiments that sacrificed the living were incredibly cruel, and her companions condemned her for being pathetic and stepped all over her. Even then, she couldn't run away. Now, she wants to stop and put an end to all this. Jamie asks what this has to do with becoming his disciple. She states that his black mana is not something made by sacrificing the living, and she needs that kind of strength. Jamie pushes her away, saying she is wrong, and more importantly, he doesn't want her as his disciple. He then comes out in the city, where there is still darkness. He remembers his disciples in a past life, and how they came to him for every trivial matter. But in the end, they were the ones who betrayed him and even tried to kill him. He thinks about Benna, and according to her memories, there are more than 20 members in her school, and the specialty of the school head, Garb, is curses. Now, he has decided to go and take a look at the school by himself. After some time, he uses his invisible magic to see the school Benna is talking about. The students have used a girl's head as an experiment in a jar, who is still alive. She begs someone to save her. These requests fascinate them because humans usually request that they kill them, but she still has hope. One of them asks the other if he doesn't have other body parts, but he replies that they have a shortage of body parts because they have been doing a lot of experiments lately. However, they have heard that they will be getting a ton of test subjects soon. Jamie quietly observes them and wonders why they sure have guts, hiding inside the academy to do dark magic experiments. The students walk away, saying running experiments on humans really is the best, and everything else pales in comparison when they look at the speed and quality of the results that are produced. Jamie now understands just how far dark magic has fallen. He also sacrificed countless lives in the past to stand up to the 12 gods in his past life, so he is in no place to judge them. In order to kill the gods, he forsook his humanity and bore all these sins. He has now gained yet another thing to do. If the seed he has spread has grown and become monsters, then it's clear what he must do, which means he must reap them by himself. On the other side, Benna is worried about Jamie, wondering where he has gone. She needs to find him and take him out quickly. Suddenly, a student appears there, grabs her hair, and asks where she has been all this time. His name is Hilla, and he asked her for a task, but Bella completely forgot it in Jamie's matter. He pulls her hair and asks if she is getting a little too relaxed. He throws her to the ground and activates his magic, saying he has stomped down bugs like her at once. Benna apologizes to him and asks him to stop his magic. Hilla doesn't listen to her and casts a spell named Pain Struggle. Benna begs before him and asks him to forgive her for just this once. She promises him not to forget what he says ever again. Suddenly, she hears Hilla's voice talking to someone and asks what he is doing in there. Jamie stands in front of her and asks Benna if she is scared of someone like him. He stares at her and orders her to stand still. She is shocked at his dearness while he asks her just how long she will stay like this. Meanwhile, Hilla smiles devilishly and exclaims he doesn't know who he is, but he is surely not smart. He also threatens Jamie to kill him since he has come from outside, and it will be an interesting thing for his experiment. While ignoring him, Jamie calls Benna and asks her to choose what she wants. She replies she doesn't want to be a part of them. Hilla casts a spell on Jamie and lands an attack. Benna screams that she doesn't want to fit in with people like them. Jamie listens to her, and she exclaims that she doesn't want to live like this any longer and wants a change. Hilla shouts at her and asks what she just said. She gets scared of Hilla's expressions, and he exclaims she is surely prepared for what happens if she defies him. Jamie calls Benna and says she has taken a step forward. He just barely moves his fingers and nullifies Hilla's magic. Jamie looks at Benna and says the first step is always hardest, but the second step won't be as hard. Hilla shouts at him and asks who he is. He also asks him about his weird mana. Jamie casts a spell to erase, and black mana prevails everywhere. Benna is just shockingly seeing Jamie and what he is doing. On the other hand, the headmaster Garb is happy to observe this mana and thinks that finally, Benna, the Valkyrie, has awakened. The situational settings required for personality control were too excessive, so he was worried that she would never awaken. He smiles and thinks he no longer needs this tiresome place because the Valkyrie's strength now belongs to him. On the other side, Benna apologizes to Jamie for using her magic. But he is shocked and wonders why someone this timid is a Valkyrie. It is revealed that the Valkyrie is a high-ranking angel known as the Fighting Angel. Their immense strength is enough to wage war on the 12 gods. Although it ended in their loss, they luckily managed to avoid extinction and hid themselves in places out of the 12 gods' sight. Jamie is sure that it must be the headmaster's doing. In order to make it easier to handle her, he suppressed her personality for a long period of time. It is also a fact that Valkyries are fundamentally a race that hate to bow their heads. So Garb has made it like this, so that it must be in order to make it easier to handle her after she awakens. Meanwhile, Benna thinks he is angry for some reason, and asks him to forgive her for whatever she has done. Suddenly, they hear a red alarm, which means they must have realized that an intruder has rushed in. Jamie asks her to call him by his name, and says the alarm is not for him. Suddenly, they hear the head's announcement that whoever brings Benna to him will be rewarded. Benna doesn't understand why the dean is doing this. Meanwhile, the students get on work and start looking for her. Jamie reveals everything to her about her being a Valkyrie. She is shocked to hear that she is different now. Jamie casts his spell around them and says he already told her that the second step won't be hard. After some time, all the students have gathered in front of them and demanded Benna from Jamie. They can hear the head's voice asking Benna to come to him now. A student tries to speak to inform the head that Benna is there, but Jamie casts a spell and brainwashes her. She falls to the ground, and Jamie tells Benna that she currently has no free will. Perhaps she has been doing something like the dean's slave for a long time now. This means that everything the students did to her was according to the dean's will because he wanted to suppress her personality. Meanwhile, the other students apply multiple curses of stiffness, migraines, retching, and sneezing, but Jamie applies a reverse curse. It affects them all, and they are being affected by their own curses. Jamie calls Benna and asks her to get herself together. But she sits on the ground while saying she is so angry because she endured it all for this long without knowing a thing. Jamie kicks her, saying that if she is really angry, then she has to go and fight. She falls to the ground, saying she doesn't know how to fight. Meanwhile, a student casts a curse of itchiness on her, but she moves backward and is happy that she dodges him. But another student casts another curse of odontalgia, but she grabs her hand and pushes him away in self-defense, and he falls to the ground at a distance. Jamie calls her and asks her to recognize her true strength. He advises her to believe in herself and fight. Another student humiliates her, saying that, in the end, she is an idiot. Benna, he casts a spell of blindness on her, but she also blocks his attack. She can feel her body moving the way she wants it to move. She feels like this body doesn't belong to her. Jamie calls the remaining students and asks what they want to do now, because they must have realized that they can't win against them. He thinks he has already agreed to harvest everything anyway. He calls Black, and he appears on the student's head. Jamie calls him and asks, laughing, about whether he has finished all the Rockies. Black hands over a spell on every student, and Jamie casts a spell, Violet Violence. Suddenly, the students attack each other and kill themselves. In the meantime, the headmaster, Garb, is aware of this and sees that all of his children are dead. He greets Jamie with a smile and says he is the place's owner. Seeing Jamie's skills, he asks him if his appearance has faded or if he has some kind of chronic illness. Jamie replies that he is really a 9-year-old kid with these kinds of skills. Garb smiles and exclaims he knows what kind of settings he has. He asks Jamie to work with him since he is incredibly skilled. Jamie asks him what he can do for him if he works with him. Garb asks if he has a plan if he succeeds now. But for him, swallowing a nation won't be a problem. Jamie asks him if he has a specific methodology in mind. Garb laughs and thinks Jamie is really greedy when they haven't even shaken on yet. Jamie refuses to join hands with him, and Garb replies that he will soon regret it. Meanwhile, Benna asks him why he ordered them to bring her to him. He replies that she is an incredible girl and has such an unbelievable amount of vitality. Moreover, the reason he called for her was that he wanted to harvest her after she awakened. Benna is shocked to hear this, but the dean continues and says he faced so much trouble when he first received her. First, he had to consider how to erase her true personality and how he would cause her to awaken in the form he desires. He reveals that he made the school just for her. Benna shockingly says that every time they all bullied her, he was always there to comfort her. But now he observes that he never stopped them from bullying her. Garb smiles and says that he was overjoyed after she lost her personality from trembling in fear. Now, if she simply awakened to the malice that he has injected into her over the past decade. Suddenly, a black aura surrounds them, which is shocking for the dean too, while Benna is getting aggressive as the dean reveals the truth to her. Jamie tells him that he just erased her malice towards him. Garb doesn't believe him because he thinks such a thing is not so easily cleared away. Jamie smiles and replies that it's incredibly easy and truly simple. However, he guesses that it was impossible for him since no matter how hard he tries, he is still a trash mage who isn't able to attain the 7th class mage. Garb gets angry to hear this and abuses him loudly. It is said that the 7th class is a taboo word for the world of the black mage, and if someone did, they were killed in the most violent way by him. Just like the Garb, the curse master, he may have reached the highest rank when it came to curses, but he was unable to surpass the wall of a 6th class. This is why he gets angry when Jamie calls him like this. He attacks Jamie, saying he will let him struggle for eternity in dark despair. He casts a spell named Burning Snake and attacks Jamie. The previous day, he went to his master, who asked him to provide him with more bodies to experiment on. At present, he casts a spell. Jamie smiles and says his head must hurt as if his brain's being ripped apart. Garb is confident in his abilities and exclaims he isn't called the Curse Master for nothing. Jamie casts a spell while saying he shouldn't get careless. Jamie tries to inflict him with mind magic, but Garb laughs at him and asks if he has something else to show him. But Jamie's spell is too strong and starts affecting him soon. Jamie reads his mind and observes that he is thinking about something. Jamie smiles and wonders if he is thinking that it's fine to interfere directly with his own brain. But it's too late for him. He casts a curse spell of Dark Spear and casts it upon him. Garb smiles and says it will be far enough. He casts a reflective curse on him, and Jamie's dark spears stab through his body. Garb approaches him and says he is in a terrible state. In the end, the abyss he created wouldn't be easy to escape from. But before Jamie escapes, he intends to destroy his mind. He casts a spell of aesthetics of slow, and exclaims that he will be eternally trapped in a single moment from now on. Jamie finds himself falling behind, and it is narrated that when a second is divided into tenths, hundreds, and thousandths, humans experience cognitive dissonance of everything. This is a condition where the end can't be seen. Even if it's only a second, no one can withstand time that is split tens of thousands of times. Garb laughs and says this is his ultimate curse. But Jamie smiles and replies that this curse won't do anything to him. He pushes Garb behind and says something like this is useless for him. Jamie casts a spell of explosion, which causes an explosion there. Garb screams in pain and tries to resist, but he can't. Jamie continues to curse him and says this will be enough for him. He then casts multiple spells like Stone Breaker, Stone Blitz, Chain Whiplash, Spark Bomb, and attacks him at once. After some time, he was defeated by Jamie. He is lying on the ground and asks Jamie how he defended against the attack. Jamie replies that he did this from his absolute immunity artifact. Garb is shocked to see his bracelet and says there is no such thing that exists in reality. Jamie smiles and replies that the world itself is normally absurd. Garb is about to close his eyes, but Jamie kicks his stomach and asks if he really thinks he would let him die peacefully. He then casts a spell, the Door of Heavenly Defiance, and exclaims that this is his sin, committed solely due to his greed. He is the one to sow those seeds. He will be reaping them. He will forever become a sinner, an existence that is neither alive nor dead. He will continually die at every moment. But as an immortal, he will not be able to fully die. He will become his servant who faithfully obeys his orders. Soon, he takes out his soul from his body. His soul will be his subordinate for all eternity. Garb begs him to just kill him, but Jamie asks him to stop talking. He states that his name from now on will be Nevro, and this name will become his existence. His soul is trapped on the floor of heavenly defiance for eternity. After a while, Benna comes into consciousness and calls for the dean immediately. Jamie asks Garb to introduce himself to his master as one who has become a slave. His soul greets the great existence and tells his name as Nevro. He is the first lick created by Jamie. Jamie asks Benna what she feels after listening to this, because these are the words of someone who put her through hell for the last 10 years. She gets quiet and replies that she doesn't know about her feelings. Jamie asks her what she will do now, and she replies she really can't think of anything else. She again requests him to take her as his disciple. Jamie refuses again. She asks him for the reason, and Jamie replies that the reason is simple. She is a Valkyrie. Valkyries were fairies that existed in the distant past. They are intrepid, unwilling to back down, and struggle to prove themselves to be right. However, they were ultimately defeated and became an unfortunate species. Jamie has no idea how their blood survived until today, but she may be the last Valkyrie. Benna asks him what this has to do with her not being able to become his disciple. She is shocked when Jamie reveals that he doesn't know any Valkyrie magic. Therefore, there is no reason for him to accept her as his disciple. The next morning, Jamie sets out on a journey with his family. Sarah and Anna are happy to see a pink squirrel with their brother. But in reality, she is Benna, and Jamie asks her to be thankful that he knows how to use transformation magic. If not, then he would have left her. Benna requests that he save her, but there is nothing Jamie can do for her. The next day, they reach Pyro, where Lady Sears greets her father. She has come to see her father after 9 years. She apologizes to him and says her bad daughter has finally come to see her. Jamie and Sarah are seeing them while greeting, surprisingly. Jamie thinks he still doesn't know what emotions he should express after reincarnating. It's still uncomfortable for him when someone shows affection or love toward him. He longed for revenge in the eternal abyss and always felt that emotions were unnecessary. He always thought those emotions made people go crazy. Suddenly, Sarah gets worried about seeing her mother crying and starts crying. She calls her grandpa a bad man because he made her mommy cry. Lady Sears asks her not to say that to her grandfather. But she continues to scold her grandpa and says she hates him. Lady Sears takes her away, and Jamie tries to calm the situation, saying Sarah will get over it soon because she is pretty simple. The grandpa smiles and says he always wanted to meet him. Jamie smiles and replies that he also wishes to meet him. He is relieved that Jamie likes him. Jamie replies that there is no reason to dislike him because he is his mother's father. He then hugs him tightly and says he is so happy to see his grandson. Jamie wants him to leave him, but he can't say anything. After some time, he sits with Lady Sears for tea, and says even though he is a 4th-class mage, he was still able to see a potion of that child's power. The entire kingdom will soon turn its eyes towards Jamie. Lady Sears also seems worried and says she and Count Dubuletin know that very well. Having great talent invited greed. Right now, she and Count Dubuletin may be able to stop them. But there will come a day when that won't be enough. Lady Sears pointed toward a thing that her father had gifted her, and he revealed that it would be quite helpful as a shield when she had to protect her family. It makes her relieved to know that a mother can protect her son. But she is worried about her husband because he has become an enemy of the Zenith Church. Her father is also worried and says it won't just pass by quietly because those people are extremely twisted monsters. Because of those people, the Firo Church is in a troubled situation. He believes that the Zenith Church is planning on completely getting rid of the Firo Church. On the other side, in Jamie's room, Bella transforms back into human form. Jamie scolds her and asks why she is transforming. She requests him to stay like this because it's so uncomfortable being like that. Jamie asks her what she will do if she gets caught. He makes sure that he will deny that he even knows her. Therefore, they might throw her from the cliff, or hang her to burn her to death. Therefore, Jamie asks her to transform back. When she becomes a squirrel, Jamie finds a pendant on the floor. He picks it up and asks Bella about what it is. When she doesn't reply, he hits on her head and repeats his question. She asks him to stop hitting her on the head. But Jamie angrily says she doesn't even have any more brain cells to kill. He looks at the pendant and thinks it is surely an artifact, but he doesn't know its effect. Suddenly, he feels a great killing intent, and it is coming from where the mother is. He hurriedly rushes toward the place where his mother is. It is surely an assassination attempt, so he needs to get faster. He jumps from his place and finds the assassin. He is so strong that it will be impossible for him to be defeated. Therefore, Jamie thinks he will have to escape with his mother. He uses fusion magic and opens the door hurriedly. But that assassin reaches him in no time and says he has used a cute trick. He grabs Jamie by his collar. Jamie thinks he needs to use his black magic to save his mother. He is about to release his black mana, but his mother and grandpa call him. His grandpa smiles and says his grandson is truly an amazing, talented person. Meanwhile, Lady Sears scolds him for treating that person like this. She angrily asks him if she taught him this. Jamie apologizes to her, but she continues to scold him. The man asks Lady Sears to stop this since it was his fault that it turned out this way. She asks him what he is talking about. His name is Sir Beryl, and he reveals that he heard that the heir of the Count family of Welton is very talented. So, he did a little test on him. He is the Tempest swordsman, and also one of the 5 swordmasters in the Geldium kingdom. She stares at him, surprised, and looks toward Jamie, who keeps his head down. Lady Sears looks at him and asks him what he means by a test. Beryl replies that he only revealed his existence slightly to this child, adding a bit of intimidation. Lady Sears becomes furious after hearing that and starts shouting. Meanwhile, her father asks her to calm down and says that it is not like he threatened her child. Lady Sears is still angry and warns Beryl that if he does something like that to her child again, she will not take it lightly. Beryl apologizes to Jamie for his act, and her mother is also sorry because she was too arrogant. Jamie replies that it is okay, and since he only did it to him, she could not have known. Then he recalls the incident and thinks that Beryl targeted him and exposed his existence. But he wonders how someone strong enough does to take on his eraser bolt like it is nothing, really, and he is terrifyingly strong. After that, Jamie asks him if he is a sword master, and Beryl responds that it is right. Moreover, Jamie's grandfather becomes happy and tells him that he sure has good eyes and that his name is Beryl Onyx. He adds that Beryl is a sword master known as the Swordsman of the Tempest. It is revealed that the Seldom Kingdom has 5 sword masters who have their specialties. Although the sword masters cannot be ranked because they cannot fight each other, the world calls the man known as the King's Sword, Sword Master Tarix, the strongest. Count Welton would be below that man, and Beryl Onyx is said to be on par with him. After hearing that, Jamie bows a little in front of Beryl, says it is an honor to meet him, and introduces himself as Jamie Welton. Beryl looks at Jamie and says that he should learn sword fighting, and then Lady Sears becomes angry and asks him what he is trying to do again. He replies that he wants Jamie to learn the sword. Jamie gets surprised to hear that, and Lady Sears asks him what he is talking about, and says that Jamie is learning magic right now. Beryl responds that he knows it, but that is a separate matter, and he thinks he will be able to master the sword if he learns it because the blood of Count Welton runs strongly in him. Jamie's grandfather adds that if he, a sword master, says that it is probably true, but Jamie's talent for magic has never been seen before. Beryl replies that he knows he has the talent to become the 9th class and has heard something like this. He recalls when Marquess Linmul tells him that Jamie Welton keeps growing to high levels even if he does nothing but breathe. After remembering that, Beryl tells Jamie that the sword is different, so it will be hard to regain if he misses the timing. Jamie thinks the sword will be good if he can use it, but returning to when he was most powerful is his priority. So he replies that he would like to focus on magic first. Beryl replies that he understands what he wants, and the meeting ends. It gets dark, and Jamie walks into the garden and thinks that, as expected of the garden of the Great Bell family, it is so well managed. A while ago, Jamie was questioned by Benna after meeting the sword master about where he was going. Jamie asks her to sleep and goes away, and after that, he says it is so lovely that it is quiet now. After that, Jamie says it felt like a massive wall in front of him. He was lucky to obtain mana breathing and the blood of life, and he even got back his perfect cell, but it is still insufficient. Jamie looks at his hand and says he will soon be stuck in a rut, because the 7th class is where one starts getting called a great magician. A level that cannot be reached by simply becoming stronger is when the perspective of magic that a magician has established meets a level. And that is when the so-called permission of magic opens the door to becoming a great magician. Jamie walks towards the stream and thinks that it would be very easy for him to walk the path he did in his previous life. But he cannot win against those people by doing the same things he did in the past, when he lost to them using those strategies. He looks into the stream's water and says that he fully understands that, thanks to that person, he needs to grow even more. Jamie thinks about Beryl and wonders how he relates to his mother, because that gloomy expression on his face tells a different story. When Jamie ponders, a monster suddenly appears, and he protects himself with a shield. At the same time, a silver-haired guy appears in front of him and smiles at him. Sable saved Jamie and asked the monster how he dared disturb his time, then attacked him with lightning. Meanwhile, Jamie looks at him and tries to touch the shield. After a while, Sable smiles and asks Jamie if he is alright. He tells Jamie that he heard an esteemed guest from the Welton family was here, but he has not been able to meet him until now because he is busy. Jamie looks at him and thinks he can instantly destroy such a massive monster. While he is not as strong as Beryl, he is still firm. Sable apologizes for the late introduction and tells him that he is Sable, Marquis Bell's aide. Jamie is shocked to know that an aide is that strong. Sable smiles, asks him not to be so wary of him, and swears that he is one of the servants who are loyal to the Marquis. Sable calls him young Master Jamie, and he is again surprised that he knows his name. Sable says that he knows his name because he is an aide, and then Jamie asks him to explain that to him and inquires why such a big monster appears in such a place. Sable laughs and says that it is a Marquis's hobby. Jamie is astonished to know that fighting with monsters is a hobby there. After some time, Sable goes to the Marquis, who asks him if there has been some progress. Sable replies that while they have discovered they are a group of demons, unfortunately, they have lost them. Marquis says that to think that the Demon King's followers have appeared in broad daylight once again can be a worry. Sable replies that there are rumors of demons in the surrounding territories as well, but the only place where serial killings have taken place is Aftan. Marquis responds that it is happening, and they are back for revenge. He tells Sable that about 50 or more years ago, his father killed the leader of the demons, and he tried to make them pay by making the demons fall apart. Sable smiles to know that, and then Marquis becomes furious and says that the demons will be erased from the world again, by the hands of the bells. Sable laughs and replies that he awaits his command for that. Then Marquis says that they should stop here for today, and several reply that he will take his leave now. Sable adds that he could not tell him this just now, but he met young Master Jamie on his way here today. Marquis gets a little shocked to know that and asks where he met him when it was too late. Sable tells him that the monster at the pond was attacking him. On the other side, Lady Sears opens the door and runs towards her child. She comes close to Jamie and asks him if he is alright. Jamie replies that he was safe thanks to aid Sable. Meanwhile, Marquis and Sable were smiling when they saw each other. Lady Sears states she was so worried and tells her child that she will seriously punish him if he goes out again at night. Jamie becomes sad and replies that he will not do that again, and Lady Sears asks him not to answer so half-heartedly. At the same time, Marquis laughs and says he made sure to ask people to block out that area, though, and he guesses they made a mistake. Lady Sears becomes furious to know that and asks her father if he is still doing that hunting water monster nonsense. She asks him if she and her mother have not told him repeatedly that it is dangerous. Marquis asks her to calm down and then asks Sable to come and say hi. Sable comes before her, says it is an honor to meet her, and then introduces himself. Lady Sears smiles and introduces herself as well and says that she heard that it was thanks to him that Jamie was safe. Sable smiles and says that he is sure Jamie would have been able to defeat it even if he was not around, and it was his honor to have been able to see what he is capable of with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Jamie looks at Sable and thinks he is quite a decent man who is strong and quick-witted. He says to himself that Sable feels different from yesterday. Meanwhile, Lady Sears grabs Jamie from behind and says she is not nearly done with what she wants to say. However, Marquis laughs and says that it looks like his grandson will be having indigestion before he gets to eat anything. Then Jamie looks at his grandfather, and he asks Jamie if he wants to come along with him. After that, Lady Sears asks her father and son where they are going. After some time, Jamie leaves the home and says he barely made it out. He looks around and wonders why there is no one on the streets. After that, he comes to an old lady and asks how he gets to the Pyro Church. The old lady replies that he needs to head in that direction and leaves. Jamie tries to stop her for a minute, and then suddenly he hears a noise of people who are saying that there is a demon and a murderer. Jamie looks in the direction where a crowd is gathered around a person. Jamie enters the cloud and requests that they make a way for him. Then he sees a guy who was killed by someone lying on the ground. After that, 2 corpses appear there, asking people to step aside. One of those corpses asks the other how many will face the same fate. The second corpse says he will report to the Marquis first. Meanwhile, the people are mumbling that a demon did it, and they would feel too uneasy to roam the streets anymore. However, Jamie looks at that corpse and thinks that hearts are usually used in rituals to summon the demon race. He says to himself that the adults are uneasy because they probably believe he has not noticed anything. Jamie observes that their objective is to get revenge for the Portsmouth incident, or more accurately, to take revenge against the Bell family. He says to himself that the Pyro Church is also in an emergency. He remembers his friends and says it's no wonder they had no contact. After that, he joins his hands and says that it looks like he has to step in again, and then uses his power, which is invisible and flight. Using his powers of invisibility and flight, Jamie stands at a tree, looks into the castle, and says that that is the place. He sees a bishop entering there along with his group. Jamie looks at the bishop and thinks he has an incredible holy energy. By looking at him, Jamie wonders if he is the archbishop, and here's only 3 of them. Moreover, he has a powerful divine energy that gives him goosebumps. A guy with blonde hair comes to the archbishop and tells him something. Meanwhile, Jamie looks at them and wonders what they are talking about. On the other side, the archbishop senses the presence of something, and then he looks upward, and the guy with blonde hair asks him about the matter. The archbishop states that it is nothing, and was probably just a squirrel. The guy with blonde hair tells him that the Marquis is waiting for him. The archbishop replies that they should visit quickly, and it has been a while, he will have to meet the young miss too. On the contrary, Jamie wonders why the archbishop's instincts are so good. He wonders and asks himself if the archbishop is going to the Marquis family. However, it would work out better now that all the strong people are not here. He can infiltrate. Meanwhile, inside the church, Anna asks Appa if something has happened. As a result, he starts laughing hard, and then Anna asks him again if something good has happened. He stands up and replies that he guesses so. Moreover, he asks Anna to rest for a while and tells her he will return. After that, he looks around and says that this is his front yard, and there is no hiding place, so he calls Jamie's name. When Jamie enters the church, he starts feeling something coming from over there, wondering if it is a holy territory, a place that worships God. He ponders when someone pushes him, and he turns back to see who that is. Jamie turns and is surprised to see his friend in front of him. Jamie's friend tells him that he was going to scare him, but it is not that easy to do it to him. As Jamie tries to say something, his friend Ricky puts his hand on his mouth and asks him to keep quiet, saying he cannot get caught by others. After that, Ricky asks Jamie to follow him because he knows a place where he can stay. After a while, they both reach the archbishop's office, and Jamie asks his friend if he is talking about this place, and he replies that the archbishop is a good person and would probably be okay with this. Then Jamie asks him how he could appear behind him without exuding his presence. On the contrary, Ricky changes the topic and asks Jamie if he was not there because he missed him and is not pleased to meet him. Jamie gets annoyed at him and asks him again how he managed to do that. Ricky replies that it is because this area is under the jurisdiction of the goddess. He informs Jamie that while he still has not achieved the full power of an apostle, he is slowly attaining the full power in this place, or he should say that he is assimilating with this place. Jamie observes his friend and thinks that if he becomes omnipotent within the church or something, because he cannot feel the power of the undead from him at all. Moreover, he did not expect his apostolic powers to become this strong. He thought he knew some powerful tricks or something. Then Ricky becomes a little frank with him and tells him that he came at the right time because the goddess was looking for him. Then Ricky kneels to pass on the message of the goddess, and a bright light appears behind him. Jamie gets shocked to see him and wonders if this is different from back then and recalls when a part of the goddess's existence was here personally. However, Ricky appears in front of him in a changed attire and says that repulsive demonic energy is awakening, and a dark forest is where everything will start. The goddess in Ricky's body informs Jamie that it must be stopped before it spreads rampantly, and if it is not stopped, her territory in this place will fall. Jamie is astonished to hear all that, and the goddess again asks him to go to the dark forest. She hopes he suffers no losses, and that will leave this to him. After saying all that, the goddess leaves Ricky's body and disappears. Meanwhile, Ricky says that he is feeling better now. When Jamie sees his friend getting better, he asks how the goddess can say what she wants and leave. Ricky smiles and says he apologizes on her behalf because the goddess is not in perfect shape now. He states that when she forcefully descended the last time she met him, it seems that it placed a much heavier burden on her than expected. Jamie still could not understand it properly and asked why she had asked him for help. Meanwhile, there are tons of pyro believers here. Moreover, he never imagined a god would ask a human for help. Ricky replies that it is because he is the only one who can do this, and the goddess said that he who is that person's successor would understand. It seems that Jamie understands the matter and asks if she says anything else, and Ricky replies that she is not connected to him right now and thinks she will be resting for a while. After that, Jamie has his way and Ricky wonders to see him living and asks if he is leaving. Jamie replies that he needs to return before the owner of this room returns so that he can see him later. After Jamie's departure, Ricky sees upward and wishes his friend would be okay. On the other side, Jamie returns to his palace and becomes happy because he thinks he was not late. Meanwhile, Sable appears there and asks him if he has gone somewhere. Jamie smiles and says he went for a stroll and now feels uneasy. After that, he asks Sable why he was there and was looking for him. Sable informs him that an important guest will be here today, the Archbishop of the Pyro Church, Saphira. Jamie becomes happy because he is going to meet an incredible person, and then Sable tells him that Lady Sears is looking for him, and she says that he should pay his respects. He smiles and says it is expected, and he returned at perfect timing. After that, he asked Sable why Sir Beryl had gone, and he did not see him around. Sable replies that he does not know either because he disappears alone from time to time. When Jamie is about to leave, Sable smiles and recommends that he not become interested in that person. When Jamie asks why, he smiles and replies that he is saying this for his sake. Moreover, he hopes he gets a good rest. Then he will come to get him when the guest Saphira is here. After that, several asked him to be more cautious about taking a stroll and said he should not go to the Myrine forest. He refrained from going there because it is a perilous place. However, Myrine forest has little to no light, and instead of soil, the ground was a sticky swamp. Moreover, deep within the swampy forest, where the grass was as sharp as blades, something huge was beating. An apricot-colored thing with disgusting blood vessels extending all over in an oval-shaped egg. Moreover, a man was standing in front of it whose eyes were filled with blood, and it's ashamed as if he was tied. However, just looking at the giant beating egg made a smile form on his lips. That strange man puts his hand on that apricot-light egg and says that his child has to hang in there for a while more, and he will soon be able to escape from that suffocating place. Moreover, the day he woke up was the day that they accomplished their calling. On the other side, Jamie sits on a couch with his mother and sister after resting. However, some queries are in his head, and he wants to clear them up, so he asked his mother if he could ask her something. Lady Sears smiles and encourages him to ask her anything. As Jamie is curious about his mom's relationship with Beryl Onyx, he asked her about their relationship. Lady Sears keeps quiet for a while, and then Jamie again asks her if she cannot tell him about it, and if there is something that he does not need to know. Lady Sears smiles politely and says that there is nothing about that, and to understand the whole story, she has to go back to when she was 7 years old and met him for the first time. Lady Sears tells Jamie that Beryl was 7 years old when she first saw him in her mansion along with his father. Although her father looks at him and says that he almost did not recognize him, Beryl's father smiles and says he is shy since all he thinks about is swinging a sword. He tells Marquis that he is worried because he cannot find enough good instructions for him these days. After seeing Beryl's father worried, Marquis offers him his services, and he becomes grateful and says he would be extremely grateful if he did so. That is how Lady Sears met Beryl for the first time, and she was over the moon to see him. She told him with joy that there were a lot of butterflies over there. However, Beryl hesitates to go with her, and Marquis laughs and says that it seems their tomboy has taken a liking to Beryl. After hearing that, Beryl's father looks at him and asks him to go and come back. Although Beryl was quite confused at that time. After that day, they both became friends, and Lady Sears looked at him as his brother and enjoyed being together. One day in a forest, Lady Sears plucks an apple and asks Beryl to have it. Lady Sears was excited and fell from the tree when she tried to jump. Beryl asked her to be careful, but she did not listen and fell. Beryl lies on the ground to protect herself and not fall. Lady Sears was still so excited, said it was fun, and suggested they should do it again. However, Beryl did not agree with her to do that and stopped her from doing such mischievous things. That is how they used to play together. After some time, when they both return, Beryl cuts the apple into 2 parts and gives one to Lady Sears. She looks at the apple and says that it looks good. She was quite impressed with Beryl's action when she made 2 parts of the apple with his hand, so she brought many apples and asked him to do it again. Beryl was amazed to see many apples and asked when she brought all those. The dark changed into light, and Lady Sears announced that she had made up her mind that she would learn swordsmanship. She looked excited and said that Beryl would be her teacher from that day, although he was not very happy with her decision and replied that he knew it. As Lady Sears was so excited, she tried to show her talent of using the sword and asked Beryl about his views. He gazed at her and asked her not to do that because she had no talent. 3 years later, Beryl went back and informed Marquis about his decision, and he got annoyed at him and said that if he got himself into that gold mining incident. However, he had mentioned to him many times that it was dangerous. Beryl disagreed with him and replied that it could not be helped because he could not just sit back and watch his family's reputation be dragged down. Marquis shouts and asks him if he did not say it would cause him to lose his family's name. So what the point is of reputation if that is the case? However, Lady Sears was worried to see Beryl in extreme anger, who replied to her father that it would turn out fine. On the contrary, before something happens, a servant enters and informs Beryl about his father's bad condition. After hearing that, Beryl rushed to his father's room and saw that his father was not alive, and his mouth was bleeding. So, after the family had taken his own life, the Onyx family fell into ruins. One day, the Marquis asks him to stay at his house from now on for safety purposes. Lady Sears was also crying to see her brother in pain, so she held his hand and asked him what they would do now. Beryl was pondering and said that everything would be fine. About a year later, Beryl became absorbed in training his swordsmanship for revenge, and Lady Sears felt alone during that. Most of the time, she felt sad and sat quietly in the forest. Beryl was so busy in his training that he did not realize that Lady Sears got hurt and left him supporting. 4 years had passed. There was a kind of party at the palace of Lady Sears where a guy asked her if she would like to go out for a walk because he heard that she was alone. However, she refused politely. Meanwhile, Beryl, observing that guy for a while, became furious to see that. He started beating that guy along with his friends and said that if he cut off his tongue, he was sure he would stop saying bad things to Lady Sears. That guy was bleeding and started crying out of Beryl's fear. Lady Sears shouted to see him beating that guy and asked Beryl not to do that. He turned and looked into the eyes of Lady Sears, who looked unhappy with him and thought he was not the guy she knew. The party ended there, and after some days, a cart entered the palace, and a guy with green hair came out of it. He introduced himself as Argino Welton, and said he came to get some advice from Marquis, who is responsible for his family. Lady Sears became happy to see him, introduced herself, and stated that it was an honor to meet the head of the Welton family, and she hoped his stay was comfortable. Lady Sears looked impressed with Count Argino's personality, which was the case with Argino. After that, he told Marquis that Count Welton was famous for being a genius at swordsmanship, and he replied that some even said he would become the next sword expert. Count Argino became humble and responded that he was learning their family's swordsmanship. Marquis interrupted and said that no one can deny that he would soon become a sword master. Count Argino again showed his humble side and stated that it is overpraising. Meanwhile, Lady Sears ended up liking him and smiling, seeing him. After that, when Lady Sears went to his room, Beryl came in front of her and said they should talk. However, Lady Sears was in an angry mood and did not want to listen to him, so she told him she had nothing to say. After hearing that, Beryl got mad and inquired if she would see that punk again, and Lady Sears replied that he is the head of the Welton family, so he should not say that so recklessly. Beryl was shocked to know her thoughts about Count Argino and asked her if she did not like him because, up until now, he had only looked at her. Lady Sears turned and stated that the person who she treated like her real brother would never treat her like this, and he never listened to what she said and only tried to control her, so now he should stop. First, Beryl was shocked, and then suddenly he became angry. He held her arms and asked her if she did not know about his feelings. Meanwhile, Count Argino appeared and frowned to see that Beryl had misbehaved with Lady Sears. As Welton shouted, Beryl gazed at him and asked him to get out of the way because this was their matter. Welton replied that he cannot do that and could not allow him to misbehave with Miss Lady Sears. Beryl became furious and rushed towards him to attack. However, Welton held his hand and asked him to apologize to Miss Lady Sears. Beryl gritted his teeth in anger and challenged him to a duel because deep inside, he was jealous of him and did not like Welton. Welton looked at him and stated that he accepted the duel. Meanwhile, unhappy with that duel, Lady Sears rushed to her father and told him the whole story. She requested that his father stop the two of them because they were going to kill each other. Marquis told her his wish and said he was considering marrying her to Beryl. Lady Sears was shocked to hear that, and then stated that she would not do that because the Beryl she had seen so far was either a demon who wielded a sword or a person who only monitored her to check if she was meeting another man. Marquis replied that he had done so because he loved her, and then Lady Sears became angry and said that it was not love in her eyes, and she started crying. She added that the kind and caring Beryl of the past did not exist anymore. After seeing his daughter crying, Marquis asked her if she happened to know about Count Welton and wished to marry him. Lady Sears did not reply properly, and then Marquis interrupted and said he understood what she meant, so she should take her leave now. After that, Lady Sears left the room, and Marquis became sad and apologized to Beryl because he was aware of his feelings. On the other side, it started raining, and Beryl got injured and was led to the ground. However, Welton sat next to him and stated it was his victory. At the same time, Lady Sears rushed towards them and asked if he was okay. Beryl looked at her and said he was fine because he thought Lady Sears was asking about him. Meanwhile, Lady Sears rushed towards Welton, hugged him, and he replied that he was stronger than she thought, so there was no point in worrying. Although Beryl was deeply hurt to see that, then disappeared from there quietly. The next day, the Marquis was informed that Beryl had left in the middle of the night, and the Marquis said it was better for everyone. Lady Sears and Welton got married, and 3 years later, Lady Sears was pregnant with her first child when Welton told him about Beryl. Welton informed her that Beryl had become a sword master. Moreover, he thought he had sought revenge against the 3 families that bankrupted the Onyx family. Lady Sears thought for a while and stated that there was also something she wanted to tell him. She then expressed that she thought they should name this child Jamie. Welton smiled and responded that it was a nice name. He asked her if she had thought about a girl's name, and she told him that she thought of the name Sarah for her daughter. The scene shifts in the present, and Lady Sears tells Jamie that in that way, they ended up meeting each other again this time. Lady Sears has narrated the whole story, but Jamie still thinks about something and looks slightly confused. Lady Sears smiles and asks her son if he is curious about her past. Jamie wonders if there was that much detail, and he was unaware of all that. Her sister Sarah looks at Jamie and tries to read his mind when he says to himself that his father could beat such a strong man like Beryl, so that is why he inherited his body from his father. Meanwhile, Benna informs Jamie that his face is making weird expressions, so he simultaneously composes himself. At the same time, a servant enters and tells Lady Sears that the Archbishop Sapphira has arrived, so they are supposed to welcome him. On the other side, Marquis Bell and Sapphira, Archbishop of Pyro Church, greet each other along with Drex and Sable. They are cheering and laughing together when the Archbishop sees Lady Sears and her kids enter. As the Archbishop recognizes Lady Sears and calls her a tomboy, she smiles like a child because the Archbishop was a gift-like existence in her childhood, and asks him how he can say that when it has been so long since they last met. Sapphira goes towards Lady Sears and says that he should call her an immature brat, and then Marquis laughs and informs him that the immature brat he is talking about is already the mother of 2 children. And then Jamie and Sarah appear on the stage, introduce themselves, and greet the Archbishop. Jamie greets Sapphira nicely while Sarah, a shy kid, greets him by standing behind her brother. After that, she rushes to her mother Lady Sears, and they all laugh to see that. Then Sapphira smiles and states that the apostle talked about Jamie a lot, and he also heard that they are best friends. Drex interrupts and says the apostle told him to tell Jamie he wishes to see him soon. Jamie has a naughty smile, thinks they have already met, and replies that they will surely meet soon. After the introductory session and a light conversation, Sable says that he will guide them inside, and Marquis says that although it is a shame, They will go there later because he needs to talk to the Archbishop. When the Archbishop hears that, he wishes Lady Sears and her kids that the goddess's blessings are upon her and her 2 children, then leaves the place. After that, Lady Sears starts pampering little Sarah, and then she asks Jamie if he wants to go there, where there is a big water droplet. Jamie looks at his mother, asks her about the Myrine forest, and tells him that the aide Sable warned him not to go there. Lady Sears gets shocked to hear the name of the forest from her son and asks him how he knows about it and if it means he went outside by any chance. As Lady Sears inquires about the forest, Jamie realizes that he should not ask her about it, and then he smiles and says that he has not gone outside. However, Lady Sears still looks unsatisfied with his answer and asks what Sable has told him about that place. Jamie replies that he just wanted him to be careful, and his mother states that she always says this. But he cannot go out alone because even if he is a magician, he is still young. Jamie responds that he will keep that in mind and never go outside alone. After a while, Lady Sears points towards a direction and says the Myrine forest is over there. Jamie replies that it looks like a normal forest, and he wonders how it is dangerous for them. Lady Sears explains that it is one of the world's 6 largest restricted areas. One of them, Area Jad's Great Forest, exists beyond that forest. Strictly speaking, the Myrine forest is also a part of the Great Forest. Jamie thinks the odds of what Pyro calls a dark forest are high. After explaining all that, Lady Sears again warns Jamie not to go there. Jamie acts like he will obey his mother's order and thinks he will go there because the dark forest that Pyro spoke of is right here. When the day turns into night, Jamie has his view towards the forest along with Benna. He looks around and says that this is the place he was supposed not to enter. Jamie smiles and states that it truly is a place that gives off bad vibes, and then he enters the forest with Benna. As Jamie enters the forest, he tries to use his chain lightning and explosion skills but cannot succeed. He wonders if it is a forest where he cannot use black mana, and then suddenly Benna pushes him to protect him from an attack. She suggests that Jamie not just stand around because that place is too dangerous. Jamie smiles and replies that he will take care of that. After some time, Jamie asks Benna if she can also use black mana. She replies that although she cannot use black mana, she is feeling better than ever. Her body feels light, and she can feel strength coursing through her. Jamie turns and states that it is a good thing in this situation, and thinks that she is one of the forest tribe Valkyries. Just like elves, the forest's energy has influenced her. Benna looks at her master's thoughtful face and asks him why they must come here, and he replies that he has already mentioned it. Benna, if they are here at the request of that goddess, they need to do further. Jamie is about to explain to her when they both get trapped by a black hole and fall. They are both astonished to see that they are falling at an incredible speed and cannot protect themselves. Jamie realizes that he cannot fly, and he will die if he hits the ground at this speed. They both touch the ground, and Benna asks him if they are alive. She starts sniffling and wonders where they are now. Then Jamie replies that he has to look around for that. Jamie sees that a light appears in front of a gate, and he says it is a ruin, so they must leave or enter the gate. Suddenly, the door opens mysteriously, and Benna is overjoyed to see that. However, Jamie is cautious and states that he does not know who did this, which is interesting. Moreover, to think that he would see the characters he used in his past life here. They both enter the door. On the other side, outside the mansion, a soldier senses the scent of blood. One of his team members informs the soldier that they found someone lying unconscious, and his heart is also missing, and it must have been the demons. The soldier goes towards that man, observes his body, and asks his companion to inform Sable of this. While observing his body, he says to himself that based on the state of the corpse, it has been at least 4 hours since he died. Moreover, this is the patrol route, which has been the part that the soldiers pass through during shift rotations, but he wonders why no one has reported this yet. The soldier opens the schedule and says he does not want to point fingers, but he should look at the patrol schedule for this area. When he looks at the schedule, he is attacked by a demon from behind. The demon takes out the soldier's heart and asks him to keep searching, and they should see if he can catch him. After killing the soldier, the demon senses the presence of someone around him, and then he turns and sees Sable in front of him. Sable takes out his sword and says that they have finally met, and he has been put in quite an uncomfortable position because of him. The demon responds that he has been bothering him because he is the chief advisor. First, the demon is laughing, and then he gets shocked after being attacked by Sable. He starts abusing Sable, and he states that bodies contaminated with demonic energy should not die that easily because they deserve a painful death. The demon gets scared of him and requests him to wait for a minute, but Sable keeps attacking him. On the other side, Benna asks Jamie if he is alright, and he thinks he was going to die, but now he is feeling the beat of life. Benna is still sniffling and states that she was so scared and felt that they were going to die. Then Jamie replies that it is true because the giant armored soldiers were equipped with anti-magic, automatic rapid-fire traps, and a horde of war scorpions that would keep coming to no end, which was unpleasant. While standing outside the door, Jamie states that this is where he feels that someone compelling is sleeping. Suddenly, the door opens and a gigantic bear appears before them. Although Jamie was thinking about the bear, Benna got excited to see the bear. She was excited to see a giant bear and said it was cute. Then, she asked Jen to look at the big teddy bear. However, Jamie senses the danger and asks her to look out, because that teddy bear is about to attack her. At the same time, the bear comes in front of them, attacks them, and says if they have some sense, they would never come here on their own 2 feet. Jamie looks at the bear and asks if he recognizes it. The bear attacks him again and asks him to stop pretending because he does not know who he is. Meanwhile, Jamie uses a shield to protect himself but cannot succeed and is attacked by the bear. Benna rushes towards him to see if her master is alright. On the contrary, Jamie is injured and lying on the ground, thinking that almost all his ribs have broken. Benna helps him get up, and Jan says that he is not dead and believes that it would have been a lot worse without the bed of life. At the same time, Bear again reaches him and states that since it nearly fired that power, there is nothing he can do to stop what is coming. Jamie comes to know that he is the one who blocked his black mana and asks him how he could do that. The bear becomes furious and states there is no need for him to know that because he will die there. After that, Benna gums in front of the bear to protect her master. However, outside the mansion, the demon is angry and asks Sable why he wants to kill him. Sable replies that he crossed the line and messed everything up and believes he has told him to leave the soldiers alone. The demon states that the sword master has gone again, and there is no need to be afraid. Sable smiles and says that it seems he has not been punished enough, and then he again attacks the demon and states that it is not because he is scared of the sword master. What is important is that he, a filthy demon vermin, should be following his orders. He has said everything should go according to the father's will. The scene shifts inside the forest, where Benna looks at the master and wonders if he is using 6-colored heavy rain to attack the bear. Although that attack is ineffective, they both get shocked to see a bear in front of them. The bear states that this results from his flailing and asks him to give up. Dam gets annoyed at him and states that he does not want just to accept that, and Benna adds that he was the one who attacked them for no reason, so he should not question them. Bear responds that they left a disgusting object in his forest, and since they committed a crime, they should be punished. Jamie is amazed to hear that because this is the first time they have been to this forest. They say the same thing to the bear. He replies that they are telling lies because they talk about power. Protecting the filthy demon egg is his power. Jamie is astonished to hear that and thinks he has no idea that there is a demon egg in this forest. So, Bear asks him to quit pretending and see that he will kill all of them because they are demon followers. As soon as the bear is going to attack him, Jamie informs him that he came here to get rid of that thing at the request of the goddess, Pyro. The bear stopped instantly and again asked him if he was speaking the truth. Jamie responds that he will bet everything on it, so if he does not trust him, he should follow him, and he will show him the reality. After hearing that, the bear says that this forest is part of the goddess's territory, so if he were lying and smearing her name, he would have been immediately struck down by heavenly punishment. However, he cannot feel any godly presence coming from him, and their power is that he does not come from a god. The bear is talking about the black mana, and Jamie tells him it is true because he does not follow her, and they have just made a deal. He explains that the goddess told him to head to the dark forest and prevent the awakening of that repugnant dark magic. Moreover, she told him he would understand why she sent him instead of one of her followers, so he is in the dark forest once he gets there. The bear is trying to figure it out and says that it is hard to believe, but he cannot not believe it either. Benna interrupts and asks the bear to tell them about the demon egg and the power that protects it. The bear responds that the egg appeared in the forest about a month ago, and he went to take care of it immediately, but a dark power was guarding it. That power is incredibly dark, deep, and mighty because once he tried to break that egg with his full might, he could not succeed. So, no matter what he did, he could not break the barrier, and he has been blocking the power guarding the egg for the time being. After hearing all that, Jamie states that if that is true, why does he not feel any golden authority from him, and how could he block that power? The bear could block that power because of an artifact like this ruin. However, Jamie is unaware that the entire ruin is an artifact, so he again asks who made this place, for what purpose, and how he knows the ancient language. The bear states that he is not entirely sure. All he knows is that this place was made approximately 600 years ago. Jamie asks him why he is still keeping the dark power blocked. The bear could not understand his question, and then Jamie again explained that he broke the power protecting the egg, and then he would have broken the egg right there. But on the other hand, he is still keeping that black mana in an unusable state. The beard is blocking the power because the egg is still intact. Moreover, to block the dark power, the artifact user has to be in the ruins, and he has not yet found anyone who can help him break the egg. After that, the bear angrily tells them his name, Teberin, when Benna calls him a bear. Moreover, Teberin the bear, who easily says the word inferior when he has the motivation but no way to put them into action. After seeing him angrily, Jamie interrupts and asks if he feels this girl's power. Teberin says if he's talking about her Valkyrie's life force, Jamie is not talking about that, but a power similar to his. He was talking about Benna's power because it has also been blocked, so he wonders how it compares to the power protecting the demon's egg. Teberin explains that it is different because the power he blocked is exactly like Jamie's power. Jamie thinks he is sure he is the only one who should have his black mana and asks him to release his power and let them go inside because he needs to see it for himself. However, Teberin is still doubtful about Jamie and is unsure if he should go inside or not. Then Benner requests him to believe them and says that once Master Jamie gets his powers back, he can immediately deal with the demon's egg. Moreover, they also mentioned that the goddess had sent them deer. Then Teberin allows them to do that and unblocks Jamie's power. Jamie becomes happy and looks at his hand to see his powers return. Then he suddenly starts using his power, and the Teberin and Benna come under his magic's influence. On the contrary, Jamie enjoys his power because he thinks no one can ever control him. Teberin shouts, becomes angry, and asks what he is trying to do. However, Jamie is still under his black mana magic and states it is fantastic. He adds that he will be able to control it fully, and now no one can defeat him. After that, suddenly he coughs up blood, and Teberin shouts to see him overusing his black mana magic. Jamie smiles and says that it is far enough, and then Teberin threatens him, saying that he will self-destruct the ruins if he does not stop moving. However, Benna is worried to see the blood of her master, who is saying that he is fine. Meanwhile, Jamie observes that it is like a firewall, and strong, though it could not completely stop him. Teberin states that his link with the ruins is disconnected, so if he is the reason behind it, he wonders how he did that in such a short time. As Jamie's powers are back, he smiles and states that he said it, so he is the submaster, and he was the key to his master, who is north of only one well-versed in artifices. He adds that there would be an artifact that could block his power, and there is no way he would leave this and go because now he investigates it, and it seems like it did not completely block his power. Teberin is still confused, and then Jamie explains that it does not make sense to block his powers when it can even prey on the gorse, as if something like that existed. There was probably an expedient. Moreover, it lowered the probability of mana concentration, breaking through the originality of spatial coordinate. For example, activating anomalous energy fields interferes with the maneuvering sight. Then he holds Benna's hand and asks her not to follow him because even if she wanted to, she probably would not be able to leave the ruins. After hearing all the matter, Teberin gets annoyed at Jamie and starts abusing him. However, he keeps laughing at him. On the other side, Marquis has been informed about the death of 9 soldiers in a single night, and he wonders how it could be possible and what is going on in his palace. After that, he inquires about the culprits, Sable, and the actor. One of the guards replies that no one has seen him since midnight yesterday, and Marquis is shocked to know that Sable is not in the palace right now. However, Sable is standing at the top of a building and is sure they are about to arrive. Meanwhile, Marquis arranges a quick meeting with the Archbishop, Saphira, to discuss the whole matter and ask him if there is any reaction from the Great Temple. The Archbishop informs him that they have already dispatched the Divine Executioners, and it seems they will arrive around tomorrow afternoon. While sitting on the couch, the Archbishop states that it looks like a master will be amongst them, and Marquis replies that it must not have been an easy decision for the Pope. At the same time, outside the palace, Sable says that it will already have been over when they arrive because he will attack them. However, inside the dark forest, Benna sees her master's power and says this is annoying. She gets shocked to see his energy, and then asks him about those words in front of them. Jamie replies that the dead are approaching, raising one's hand and the seas, moonlight, one floating in the dark sky, and black, which pours rippling in the sea of starlight. As Jamie touches those words, he flashes back to his memory of when he once read that splashing of the black seas and the falling starlight. The dead extended their hands into the waters. One moonlight that rises in the dark sky. The older man captures the darkness with arms raised, and that is what will swallow the darkness in the end, and a monster that desires all. He recalls that he promised to do that in the distant future. After a while, Jamie realizes that his memories are complete, and he can even suddenly remember heavenly defiance. However, strangely, there is no sense of incongruity despite a gap in his memory. When Benna sees him recalling something, she asks him if he has learned something. Jamie looks at her and replies that he is learning something, and then he shows her a ring and asks her to have it. He tells Benna that he took an artifact when they left the ruins, so she should infuse it with mana while commanding the will to use it. After wearing the ring, Benna picks up a hammer and asks them if he is talking about this command. Benna holds that hammer-like thing in her hand as she loves it and thanks her master for it. Jamie responds that now she should scout around the area with that thing in hand. After that, he again puts his hands on those words and says it looks like this will take some time. He gets annoyed when nothing has happened or appeared there. Meanwhile, a girl appears and is about to attack Jamie. When Jamie looks at her, he commands Benna to block it immediately. Benna holds her weapon and tries to block the attack, but fails and gets injured. Meanwhile, Jamie is figuring out her power when she calls him and says he has good senses. Jamie turns and asks her what business the genie's church has in a place like this, and if she is here to destroy the demon egg or if she is trying to protect it. The blue-haired girl is actually a priestess from the Zenith Church, and she responds that she also wonders about seeing him here, but does not want to reply to clear his doubts. Then she looks at Benna, calls her a girl with pink hair, and says she is holding a hammer. Unfortunately, she hates those two things, pink hair and the hammer, but as she has both, she will kill her first. After saying all that, the priestess attacks Benna, and then she tries to block it. She appreciates and says she is pretty good, but must die. At the same time, Jamie shouts and asks Benna to dodge her attack. Benna tries to dodge the attack but cannot succeed properly, and then they start fighting with their respective weapons. She asks him if this is all of it. She replies that she has many other tactics to attack her. After fighting for a while, the priestess launches another attack on Benna and asks her to try to block this one. This time, she attacks Benna from behind and injures her badly. Jamie shouts to see Benna bleeding and thinks that there might be a little blow, but if he stops and helps her right now, then he cannot concentrate here. Before Jamie moves from his place, Benna asks him not to do that and says he can still fight with injuries. The priestess smiles to see his passion and states it would not hurt if she sliced her in half in one go, though she will fight in that condition. Benna smiles and says she has no choice but to fight and must do as her master says. The priestess looks impressed by her, calls her a good, enslaved person, and states that a little kid like her needs to act out sometimes. Benna smiles and responds that she does know it, but she can only act out with people who are older than her. The priestess becomes furious to hear that and gets astonished when Benna uses her curse of sense reversal skill. She observes Benna's skill and says that it is black magic. When the priestess defends herself against Benna's attack, she thinks that the curse is already gone, and she only has one chance now. Meanwhile, the priestess becomes furious and attacks Benna with full might using her weapon. A type of blast occurs, and a sharp golden light appears there. Everything has caught fire. However, Benna is lying on the ground, thinking that her body is out of energy now and needs to get up and protect Master, but she cannot do that. Her eyes are about to close when she last sees the priestess in front of her, and thinks that she needs to protect her master. The priestess gets annoyed by listening to the word master and says she will rip him into pieces right before her. However, Jamie smiles to hear that and states that he has not done anything yet, though he uses his black mana magic to attack her instantly. Gluttony is a black magic that devours everything and turns them into food, so Jamie decides to eat it all because he does not like that it is a holy power. Meanwhile, the priestess gun still cannot identify the type of attack and magic Jamie uses against her. After that, Jamie thanks Benna for holding out her attacks because he has finished absorbing. Then he assures Benna that she does not have to worry anymore, and he will be enough against that priestessel. Meanwhile, she tells Jamie she will go easy on him because he is cute, but now she will show him her real power. Jamie realizes she is not just a regular priest because the atmosphere has completely changed. Holy power is more than a bishop's and combat power. He will be a bothersome opponent. The priestess tells him that the magic he cast just now has absorbed everything from her, even though it was only for an instant. After that, she asked them if he was also a black magician, and he replied that he was not sure what she would do if he were a black magician. She holds her weapon and states that if that is the case, she will destroy him. Suddenly, Jamie's eyes turn purple, and he states that if she is about to do that, he will introduce her to someone new. He stands before the unholy gate and asks Nebro to come forth. Then, a bright light appears there, and the priestess is shocked to see Nebro before her. After that, Jamie keeps her busy with Nebro and moves towards the demon standing before the egg. The demon observes the egg and sees that he is sure if more hearts are offered as tribute. At the same time, Jamie gets behind and says that, as expected, he is enjoying all that dark energy. The demon gets amazed to see him and asks him about his identity. Jamie looks at him and tells him that he knows that he is that filthy demon follower, Demon. The demon again asks him his name, and Jamie replies that he does not need to know that, and they should end this. Then one of his companions attacks the demon by saying he will fulfill Jamie's orders. However, the demon gets injured, falls on the ground, and starts crying for his baby. Suddenly, that giant egg disappears from there, and everyone gets amazed to see that. Then Jamie asks Reza to stand back because the effects of that egg will be dangerous. Reza stands back and wonders if his dark energy inside the egg is roping up the demon. Jamie states it was bound to happen and should have absorbed enough life force by now. Moreover, soon a demon will arise from that egg. On the other side, the priestess fights with Nebro and asks him to die. The skeleton Nebro states that telling the undead to die is pitiful. The girl is annoyed at Nebro and thinks she doesn't even know what has happened to the egg, and Master will not let it go if the plan goes wrong. Nebro and the priestess stand in front of each other, and he senses her energy and states that that is a monster that can stomp on even death itself. She looks into his eyes and states that even if she dies here, she will not go out without beating him well. Then she attacks Nebro, who requests his master to escape safely because he has judged her power. On the other side, in the temple, Saint is stunned to sense the danger and says that everyone will die. He adds that if they stand still, they will all die. Anna does not get him, and one of the church members enters in a hurry and informs Saint about the danger. He states that they must leave immediately. After that, Saint holds Anna's hand and says they should leave and go because they are only a liability if they stay here. One of the soldiers knocks on all the doors and instantly informs everyone that the Marquis has called all of them. When Marquis calls for the troops to gather to attack, Lady Sears enters in a hurry. Marquis looks at his daughter and says that she does not need to worry, and she should gather the kids and get them with her, and then Lady Sears starts crying and informs her father that Jamie is missing. Marquis is stunned when Lady Sears tells him she thinks Jamie went into the Myrine forest. However, in the forest, Jamie has concluded that he hates demons because of a breed that intimidates and holds contempt for weaklings, and a being that harms living things purely by its existence. Meanwhile, Reza suggests that Jamie escape immediately, and the other, holding Benna in his arms, asks him about Benna. By observing all circumstances from outside, Sable says to himself that if it entirely escapes, even he will have a hard time handling it without the perfect cell. By seeing the current condition and the opponent's power, Reza once again says that they will die now. Jamie asks him to take that kid and run away as far as possible and up to somewhere safe where the demon's energy does not reach. The guy holding Benna leaves the place after listening to Jamie's orders. Then the giant demon appears there and asks Jamie if he thinks he will be fine alone, because it is no fun if he concedes so easily. The demon seems there and says that, as expected, rising to the surface in this manner is incredibly annoying. Jamie looks at him and calls him a demon of nobility, and then the demon asks him if he is a human who knows a thing or two about them, and he will delay eating him a bit since he applauds his knowledge. The demon introduces himself as Rueda, the Baron of the Great Devil Domain. Jamie looks at him and thinks that it means he is at least a master class, and he is going to be a tough job for him to deal with. Rueda sees Jamie thinking and asks him not to be too scared and accepts that now that he has arrived, there is no going back. Meanwhile, Jamie activates his absolute immunity, the perfect cell, and says he is so kind as to explain all this to him. Rueda looks at the bracelet in Jamie's hand and says that he has something nice over there, so if he gives that to him, he will offer him a peaceful death. Jamie smiles and replies that he is not crazy to do that for him. Rueda responds that he leaves him no choice, and now he will see how well he can handle his attack. Then Jamie jumps high and activates his skill, Leviathan, to deal with the Baron of the Devil Domain. However, Sable smiled to see that and commented that it was unsatisfying because the weakest of the 5 nobles, the Baron, was in front of him. He looks around and states that it may feel like a calamity to humans, but even so, they should have left someone to defend their home. On the other side, Razor runs fast, holding Benna to escape that forest instantly. Meanwhile, Reza wonders if Jamie can deal with that monster alone, and Benna becomes conscious. She says that the fact that she still exists is proof that her master is still alive. She opens her eyes, looks around, and gets furious to know he is out of the forest for her safety. She becomes angry at Reza, who informs her that the boss told him to take her and run away because a demon has broken. However, Benna is not satisfied with his answer and asks him to let her down. After that, Benna stands in front of a rock and asks if her master is in there, and then Reza states that Jamie will be fighting that monstrosity right about now, so they should understand that now he will only be a burden if she goes. Benna replies that even if she dies, she does not care about it if she can buy him a little time. Reza says there is no point because she cannot defend herself properly in her current state. At the same time, he is attacked by some unseen power, and Benna is surprised to see that the things that the undead summon were deactivated. Coincidentally, there was an explosion at the same time. Benna thinks about the priestess who calls him a bug and states that she needs to be stomped on to stop her from ever getting back up. She says to herself that she should fight back because how much longer she will just let this happen, so she needs to step forward. At the same time, a voice comes out of the hammer, and someone tells Benna that it is a young Valkyrie with strong and pure blood. Although she has not ripened yet, he will know how to use him for today, and she should remember this feeling. The hammer goes high, and someone behind the hammer introduces himself as Filion, a hammer made by a legendary blacksmith, created to be used by her queen. So, she should try her best. However, inside the forest, Jamie thinks that she doesn't even have the energy to maintain flight anymore because she has lost too much blood, and if only she had a little more energy from the bead of life, or if he could have just summoned Black and bought time for himself to cost a high-level technique, it would not have ended. Jamie ponders, and then Teberin appears there and says it is beautiful that he is lying. Jamie looks at him and asks how he has managed to get here, and he replies that he knows his way around a place he has been in for 600 years. Jamie holds his hand when Teberin states that, to think he did not leave and was fighting the demon alone as expected, he has a noble heart worthy of being chosen by the goddess. Jamie responds that it is not the case, and then suddenly he is attacked by the demon Baron and is defended by Teberin. Then Baron and Teberin start fighting with one another, and Baron states that he would like to finish his meal, so he should let him attack Jam. After being assaulted by him, Baron tells Teberin that he was going to chop his arm off then and there, and he is pretty strong for a creature of the surface world. Teberin gazes at him and replies that he is right and pretty quick as well. He attacks Baron instantly, and as a result, he coughs up blood. Teberin informs him that he did not come alone either, and then he calls Benna, who appears there and attacks the monster on the head. So, Benna and Teberin join hands to attack the demon monster. Then Benna lands on the ground, looks at her master, Jams, winks her eye, and tells him she has finally come here. Jamie observes her hairstyle and asks about it, and she responds that she looks cool now. Then Teberin interrupts and says they can talk it out later and concentrate on their enemy, because it is not over yet. Baron again stands up against them and states that it is true that the fight is not over yet, and there is more they can fight with. On the other side, while walking through the forest, one of the comrades tells Marquis they cannot advance further due to the evil energy. He asked Marquis why they do not move after waiting for the Pyro Church people to arrive and receive their blessings. Marquis thinks that only the Order of Fear is holding up for a while, but if they waste more time here, anything bad can happen to Jam. Then suddenly, Marquis receives a gust of wind and starts reading it. holding it in his hand. However, the priestess runs fast to get out of the forest and says that the evil energy is not good, but she has summoned the demon, and her job is done. Hopefully, the boss will not punish her now because she has done her job. Inside the forest, Teberin and Benna are lying on the ground. Baron looks at them, laughs, and states that he was surprised and was not expecting that he would be able to have a fight of this caliber on the surface world. Moreover, he can sense a power capable of annihilation from it when he looks at Jam. Meanwhile, Jamie activates his magic, Road to Ruin, to attack him. It is a dark magic that releases all the energy absorbed by Leviathan at once, and it possesses power capable of large-scale destruction. Jamie attacks him and thinks it was the last chance Benna and the bear gave him, so he must use it in the right direction. Baron responds that he would have died too if he had hit his head, so now if he has any last words, he can say them because he will attack him. Jamie replies that he should just kill him and should not talk much about it. Suddenly, he senses the wind, and Beryl appears there to help him in this war against the demon of Baron. Moreover, before entering the forest, he requested the Marquis not to let anyone join it because it would lead to a meaningless death, and he would take care of the demon. On the contrary, Sable enters the Pyro Church, and the Archbishop states that he has a feeling, but he had no idea a guest would come to visit. Sable smiles and asks him if the apostle has already left. The Archbishop joins his hands and asks him to leave this place if he respects the goddess. Sable gets stunned to hear that and asks him if he is saying that he does not have to go if he does not respect the goddess. If that is the case, the Archbishop responds that he must do something about him. Sable smiles at his words and asks him if he thinks he can do it, and if going up against Genie's first sword is much easier for him. Then Sable raises his weapon and says that may eternal peace be engraved upon the edge of his sword, and today the goddess will have significant losses and be eliminated. On the other side, Jamie is shocked to see the power of Beryl and states that he could not see it clearly, but the quick slash with that ridiculously great sword, coupled with a horrifying level of control. He wonders if that is the authority of the wind. Then, Beryl looks at him and asks him why he is here. Jamie smiles and replies that he is just curious because everyone keeps telling him not to come here, so he is here out of curiosity. Beryl states that he saw everything, and then Jamie thinks he is talking about the demon. Beryl adds that he is just joking. However, everyone has secrets they do not want others to know. Jamie gets impressed by him and says that he has made an exact idea about him. Then he steps forward and asks him why he is here, because he heard he had left this place. Beryl replies that he took on a task because he was the right person. At the same time, Teberin appears there, asks Beryl about his identity, and says he looks firm. Beryl introduces himself as one who seeks after the secrets of the world. He adds that he is here to retrieve the item that was entrusted to this place by the request of Isis. Teberin inquires if he is talking about the frontier, and he replies that he would like him to open up the gates of Gremia. Meanwhile, Jamie, who has heard the name Gremia for the first time, starts thinking about it. Teberin apologizes and says he cannot open the gate for him because he is not Gremia's administrator. The bear asks Jamie, and he says if he is talking about the ruins. After a while, they move forward towards the Gremia, and Beryl tells Jamie that, on top of the demons, he did not expect him to be messing with Gremia. Jamie laughs and states that they should get started on it. Meanwhile, Teberin extends his hand towards Jamie and asks him to pass over the authority to him. Beryl looks at him to see his reaction, and then Jamie joins his hand with Teberin, and the bear tells them that he will be opening it now. After that, the gate opens and they all get inside. Jamie looks around and starts thinking about the place when someone appears there and welcomes him by calling the owner of Black Mana. Jamie looks at him and states that he is the thought that prevented the seizing of the system previously, and he knew that he was not just a simple firewall here, and asks him if he could be the creator of Gremia. That person replies that he is correct and introduces himself as Armian. He says he was a genie's artifact creator and a 9-class magician who was very real in the human world when he was alive. Jamie states that he cannot believe he is singing his praises, so in that case, if he is also the frontier or something like that. Armian replies that he is very close to Isis, and he is not on the frontier. He is just holding on to the lightning dragon sword, the Gram, upon her request. But Gremia is not just a place that is made for watching over the Gram. He adds that it was made for the sake of someone he has been waiting for, and could be a black mana with the power to kill gods. He says he is waiting for someone to control that black mana. After hearing all that, Jamie asks him how he knows information like the ancient language and other stuff that is supposed to be forgotten, and thinks that not even Ganon knew about the power to kill gods. He looks at Armian and states that he will eliminate him if he does not give him a satisfying answer. Armian replies that there are places left behind a being in the world, and the ancient language was something he learned while he sought after those traces. Jamie is shocked to know that and inquires if he is saying a trace of Diablo Volfir exists. Armian questions him if Diablo is that person's name because he could not find it despite searching for it his whole life, and the person who inherited that person's mana is he. So it is all ready for him to give that power to him. Jamie feels the power and says it is an incredible amount of energy, even though the bead of life is filled. Meanwhile, Armian shows him an object and states that Gremia is an artifact that can take different forms and has unlimited possibilities. Moreover, the user's will could determine its shape and function, which he, helpless in front of the truth, did everything in his power for the sake of that day. As Jamie holds that object, Armian tells him he will transfer all the authority to him. After getting that authority, Jamie becomes happy and states that he never thought it would be this unbelievable artifact, because it is on par with the 3 great divine weapons that he has made. It is even more powerful than they. After a while, it starts raining, and Raz rushes towards the church and shouts to see the archbishop injured and in a terrible condition. He comes to the archbishop, touches him, and says he needs healing immediately. The archbishop replies that it is futile because another type of holy energy interferes with the healing. The archbishop tells him he is okay and should immediately protect the apostle and the saint. Raz asks him if this is the doing of the genie's church, and he again asks him to be quick and must go after them to save the apostle and saint. Raz starts crying and asks him how he could leave him here in such a bad condition, and he replies that he understands his feelings, but it is a necessity. The archbishop puts his hand on Raz's head and requests him to go. He replies that he will avenge him, and then the archbishop advises him not to seek revenge. Moreover, he should say to protect other persons, so he has to go now. Inside the forest, Beryl asks Jamie if he is okay, and he replies that he feels a little nauseous, but okay. Jamie asks him about the item and Beryl holds that item in his hand and replies that he is done with what he has to do and has gotten the item he needed. Meanwhile, Teberin asks Jamie about the Gremia and says he does not know if he is aware of it because he came there later than them. Moreover, his connection to Gremia is completely cut off now, so he wants to know what happened when he was in there. Jamie responds that he met Armian, the creator, and gave Gremia to him. Then, he shows the Gremia and asks him to look for himself. Teberin and Beryl are surprised to see that, and Beryl says it is an even more powerful item than the Gram. Teberin gets shocked and asks him if Mr. gave that to him, and he replies that he was the creator, so he gave him full authority after the Gram was taken. Teberin still does not understand why Jamie has been chosen for it, and then Jamie asks him to come here for a second. After that, Jamie puts his hand on Teberin's face, and he asks Jamie if he is healing him, and he replies that he is not hitting him, but they should say it is a magic that is something similar to it, and he should think of it as something for the sake of Gremia. Meanwhile, Beryl asks him to go back because Lady Sears will be distraught, and he replies that he forgot about his mother, so they should go back now. Suddenly, he feels that his friend Ricky is in danger and stops instantly in his way. Beryl looks at him and asks if something is wrong, and he replies that he can feel that the goddess's apostle is in danger. Beryl replies that if the goddess's apostle recently appeared, he is talking about his friend. Jamie shouts and says this is not the time for this because he needs to go to him immediately to save him. However, Beryl does not let him go, grabs him, and puts him on his shoulder. After that, he asks for directions, and Jamie replies that they are going towards the southeastern part of Afton. Then they both jump and go high to save the apostle. However, Teberin states that he could not say goodbye properly, and now it is time to return to his hometown. Furthermore, a comrade informs Marquis that the scout reports say the demonic energy seems to have disappeared, and he replies that it is good news. Suddenly, some of the soldiers rush towards him and tell the Marquis that groups of demons have appeared inside the territory, and they are causing terror indiscriminately all over the place. Thankfully, the knights left behind have suppressed them, but apparently, there are demons disguised as civilians and soldiers. Marquis replies that he took them lightly by not paying sufficient attention to them. He is also informed that the archbishop has been assassinated, and according to the witnesses, Sir Sable was at that location. On the Sable side, he smiles and tells Roz that he cannot stop him alone. Roz gazes at him and thinks he never thought he would be this strong. After that, he asks Hyan not to worry because he is here to protect him. Roz inquires Sable when he could plan all this, and replies that he never thought he would get to kill the goddess's apostle. Roz observes Sable's attack and asks his two companions not to come over there, who are worried to see him injured. After that, Roz says to himself that he is sure he dodged it, but still got injured, and then Sable says that he cannot stop him even if he is a sword master. Sable smiles and says that he has taken much time to realize that, and then he activates his power, the reversal of cause and effect. He states that his power is the reversal of cause and effect, and as long as he attacks him, he will get injured. Moreover, he can hasten the result so that he will become injured. Saint looks at Sable and wonders what kind of ability that is and how such an illogical ability can exist. Sable adds that there are a lot of monsters out there in the world, and unfortunately for him, he is the monster. Sable goes through him and says to think of him as one who ranks high amongst those monsters. As Sable goes through the body of Roz, he gets injured badly, and Saint rushes towards him. Suddenly, a strong wind blows, making Roz strong, and he jumps high. So, Sable looks upward and says he cannot believe he would make him the first sword of Zenith to step back. Moreover, he wonders what kind of nonsensical divine power that is. Roz attacks him and says he should ask his god such a question. Sable jumps and replies that Father hates it when they question him. On Saturday morning, he would surely tell him to keep swinging his sword instead of asking something useless. So they swing their swords, and Sable says he is sure, and has already mentioned that he cannot stop him. He again activates his power, the reversal of cause and effect, to attack him, and Roz smiles and says that although he cannot stop him, he can attack him by using his power. As a result, Sable falls, and Roz tells him that he is a weak human in front of the power of a god. Moreover, he has to face the penalty of the reversal of cause and effect, and will suffer when one cannot endure the cause and effect. After a while, Sable gets up and says that to think he would realize such a thing now is an obvious development. Moreover, it truly is a strong divine power. He could fully heal the dying and escape from his power. Roz asks him to shut his mouth and again tries to attack him. Sable blocks his attack and responds that as long as the goddess does not descend herself, they are nothing but mere humans as well. After that, they start fighting again, and Sable tells him he cannot stop him this time. Ricky shouts to see Roz, and then Jamie appears there and uses intense pain and giant lightning to assist Roz in attacking. After that, he commands Ricky to give it to Roz instantly. Ricky catches that power and defends himself from Sable's attack. After that, Jamie and Roz rush towards Ricky and ask him if he is okay. However, Ricky is short of seeing Jamie in front of him, and then Jamie tells him that he did step up since he looked like he was in danger. Meanwhile, Roz tells them that Sable was the one who caused all this, and he was an informant for the Zenith Church. Beryl is shocked to learn that Sable was Marquis' assistant. Jamie looks at him and asks if he is telling him that Sable was the assistant. However, he was unsure despite using magic, but did not know about the line. When they are all busy talking, Beryl gets attacked by Sable, who states that he was aiming for the kid's neck too. However, as expected of a sword master, Beryl can see that. Roz gets annoyed at him and starts abusing him because he thinks Sable is under attack and will not attack them further. Meanwhile, Sable laughs and says that reversal of cause and effect is not the only skill he can use. The one he used just now had a greater price. Suddenly, Beryl asks everyone to stand back because he will face him. Sable calls him boring when they both come in front of one another because he shows no emotions despite losing an arm. He adds that he did not think he would play fear, so he decides to move forward. Beryl responds that it does not matter since he will rip him in pieces with the wind. At the same time, the clouds are thundering, and Jamie is looking at them and observing the fight. He thinks that he would have died if it were not for Beryl. Then Roz asks Jamie if he will be okay, and he replies that he does not know, and they will have to wait and see since they cannot thoughtlessly butt into a fight between two sword masters. Roz looks at Sable and states that reversal of cause and effect is a cheat-like skill, because Sir Beryl can slightly see that move, but it still will not be easy. He adds that its uses will be limitless if used in defense, not just attacking. However, Jamie observes them and thinks that, as expected, he cannot sit still and needs to enter the fight. On the other side, Sable states that since they are both souled masters, if he thinks he would be someone he will be able to face. Sable hits a cut on Beryl and says that, unfortunately, the number of years he has lived compared to Beryl is vast, and he has quite a baby face. Meanwhile, Jamie and Roz shout to see Mr. Beryl get injured and attacked by Sable. After that, Sable looks upward, tells Jamie it is his turn, and then jumps high towards him. Jamie gets shocked to see him coming towards him, and at that time, Roz steps forward and says that he will stop him by using a goddess shield. Sable laughs to see that goddess's shield and states that if he has forgotten, he is not the only one blessed by God. Moreover, a shield like that is nothing in front of Father's power, and he wishes that all things proceed as Father wills it. When Sable is happy that everything will go according to Father's will, Jamie uses Gremia and that object to attack him back. Meanwhile, Roz is also trying to defend everyone, and then Sable laughs and asks him not to resist because it is futile. On the other side, Beryl is injured and lying on the ground. He apologizes to Lady Sears and says that her son is alive and protected. Meanwhile, a voice comes out of the object and tells him that he is not reminiscing over someone else's mother now. Beryl gets up and is shocked to hear that voice saying they should say it is something like healing magic. Moreover, he will keep his secret, so he should stay alive and try his best to protect them. At this rate, and they will all be wiped out. Then Beryl gets power and attacks Sable from behind, who gets stunned to see him. Beryl states he does not know where this power comes from and should ask the little kid there. Sable looks at Jamie, gets shocked to see Gremia in his hand, and gets attacked by that. He says that these pricks will not work and wonders about the power. Jamie shouts and asks him not to look down on him because he has formed this power to annihilate him. Sable tries to defend himself, but wonders why his divine power is scattering and is being affected by Gremia. After a while, everyone gets conscious, and Roz asks about Jamie and then looks around for him. He sees Sable sitting on Jamie and saying he is happy he can end him here. Roz and Ricky rush towards him to save him, and Jamie thanks them because he cannot move his body. However, he is again attacked by Sable, who says goodbye and attacks him with his weapon. The scene shifts to the present, where Jamie has a bad dream and gets up instantly. Her mother shouts to see him gaining consciousness and states that if he goes running off like that again, he is going to kill him. Then she hugs her son, and Jamie is still shocked to see that he is safe and in his bedroom. He apologizes to his mother and thinks about what happened there and about the Gremia. Suddenly, he recalls a necklace given to him by someone, and he was advised that when he is in need, this artifact will be of great use to him. Jamie wonders if the artifact that the older man gave him does something. However, his mother and sister are still worried about him, and his mother states that he takes after his father. Jamie wonders what kind of things he could do, and then he asks about the necklace from his mother. She shows him a necklace, and he thinks the blue light has gone. Lady Sears tells him that this was given by his grandma to him, and he replies that he heard she passed away before he was born. Lady Sears adds that his grandma could see the future. On the other side, Sable reaches the southern region of Brionne, a desert more than 10,000 km away from Afton. He keeps running and thinks that he got flung from the northern region to the southern region, and that woman still cannot be seen here. He recalls when a woman requested him not to try to hurt her child anymore and told him that if he could leave somewhere far away now. Then Sable gets annoyed at her and tries to crush her when she informs him that he cannot stop this, no matter how strong he is, because the price has already been paid. Sable looks around and wonders if this is that guy's territory, and he will run before he gets caught here. Meanwhile, the Blazer looks at him, welcomes him, and says he is curious about why a busy man like him decided to come here. Blazer is the high priest and the knights captain for the sun god Ra Church. He tells Sable that if he answers honestly, he will give him a quick and peaceful death. Sable looks upwards and calls him a monster. On the contrary, Jamie attends the Archbishop's funeral and says it feels like a dream. Jamie states that the Archbishop was always kind and generous to everyone, and a large star has fallen. Whoever did it will not be forgiven, and then he looks at the Archbishop and wonders if he can turn him into an undead. Jamie smiles and says he can turn him into an undead because his version differs from the previous one. Meanwhile, Ricky informs Jamie that Pyro wants to see him after his fight with the demons. As they are about to enter the church, Ricky tells him he cannot emit any light from here because it is a rule. When they both join, Jamie asks his friend about Sable because he thinks the situation ended well. Ricky responds that it looks like he does not remember, and tells him that Sable disappeared with the light from his necklace. Jamie states that he does not know the details about that necklace, only that his grandmother, with future seeing capabilities, made it and has gifted it to him. After a while, Ricky says they have raised the sanctuary of origin where the goddess stands in the water and prays for something by joining her hands. Jamie looks at her and asks his friend if she is not just going to appear for a while and then disappear again like last time, and he asks him to keep quiet because she's telling him to stop being disrespectful. After that, Ricky leaves the place and says the goddess is coming, so he should talk to her. The goddess comes before Jamie, thanks him for all his efforts. She states that she could strike a blow to Zenith because of him. Meanwhile, Jamie requests that she withdraw some of her power because it feels like he will explode and die here because of her power. The goddess looks at him and states that it seems she was being inconsiderate and that she forgot that humans are beings who are depraved. However, he ought to feel proud because he is a human that a god has accepted. On the contrary, Jamie looks unhappy with her statement and grinds his teeth angrily. Someone informs the higher authorities in the genie's church headquarters that the plan has failed, and Sir Creon has also gone missing. The man with white hair shouts and says he even gave him the soul in the church repository. The guy with blonde hair looks at him and states that he has no words because they have searched every corner of the Afton region. But other than Kanna's corpse, they were not able to find any other traces at all. The white-haired men become furious and think this is bad because the battlefield's helix shows them that if they try to start a holy war without Creon, they will lose big time. Battlefield's helix is a divine object that can deduce the results of a war by running a simulation. So he states that it looks like the political pressure from making a contract with the demon race will intensify, and the blonde-haired guy responds that he is aware of it. The white-haired guy thinks they were supposed to start a war right away to turn the tide in their favor, but they do not have any choice but to wait for him to come back right now. If so, he orders the blonde-haired guy to find Creon no matter what and bring him back at all costs. The night turns into day, and Lady Sears cries because Jamie is not in the palace again. He is in the Pyro Church, where he tells the goddess Pyro that he gained Diablo Volfir in the forest. Pyro replies that it is hard to believe he coincidentally obtained Diablo Volfir in the mountains. Jamie states that he can tell her nothing since he coincidentally obtained it. Pyro still does not believe him and asks him if he is asking her to believe that random thing, and Jamie replies that she should do so. The goddess Pyro says they should forget about it because it is unimportant right now. Jamie looks at him and says he will ask her a question this time. He continues to say that he knows that his spiritual master, Diablo, is her arch-enemy, so he is curious about what has happened to him. Pyro replies that she does not know because he was sealed in the realm of eternity's primordial darkness. Even gods cannot do anything in that space, so he does not know about him. Jamie makes a rough idea that he might escape, and she responds that it is impossible because there is no way they would seal him in a place where he would have even the slightest chance of escape. After hearing that Jamie thinks that he has become certain of this, and they do not know that he is dead, and that he has transmigrated. After that, the goddess Pyro reveals to him about the bracelet and says that it has been a while since she has seen it, and to think that it has reappeared in this world has caused them a lot of trouble. Jamie states that he is looking for the remaining two objects, the indestructible aloofness of All Might, and the killer of gods, Godkiller. Pyro allows him to do as he pleases, and says she will turn a blind eye to it. Jamie inquires if she has been ostracized, and she replies that she will answer him since it does not seem like he was making fun of her with that question. She reveals the secret and tells him that the genies, Lily and Brahman teamed up, and Dryan and Kilun teamed up on the other side. Tantiras and Arbolado are teamed up, and Ra, the Flame Emperor, and she are on their own. Jamie gets shocked to know that the Sun God is alone, and then Pyro tells him that the Flame Emperor was alone from the start, and Ra is more like ruling as an absolute god rather than being alone. Jamie observes that, based on what she has said, he does not think she should feel in danger just because she is alone. Pyro states that she feels that way because of his genies, as he thinks of himself as Ra's hunting dog, and that Ra abandoned him. Moreover, he has made her his target because he blames her for it. He also intends to steal her power and fight Ra, and then she becomes furious and says how he dares to step out of line. Jamie looks at her appearance and thinks that her hair has become black, so she needs his strength, despite him being a dark magician. Pyro states that his black mana is primordial and pure, unlike the wickedness of filthy beings. Jamie says to himself that she scorned that power so much in the past, but he is Diablo Volfier's successor. Pyro replies that it does not make any difference and asks him if he is saying he cannot work with her, one of the 12 gods, which is ridiculous. She puts her finger on his hand and says that he is the one who approached her by mentioning his name, and Jamie replies that he is just saying that he does not think they can fully trust each other. She adds that in that case, they need to instill trust in each other, and when Jamie asks her about the strategy, she recommends that he check his palm. Pyro says that she has already given him her token of promise in terms of a symbol on his palm. Meanwhile, Ricky and Roz pay him respect by saying the sword that looks after the goddess's justice, and the holy official pay their respect to the newly appointed saint. Jamie looks at his farm and says it is nice to meet them all, and he looks forward to working with them all. However, a saint is someone God has chosen. They would receive a token on their body and be treated like a bishop. While they do not influence the world, they are free from other influences because they are sacred and inviolable. After a while, Ricky appears in front of Jamie, apologizes for arriving late, and tells him he is late because the genies got in his way. Thanks to his help in the face of danger, he protected the holy territory. Jamie smiles and says he will come back at another time, but being able to move freely without belonging to any church is great. On the other side, Lady Sears becomes worried to know that Jamie has joined the Pyro Church, even though he is a Welton, so she cannot believe he is a saint. Sarah hears the word saint for the first time, so she asks her mother about it. Marquis smiles and says he will tell her who the saint is in detail. At the same time, a servant enters and informs the Marquis that Beryl has broken up. Lady Sears gets up to look at Beryl, and Marquis asks him if she will be all right. Lady Sears punches her son's head in a lighter mood and tells her father that she ought to thank him since he saved her son, and Jamie loves and says that he will go along as well. Then they both enter Beryl's room, and he is surprised to see Lady Sears in front of him. Lady Sears sits in a chair before him and asks him about his health. However, Jamie observes both and says that Beryl knows nothing about emotions. When Lady Sears leaves the room, Jamie sits on the bed before Beryl and tells him he is relieved because he worries his arm will not stick back nicely. Beryl gets annoyed at him and asks him about the nonsense he is saying in front of a patient, so he should not talk like that to him. Jamie laughs and replies that he is saying all this because he is a kid. Then, Beryl thanked him, and Jamie said he did nothing. More importantly, he heard he had something to tell him, which is what her mother said. Beryl responds that he has something to tell him and then asks him if he knows about the frontier, and Jamie replies that he heard it is a suspicious association that seeks the world's secrets. After that, Beryl asks him to follow him and says that a 9th class magician within the frontier could teach him about everything. Jamie replies that they are probably not humans, and Beryl adds that they are not human, which is why they will be able to help him grow more powerful. Jamie is aware of his identity and says he cannot believe he is asking him to learn magic from someone beneath him, which is unbelievable. Beryl responds that it is fine and he should seek help from them because they are a 9th class master. Jamie states, even if this is a chance to learn magic from someone who can even change the map of the world, he is not fully ready because it is true that being a 9th class is amazing, but he is far off in life. When Beryl tries to figure out his statement, Jamie laughs and says that he means that he will get there in the not-too-distant future. Then he thanked Beryl and said he would go over to play sometime because he was curious about the leader, Isis. Beryl explains that they are extraordinary, so he should ensure he comes to play someday and will introduce him to Isis. The day turns into night, and Jamie enters his bedroom, where Benna is crying and asking him how he would abandon her like that in the forest, so he is so evil. Jamie replies that he does not abandon her and just left her with someone who could protect her at that time. Benna is unsatisfied with his answer and again asks if he has completely forgotten about her. He asks her to answer this question honestly. Jamie smiles and says that, of course, he does not intend to do that, and thinks that, seeing as how she is complaining like this, it looks like she has completely healed now. He observes that the scarf he can feel mana from is probably the artifact he gave her. Benna keeps complaining and says that if he has any idea how hard it was for her to work over here, Jamie observes her and asks her if she cannot fly, and he thinks she is awake. Suddenly, a sharp light emerges from the hammer, and he states it will be better if he explains. Both Benna and Jamie get shocked to see that hammer right between them. The hammer explains to Jamie that to save him at that time, it had to awaken her for a single time forcibly, resulting from Benna's strong desire and support. So he should be grateful to it and to Benna, because if it were not for them, he would have been done for by that demon. Jamie gets annoyed at that hammer and asks if there is a ghost hunting it or something, and he wonders why this hammer is causing a fuss on its own. The hammer calls him a punk and asks how he dares compare the grate itself to a mere tool. Even if he is Benna's mustard, he should not say things like that. However, Benna is shocked that Jamie can also hear the hammer's voice because she thinks she is the only one who can hear it. Meanwhile, Jamie thinks that, according to that ego weapon, it was pointing at him when he could not even hear its voice. On the contrary, Benna starts crying, and the hammer asks her not to cry for a tiny thing like that. Jamie looks at the hammer and asks him if it was awakened as a one-time thing, and to awaken it completely, it needs to carry some duty, and he found the Valkyrie's hideout. Benna gets stunned to know there is a place where the Valkyries live because she did not know about it earlier. Tebran adds that it is right, and in the deepest part of the Ariazard Great Forest. Then Jamie explains that it will be impossible to look for it now since the Great Forest is a place where even a sword master has a hard time surviving, and it looks like he does need to carry out that mission. Time passed quickly after that, and for their holy mission and protection, Ricky and Anna journeyed to the great temple of Firo. Moreover, the Welton family was off to another journey. In place of Raz, who left with the Ricky siblings, Sir Airlock joined the Welton family to represent the cooperation between the family and the Firo Church. 15 days later, they finally returned to Heath, where Lady Sears and her children met with their father. Welton becomes happy to see his wife and daughter, and then asks about Jam. Jamie appears in front of him and says that he has returned. Mr. Welton looks at his son and says he has grown taller and looks quite powerful this time. They all sleep in their bedroom at night, and Sarah snores when Jamie is not there. He goes to Beryl and asks him about the sword. He states that he is asking about the sword because he is curious what a sword is to a sword master. Beryl asks if he knows he was once called an evil spirit because the sword is his self-reflection. He states it was only after repeated regret and self-reflection that he realized that what he was wielding was not a sword but hatred, and that was when he became a true sword master. Jamie states that he has learned how he became a sword master, and then he recalls when the goddess Pyro asked him if he wished to know the history that disappeared. He consented to knowing the history, and Pyro stated that it might be a bit difficult now because a certain keyword has been set. The movement is approached. Every god will be able to learn from that situation. It is something that cannot be avoided. So whoever approaches that secret will all learn of it, and each time that happens, the hardliners will be sent to erase that existence. Jamie mixes a guess if she is talking about Brahman, the dragon god, and replies that it is right, as his children, the dragons, will step up. It is what happened to Kanon, so if he has the confidence to face one of them right now. Jamie says it will be impossible for him to proceed like he did in the past, so he needs to look for another method. Jamie reached the training ground the next day, and Mr. Welton was surprised to see him. He said it was surprising to see him here at the training grounds. Jamie looks at his father and states that there is something he wishes to speak to him about, and he wishes to learn swordsmanship. The scene shifts inside the palace, where the Marquis is standing in front of the Tina picture and touching it. Tina states that if he knows that she truly detests her power, and because of this useless strength, she killed her entire family. Marquis asks her to be with him and says that he will now become his family and protect her so that she will never have to use that power again. He adds that he still does not know what that prophecy was, and if he truly needed it, she could not have told him that the mercenary who saved his life on the battlefield and became his assistant was a traitor. He asks Tina if it was truly necessary for all those lives to be sacrificed, and then she smiles and states that he will know straight away who to give this to. She extends a necklace towards him, and Marquis asks him why she needs to be responsible for the distant future. Tina asks him not to cry and says that this is the first time she is proud of her power, and if he had not held on to her that time, then she would have died. Marquis holds that necklace, and then Tina asks him to watch over their child, who will inherit their blood. After that, she disappears and says that may they pray that he does not become the calamity of this world. On the other side in the Seldom Kingdom, Welton Country, Eric Tedry, the holy enforcer of the Pyro Church, comes to meet with Argino Welton and discuss some critical issues. First of all, Eric says that it is an honor for him to meet Count Welton. Welton thanks him for traveling such a long way and says it is truly regrettable that Archbishop Saphira died. He becomes angry and states that no one would have thought that the genie's church would utilize the demonic clan to attack them. Arak thanks him for his concerns and states that their church will not forget the Count's help. Count Welton gets angry and states that if he could have his way, he would attack the genie's church's head temple right now. Meanwhile, Lady Sears tries to calm him down, and then Welton says he will make those losers pay for messing with his family. Arak states that their church will also assist him in obtaining the objective. Welton thanks him for helping without hesitation, and Arak states there is no need for formalities because the saint's work is also the work of the church. After that, he leaves the castle, and Welton is pondering something. Lady Sears looks at him and asks him what he is thinking about, and Welton replies that he is thinking about Jamie, who would have thought he would become the Pyro Church saint, although they said it was possible to work freely without being connected to the church. After hearing that, Lady Sears becomes sad and states that she should have looked after him more carefully, so she wants to apologize. Welton replies that it is not her fault because no one could stop a 9-year-old child who is a 6th-class magician, and he is just worried about the timing. He adds that, as everyone knows, the Pyro Church is at the brink of war with the genie's church, and at that time, this appointment is because of war. Lady Sears smiles and asks him if he worries the war will control Jamie. He tells him that his father had said this to her before he left. Moreover, he might have been chosen because of the war, and Jamie might put himself forward for Ricky's sake. She states that it is unexpected that she was worried about him instead, and to be honest, she is so scared that if something happens to her son, she will not survive. She starts crying and says that even though she is scared, she must believe in him because her mother told her she must watch and believe in him until the end. However, Welton requests that he not cry and says he will bring Jamie back, so she should believe in her husband because no one will hurt their child. Not even if it is a god because he will protect his child at every cost. The next day, Jamie tells his father that he would like to learn the sword, and he asks him why he wants to do so. Jamie replies that he wants to learn the family's sword techniques fully. Welton inquires about the magic, and he replies that he will train it alongside magic. Welton laughs when he hears that and asks him if he means that he is going to learn the sword for self-defense, and he replies that it is not the case, and he wants to learn the family's sword technique properly. When Welton observes that Jamie is serious about learning swordsmanship, he states he takes the sword too lightly. He responds that it is not true, and then his father explains that the family's sword techniques cannot be learned concurrently with magic because the sword is not something frivolous. Welton adds that he is looking down on the sword so he cannot teach someone like that, and Jamie replies that he is being sincere. After that, Welton holds a stick and asks his son to show him his determination for learning the sword. He states that he will not use aura, but can use everything he has and receive the blows from his sword. Jamie looks at his father and asks him if he is saying that he can use magic, and he replies that he can use magic, a sword, or whatever else, so if he can block his sword once, then he will pass the sword to him. So all the trainees start mumbling and laughing at him because they are unaware of Jamie's power. After that, Jamie looks at his father and thinks he is on the same level as Sable, maybe even higher, and he cannot feel any energy from him, making him scarier. Welton asks him if he is ready, and Jamie thinks he should break the wooden sword because it is possible that he did not cover it with aura. As Jamie says that he is ready, Welton moves towards him, and Jamie wonders if he is planning on killing his child. Instantly, he uses his black mana to defend himself and block his father's attack. Welton tells him that the sword is not simple, and this will hurt. Jamie responds that he has also mentioned that he was sincere, and then uses a hand of destruction to attack his father. Welton wonders about his son's magic skills when he states that he cannot stop with this and that he can show his determination through only this. Welton looks impressed and asks his son where he has learned this magic, and he replies that he created it. After hearing that, Welton realizes the power of his son because he does not need a teacher to level up the magic. Then he tries to make him understand, saying that he already has outstanding magic talent, so he does not need to learn the sword. Jamie replies that he has never looked down on the sword and is not learning to be cool, but wants to learn it for his future. Welton asks him what future he is talking about, and he replies that it is as he has already guessed. Moreover, he realized many things after that time, such as that magic alone is not enough, and he needs a new strength to face what is to come in the future. Jamie tells his father that he also knows that although he is young, he is not immature, and is determined by what he says. After that, Welton states that he should come here by 6 o'clock in the morning from tomorrow onwards, and Jamie becomes happy to know that he will learn the sword techniques. On the other side, a palanquin leaves the palace, and a queen-like girl is sitting in the palanquin and says that she wants to meet young Master Welton quickly. At night, Jamie returns to his bedroom, where Benna is snoring and getting annoyed at her. He looks at her and says he cannot believe he has to deal with this. Jamie also thinks he should just hit it and wake it up to sleep well. Suddenly, Benna gets up and starts crying and asks Jamie if the squirrel has gone, and he asks her to sleep because he needs to pay for what he did yesterday. So Benna again lies on the bed and starts snoring. At 6 and the next day, Jamie reaches the training ground and wonders what kind of training he will do because he was not expecting to learn secret techniques from the start. He may be the family's young patriarch, but it would still be hard for him to learn since he does not even know the basics. Then he picks up a wooden sword and states that he will be able to excel with swords in no time. More importantly, the functions of this physical body are obvious, and it has the blood of a famous sword family and has also been strengthened by the bead of life, so that he will surprise his father this time as well. In the training ground, the voice captain, Hamilton Leonardo, tells everyone that he will be in charge of their training from today onwards. Jamie is surprised to see the voice captain, and asks him if his father is not going to teach him himself. Leonardo gets shocked by his question and wonders why a kid who has just started to learn the sword expects to learn from the great sword master. Then he informs Jamie that he will be teaching him for a while, and Jamie observes that he does not look too happy to teach him. He looks at Leonardo and says that he does not seem to have a wooden sword, and he replies that there is no need for that in today's training. So first of all, he will be running the training ground starting now. Jamie does not understand him and asks why he is supposed to be running when he is here to learn swordsmanship. Leonardo gets annoyed at him and states that from this moment on, he is not a sir and should address him as an instructor. Jamie becomes worried about his behavior and wonders why it feels like he must obey him. Leonardo tells him that all his answers will be ack. Jamie becomes sad instantly and responds in a slow voice, and then Leonardo again shouts and asks him if that is the loudest he can be. Jamie shouts and replies louder this time, and Leonardo says he now understands what he was saying. After that, Jamie started running, and it had been 3 hours since he started running. However, Welton smiles at the sight of his son running and says he knew that Hamilton Leonardo was the best at training people. Then Lady Sears comes here and tells her husband that it is so harsh for their child, and she cannot see it. He replies that Jamie needs to be harsh if they do not want the name Welton to be sullied. Besides, it is not even that harsh yet, and this is just the start because once he starts to wield a sword, he has no intention of going easy on him, even if he is his son. Lady Sears gets shocked to know that and says that he could be a little gentler towards their son, and he replies that his father was in no way gentle with him, so he is sure that he will do well since he is their son. Then he comes close to her and says that he forgot to tell her that Viscount Bal's family will visit tomorrow. Lady Sears gets angry at him and asks why he is only telling her that now, because there is no time for preparations. Welton smiles and says that there is still 1 day left, and Viscount Bal is his sword brother, so it is okay to prepare a grand welcome for him. Lady Sears turns and says that that is why they need to prepare even more, so she will leave first, and doesn't even know what she needs to start doing. Lady Sears leaves, and Welton asks him to wait for a minute because he has more things to tell him, but she does not listen and leaves. Welton states it is too bad for Jamie because he would go a little easier on him if his mom tried one more time at 11 in the morning. Jamie is still running tirelessly, and Leonardo gets impressed to see him and says that to think he has that kind of stamina at 9 is commendable. However, while running, Jamie thinks that he kept paying attention just in case there was not enough. But he has not been using his mana or holy energy, and has just been running with his physical strength without any rest. On the contrary, Welton says it is a little disappointing, but since Jamie has chosen to go with magic, he will support him to the best of his ability. Leonardo thinks that it seems the young master is not just talented with magic, and there is something they are not aware of. Then Leonardo asks him to stop running, and Jamie does not stop and listens to him. So Leonardo comes forward and puts his hand on Jamie's shoulder to stop him. Jim looks at him and asks if it is over now, and he replies that it is over and this is it for today's training. Jamie responds that it is a relief and that he can rest now. Then, he falls to the ground, and his instructor is shocked to see him. Leonardo looks at him and says he does not know what to put in his report for this. It is getting dark, and Jamie is lying on his bed, thinking if this is his room and if he will faint during the training. Then suddenly his sister Sarah enters his room, and Jamie asks her why she is crying. Sarah sniffs and says that she thought her brother had died, so she is afraid of losing him. Jamie smiles to see his sister's concerns and states that he is right, so she does not need to worry about him. Meanwhile, Benna tells Jamie that it has been tough for her and that she wants to rest. He replies that he had an even tougher time, so that she can suffer for a while longer, and then he asks Sarah to stop crying and play with the squirrel. At the same time, Welton enters the room and tells Jamie that he seems all right after his first training day. They both get surprised to see their father right in front of them. Welton picks up Sarah and says he is so proud of her because she is looking after her brother, and he heard the nanny has baked some cookies for her. Sarah becomes happy to hear that and rushes outside to eat it. After that, Count Welton looks at his son and states that he thought he could not move an inch because of how sore his muscles would be. Jamie replies that fortunately, it seems that he is all right and thinks that he cannot say it is thanks to the bead of life. The bead of life is an artifact that stores life force and helps in self-recovery and physical growth. Then Count Welton sits on Jamie's bed and states that he must have been shocked when he saw Hamilton Leonardo at the training ground, and then he laughs and replies that it is true because he thought he would be learning from him. Count Welton taps on his head and says that he still has a long way to go before he can learn from a sword master, and he replies that he thinks he might be treated differently because he is his son, though. Welton replies that there is no doubt that he is an incredible son, and he puts his hand on Jamie's head and asks him if something has happened to him. Jamie replies that he was running but cannot remember anything from a certain point onwards. After hearing that, Welton recalls when Leonardo informs him that his son has been running for 5 hours and 17 minutes, which is way beyond his expectations. He has an unbelievable stamina and unbelievable mental fortitude. After remembering all that, Count Welton smiles, asks his son not to worry, and says that he has completed the training. Jamie gets shocked to hear those words from his father, and Welton thinks that his record was probably around 3 hours and 36 minutes when he was his age. So he smiles and informs Jamie that he will pick up the sword starting tomorrow because his stamina is unbelievable and extraordinary. Jamie becomes happy to know that because they are not going to run anymore. His father also explains that there is no need to run any further. Count Welton adds that to maintain his stamina, he will need to run for an hour a day, so if he does not want to do so, they should pretend this never happened. Jamie replies that he will run for an hour because he wants to learn the sword techniques. Moreover, Welton explains that he will be learning the basics from Leonardo for a while, so if he takes this lightly, it will backfire on him because when Leonardo was an instructor, he was quite scary. Jamie laughs and says to himself that he will see that hat and those sunglasses again. Welton adds that if he can endure that, he will teach him his vision, which is also the Welton family's sword style, the dagger. Jamie wants to know about the dagger, and his father states that it will not be easy, but if it is him, he will be able to do it, so that he will be waiting for him. The next day, Leonardo asks Jamie if he is discouraged after seeing that he is his instructor. Although it was a great opportunity to learn the sword from a sword master, he is not upset that he is learning from a mere expert. Jamie responds that it is not the case, and he tries to hide his expressions and thinks that he went too far overboard at dawn. Nostra night sky above the Welton territory. Gremia Benna asks Jamie if he is ready to do training, and he replies that he will do that because it is the need of the hour. He looks at Benna and asks her if she remembers what he said before that the world is going to change quickly, and they will be at the center of it. So to go against those 12 gods, if he is not stronger, he cannot be successful in his mission. Benna becomes excited and tells him she will do her best, and he replies that the training will be hell. After that, they both enter a training ground where they keep practicing, and Jamie thinks he should have held back. Meanwhile, Leonardo looks at Jamie and thinks it seems like yesterday's run was exhausting, so he cannot just go easy on him today. So he starts training and asks him to hold the sword, and states that the basics of the sword are split into slashing and stabbing. Moreover, for slashing, there are the front slash, the upward slash, left and right slashes, diagonal slashes, etc. which are all a part of it. Jamie thinks it is more complicated than he expected, because he cannot understand the terms properly. Leonardo adds that next is stabbing and asks if he thinks about his instructor's demonstrations. So if his replies are clumsy, then he will make him run. Jamie looks at his feet and says that his steps seamlessly connect all his movements, and that he also efficiently uses his muscles, which is impressive. Although he used little strength, it seemed like his destructive power increased. Leonardo gets shocked to hear those words from Jamie and looks at him. Jamie observes his expressions and wonders if this is something to be so surprised about. He says that all movements start with the feet, which he heard from the sword master 60,000 years ago. Leonardo replies that it is a good answer and today's training is simple, so he is supposed to do what he demonstrated 1,000 times. The only answer is that nothing else. Jamie is shocked to hear that and then starts practicing it because he has to obey his orders. Leonardo looks at him and thinks he was planning to drill the basics into him for a year, 6 months, or 3 months, but it is plenty. Then Leonardo gets up and tells Jamie that his instructor will be leaving, so he should finish his 1,000 strikes before he returns. Jamie smiles and says that he can finally catch his breath and everything is fine, but his gaze is intimidating. So he keeps practicing and says that it is fun. Moreover, the more he swings the sword, the more ideas about combining it with magic come to mind. So he starts doing it more aggressively, closely, and harder. He looks at his sword and thinks it may be in the distant future, which might lead him to a new field. Suddenly, a bird-like thing appears in the sky, and Jamie asks if it is recording properly and says they should finish up nicely. Instantly, Jamie feels a presence of someone near him and wonders if there is a human right in front of the training ground because the flow of their life force is strange. So he teleports himself and asks that person how he dares to enter the Welton family's estate. Jamie rushes towards her and sees that she is a girl with blonde hair who tells him that he has scared her. After a while, they both sit on a bench, and the blonde-haired girl states that she thought she was going to die. And then Jamie asks her if she is a wind spirit. He looks at her and thinks that they are at least an intermediate-level summoner if they can maintain a spirit in the present world. He looks at her and says that it seems like she did not just play around when she was at home, and she asks Jamie if he can recognize her. She adds that she was training, and a high-ranking spirit came to her. Its name is Ripid. However, Ripid is a well-known spirit who assists the wind spirit king, Sylphid. Jamie asks her what Ripid has said to her, and she replies that Ripid did not say anything and just watched her, then disappeared, and from the next day onwards, she could maintain Sylph. Jamie thinks that he was considering her as a kid, and the world is not focused on her for nothing. And then the girl tells him that her older sister is more amazing. She adds that her sister can already summon a high-ranking spirit, and she knows he would be surprised because Dad was also surprised when he came to know about it. Jamie looks at her and thinks that it is surprising because at her age, a high-ranking spirit is difficult to summon, so that means she is as talented as he is, and it is because she is a reincarnate. Moreover, King Elquine's spirit was considerate towards the soul of his contractor, the girl. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired girl instantly shouts, and Jamie gets worried about seeing her and asks if something has happened to her. She replies that she forgot Dad told her not to say it to anyone. On the other side, in the Welton Country Estate drawing room, Welton asks his servant if there is no news from the people at the genie's church. He replies that it is true, and they will soon make a decision. Welton states that either they will start a war or dissolve their religion, and asks him if the leader of the Seven Knights is still missing. He replies that the leader is still missing, and according to the information from Tigris, it is sad that he has yet to return to the main temple of genies. Tigris is a secret intelligence organization and a business partner of the Eastern nobility. Welton responds that something is happening to that monster because Beryl could not even be his opponent, and he wonders what would have happened if he were in his position. So he declares that the war will begin when he returns. When Jamie returns from training the next day, he sees that Viscount Val's family has arrived at their palace. He apologizes for the late greetings and Viscount's response that it is all right because he heard he is learning the sword and should work hard at it. Because there are great expectations of him, Jamie smiles and thanks him for his kind words, and then looks at other family members of Val. Rebecca behaves strangely when she sees Jamie, and he notices something is wrong with her because she is a little strange. He looks at her and thinks that it is the first time he has met her since the ball, and he wonders why she is behaving like that. It seems like she is avoiding him. The next day, Jamie gets punished by his instructor, who tells him that he has ordered him to relieve his fatigue, but he was distracted by other thoughts. Jamie replies that it is not the case, and then Leonardo asks him to keep quiet and get up. After that, he asks Jamie if he had finished doing 1,000 swings yesterday, and he replied that he had done it all and could take his test. Jamie starts showing his sword's move, and Leonardo gets impressed by him. He thinks he has no words because he is perfect and wonders how to achieve that in a day. Then Jamie asks about his performance from his instructor because he thinks it was not good, and Leonardo tells him that he did a great job, and now he can start learning steps. He explains that the former patriarch is the footwork his grandfather created. Cherbyl Welton, the former patriarch, is a world-acclaimed sword master, and he taught the Welton family's knights the footwork he created to help advance the family. It is called the 100 Seas, the flow of the 100 Seas. Leonardo says he must wonder if this is correct, and Jamie replies that he has gotten his point. Leonardo adds that he was that way initially, so he should pay close attention. Jamie observes it and thinks it resembles a resonance matching one's movement. The mana controls the space as he moves. 4 hours later, Jamie wonders what he is doing differently because this is what Leonardo did. Then he suddenly realizes that his mana got turned off. Leonardo tells him that every Welton knight can use the 100 Seas, but he might be the first to fail. Jamie gets tired and falls on the ground and says that this is driving him up the wall, and this is the first time he has experienced being so stuck at something, including his past life, because the mana used for martial arts is different from the one for magic. He says to himself that he knew it, but wonders about water droplets. He looks around, sees Rebecca hiding there, and tells her he can see her. Rebecca laughs to see Jamie, who is drinking water from his palm. When they both sit on the bench, Jamie thanks her and says it was refreshing. She thinks that's why she has been acting like that since just now, because she suddenly became sad. Jamie comes close to her and asks her to talk to him because he knows she has something to say, so if it is hard to bring up, she can say it. Rebecca thinks that he is so close and replies that there is nothing like that, and it is just that she has been thinking about him a lot. She adds that she feels shy when she sees him, and her heart races. In that short conversation, Jamie wondered if she was attracted to him because of Zane's soul. He replies that they should change the topic for now and ask her if he heard from Ash that she summoned high-ranking spirits. Rebecca responds that Ash could not stop herself and says it all, telling him that it was only for a short time, though, that she had summoned the spirit. After that, she looks at Jamie and says that she heard he is training with swords, and he replies that it might not be enough to know magic, but it is not easy to learn the sword either. Rebecca observes him and states that he looks uncomfortable in his movements, which is what Indaren said, and she can communicate with it without summoning it. Indaren is a high-ranking spirit that assists the Water Spirit King. She adds that while spirits do not know much about human techniques, it says there should be a natural flow, like how his left hand would swing forward along with his right foot, but it says he seems to be moving his body forcefully. Jamie thinks for a while and asks him if that is the case, and how he can correct it. Rebecca asks him to try entrusting his body to the flow, and he can follow the direction of the water and wind. Jamie says to himself that if he has been overthinking things, then he stands up and moves away. He says that he finally understands that it is different from magic, and that he cannot try to control his mana. So if he entrusts his body naturally to the flow of mana, it will be so light, and it feels like he is dancing on top of the water. He starts practicing the technique and wonders if he can use this on magic, too, because he will focus on his mana more like that. At the spirit realm, a wolf-like spirit observes Jamie's moves and states that it is very talented, but there are tons of such talents in the world. After a while, Jamie gets stuck in those sea waves, and then Rebecca enters and shouts to see if he's in trouble. Suddenly, the sea waves disappear, and Jamie wonders if he has overdone it. At the same time, Welton appears and asks Jamie if he is all right because he gets scared. He looks at his son and wonders if there is an intruder. Jamie gets scared and hugs his father, who tells him he is safe. After that, Welton asks him about the intruder, and he replies that there was no intruder here, and that he did this. He explains that he was using the 100 Seas and unknowingly did this. Welton gets shocked to hear that, and asks him if he has used the 100 Seas and thinks that the training ground is made of a special alloy that can withstand auras, so there is no way the 100 Seas could have so much destructive power. Jamie tells his father that he tried to combine the 100 Seas with magic, and this was the result of it, so he is sorry for that. Welton states that the complete footwork of the 100 Seas is something he couldn't even improve further. Hence, the idea of combining it with magic to add offensive abilities is because his son is a magician. Moreover, he does this because he chooses the path of magic and the sword. Meanwhile, Leonardo tells Welton that he is certain he has nothing left to teach him after today, so he requests that Welton teach his son the dimension-splitting sword. Dimension-splitting sword is the secret technique of the Welton family, where one can split space upon reaching a certain level. Because of its power, one cannot even try it if they do not have solid basics. Jamie is surprised to hear that he will learn their technique quickly because he just started learning the basics. Welton informs him that it is a technique that only 2 to 3 of the appointed knights could learn. Jamie gets shocked to know that, and then he says to Leonardo that he told him that all the Welton knights have learned the 100 Seas. Welton interrupts and explains that when they cannot master the 100 Seas, they usually leave the order on their own. Moreover, it is no wonder that it felt like it was a lot more difficult. Welton looks at his son and thinks that, when the world is unstable, it is a coincidence that such a talented child has appeared, so they should not worry unnecessarily first. He smiles and tells Jamie that he did a great job, so that he will teach him from tomorrow onwards. Jamie becomes happy to hear that, and then Hamilton Leonardo informs him that although he does not know the training of the dimension-splitting sword very well, it will be very tough. He replies that there will not be any problem because he desires to do so, and Leonardo says that a good attitude is needed to learn this technique. After that, Leonardo put his hat on Jamie's head and said that this is his present, a token for him who has completed the training with amazing results, and he hopes he will grow to be a great knight. Jamie becomes happy, thanks him, and states he has learned much from him. Hamilton Leonardo smiles and says he has learned much, too, calling him a young master. After a while, Jamie is standing in the corridor and says to himself that although he probably wanted him to be able to focus on training, he cannot believe he told him of such a meeting at such late notice. On the surface, it is a banquet to welcome Viscount Bal, but the true objective is other than that banquet. Welton seeks the attention of everyone and informs them that, as they all know, things have not been good these days, and the genie's church attacked his wife's hometown, Afton, and put his family in danger. He adds that the heinous deeds of the genie's church will not stop here, and eventually, a war will break out. Moreover, a huge war that will involve the whole continent, and Count Simon here has sworn to fight alongside them against the genie's church. He tells everyone that they, the nobles of the East, will always be in this fight, and today's banquet will become the cornerstone of that future. Meanwhile, Jamie looks at his father and says that the true objective is to have a meeting in preparation for the war with the genie's church. Suddenly, Ash comes here and Jamie asks her why she is alone without Miss Rebecca. Ash inquires why he addresses Rebecca as Miss, but does not do the same for her, and he replies that he does so because they have not decided that they will speak casually yet. Ash becomes a little angry and says that it is because Rebecca acts way more like an adult than she does, and she acts like a child. Jamie looks at her and asks if she is envious of her. Ash gets annoyed at him and says it looks like he is the one to speak because he likes her sister. Jamie replies that he does not like her and thinks he is a dark magician who has returned after more than 60,000 years, and there is no way he would like a kid. Ash once again asks him if he does not like her sister, and he replies that it is true, and then she responds that it is a relief. Jamie looks at her and thinks that he knew something was strange because both acted strangely before him, and he asks about Rebecca. After a while, Jamie thinks she is suddenly feeling sick. However, he could not believe the day he would use holy energy would come. Then he moves towards Rebecca's room, and she gets surprised to see him in front of her. Jamie looks at her and thinks she is not sick, but lovesick. Then he tells Rebecca that he heard from Ash that she is not feeling well, and she replies that she is better now. Jamie asks her if he can have her hand, and thinks she is just like Zane when she tries to put him at ease. Rebecca extends her hand towards him, and he says that it seems she has a fever, and she will feel a little better like this. When Jamie holds her hand, Rebecca says that she missed him and kept thinking of him. However, she wonders why this is happening to him. Jamie states that he also worries about her more than others, but that is all there is to it because he cannot get back those feelings of the past, and he is incapable of something like love, which is why it is a pity. After some time, Jamie leaves her hand and states that they will not be able to see each other for a long while, and he does not know when the next time they will meet, but he will not forget about her, and he will not forget about her no matter how many years pass. He adds that he will always remember her, so she should not be stuck in the present. Rebecca asks him if she can write letters to him, and he replies that she can do so. Rebecca has tears in her eyes and asks him to write back. Jamie promises to do so and says he will see her next time. After that, Viscount Bal's family has their way back, and Welton asks them to be careful during the journey. Ash winks and states that she will see Jamie next time. Rebecca adds that they should meet again in the future, and she will write to him, and Jamie replies that he will surely write back. After their departure, Lady Sears asks Jamie if he is unpopular, and Welton replies that he wonders when he bewitches both of Viscount Bal's daughters. Jamie laughs and says that he did not do anything like that, and Welton states that, although they have been delayed by a day, he can find the focus on him. After that, he asks Jamie to brace himself for what will come. 4 months later, a guy with white clothes sits on a rock and eats bread. He says this bread is so dry, and it would be nice to have some milk. He asks the mountain bandit if he is saying the right thing, and the bandit becomes furious and asks how he dares to do that to his subordinates. The bandit attacks the guy with the white cloth and says that he will pay for this. However, he uses dimensional magic and soul extraction to block his attack, and the bandit starts screaming. He says he wasted unnecessary time here and needs to hurry up because he is already excited. He is excited because he is going to meet Jamie Welton right now. In the Welton family's arena, Jamie is practicing with a dagger and then looks at his father to see if he has done it correctly. Belton gets shocked to see his skills and sees that the dagger is a skill that is more difficult to initiate than to master. Although it took him 2 years to master the basics, Jamie only took 4 months. He smiles, says he cannot help but admire his growth, and has nothing else to teach him. Jamie is surprised to hear that because he has just initiated it. Then his father explains that the dagger is a sword that cuts futility, so if he can cut space, then that means he has mastered the basics, and from now on, it is a battle of discovery. Welton thinks that when he has mastered the basics, he can cut space, and the higher the level, the bigger the shape. Instead of not having an initiation ceremony, they acquire Welton's 10-form dagger, the Welton family's visionary sword technique. Jamie looks at the dagger in his hand and thinks that if he masters this, he can cut non-materialistic things, and there was no short technique like this in his past life. At the same time, a servant enters, informs Welton that he has a guest, and replies that he is not expecting anyone. The servant tells him that the 7th leader of the magic world has visited, and Jamie says to himself that as soon as he has become of age to enter the magic world, they have come, so if it is the 7th elder, then it is the best genies before him, so he is curious about him. He gets excited and asks his father if he can meet with him. Meanwhile, the 7th leader of magic is sitting on the couch and says that a great noble family is indeed different because each artifact here is a masterpiece. He recalls the words of an older man when he advises him to be careful about Jamie, because Count Welton is a sucker for his son. The 7th leader of magic laughs and says that the older man made him scared for no reason, and the world knows that Count Welton is so docile. At the same time, the door opens and Welton enters and introduces himself. The 7th leader smiles to see him and says it is nice to meet him, and he is the representative of the magic world, the 7th elder, Siegfried. He was originally a lowly enslaved person and a magician who accidentally recognized his talent and took him as his apprentice. At age 15, he entered the 6th class. At age 20, he achieved the 7th class and was appointed the youngest elder. At 30, at the brink of becoming an IF class, the most talented in the magic world. Although that was before Jamie was in the picture, he is a force to be reckoned with. Welton looks at him, thinks that the magic world is planning something, and asks why he must visit unannounced. He replies that he came here to welcome the best talent, so he requests Welton to forgive his rudeness because if he had notified him beforehand, he thought he would not let him come. Welton replies that he is well aware of it. Although his influence has little to no effect on the magic world, he knows exactly what type of place that is. The magic world is separated into 3 imperialist powers, led by the king's teacher, the 1st elder, and Ofen Ginger. Second is the nobility led by the 2nd elder, a high noble, Marquess Linmel, and the 3rd is equality, led by Luke Pretzel, the 5th elder from a common background. Due to having them in power, The magic world has already fallen due to the power struggle, and it is a political war filled with dirty tricks. Jamie, who has amazing talent and a family background, is thrown into the midst of it, so he thought of taking his son to a place like that. Siegfried replies that he completely understands his point and thinks there is no normal human in the magic world. However, they cannot control someone with outstanding talent, and those trying to gain the upper hand by walking carefully on the tightrope cannot afford to take a risk like that. Welton thinks for a while, and Siegfried says that he cannot persuade him with light words, so he tells Welton that if it were him, he would not want his son to go into the magic world. But there is an immeasurable level of knowledge in the magic world, especially about the crown of omniscience, a key piece of the magic world that encompasses all the knowledge one can absorb by wearing the crown. So, for a grand magician, the chance to wear the crown of omniscience is given once. Welton thinks that just because he is a father, he will not block off his son's potential, so he replies that he will ask Jamie first. On the contrary, Jamie is happy that he is going to that place because a report on the wisdom that contains all the world's knowledge might enable him to know even a little of the lost pieces of history. Outside the palace, Siegfried looks at Jamie and asks him if he is out here on purpose. He laughs and says he did not know a child would greet him like this. Jamie looks at him and states that both of them should talk comfortably. However, Jamie observes him, gets impressed by his personality, and thinks he deserves to be called a genius. His lungs and heart have 3 cores, but he plans to make another one. Jamie says to himself that he has a body specialized in manifesting magic, an ability that can be passed down from his previous life. Siegfried smiles and tells Jamie that he will burn a hole in him. Jamie apologizes and says that he is much more amazing than he thought. Siegfried smiles and responds that to think that he would hear those words from the rumored greatest genies of history is an honor for him. Jamie asks if he believes in such a rumor and replies that it is wonderful. Though he thought it was an exaggeration, he is the real deal. Because his body is filled with mana, he wonders if he has improved Marquess Linmel's breathing technique, although he feels bad for Count Welton. There is no way that the old magicians will leave this 9th-class magician alone, so if they can have this child for their own, when the future Jamie becomes a 9th-class magician, the other 2 powers will not be able to go against him and fall. Then he asks Jamie if he is not scared of the magic world and says that those violent others will not leave the young master alone. Jamie replies that if they come looking for him, he will treat them accordingly, so if the deal is okay, he will agree. Jamie turns and asks if he has not told him that the magic world's famous people would feed off a child. Siegfried smiles and thinks that he will not be easy to deal with. At night, Jamie returns to his room and informs Benna that she is also coming with him, and they are leaving tomorrow, so she should ensure she has packed the things she needs beforehand. She states that if it is the magic world, then that would mean the holy land of white magic, and she is a dark magician, though. Jamie states that if she means that a dark magician, then she cannot even cast 2nd-class dark magic. Benna asks when they will return, and he replies that there is no date and asks if she will miss Sarah's affection. Benna says it is not the case, and Jamie smiles and states that he will make sure she will not be able to think about that because training will be doubled there. Benna gets scared of training and says she does not want to go with him. Then they are about to leave. Welton gives a magic sword to Jamie and tells him that the name of this sword is Scud. He advises him to come back safely and states that it is fine to get injured, but he should make sure that he comes back stronger. Sarah also comes there to wish her brother a happy journey. Meanwhile, Lady Sears gets emotional, hugs Jamie, and asks him to return safely. She also asked him to write to them when he arrives, and he said he would do that. Lady Sears states that she is sad because they will be separated for half a month, and Jamie gets shocked to know that because he thinks it would take at least 2 years, so he asks his father what his mother is talking about. Welton asks Lady Sears not to worry too much because it is only half a month. Jamie says to himself that no wonder his mother was letting him go so easily, and then he leaves the place and says goodbye to them. He asks Siegfried if they are heading straight to the magic world, and he replies that before that, he needs to stop by somewhere, and he is sure he will also like it. Jamie asks him about the place, and he replies that he is talking about the city of Monastones, Saint Germain, and a large Monastone market will open shortly. Jamie thinks that Saint Germain is a Monastone seldom kingdom. After that, Siegfried looks at Jamie and says he is relieved to say he likes it, so they should go to Saint Germain now. After that, they reach the Kelton mountain range, where Siegfried asks Jamie if he has a sword for self-defense, and he replies that it is not the case and knows how to use it properly. He again asked if he knew how to use the sword and magic together, and if it would not cause one side to lack. Jamie responds that he steadily grows stronger, so worrying is unnecessary. Jamie looks around and says that, in any case, he was looking forward to this play since he heard it was the center of power in the south, but it is pretty deserted. Even if that is how it looks, this is the lifeline of the south, and mineral deposits here feed 6 estates called the Rock Union. Moreover, Sendramonte, where the magic crystal mine is located, is known to be especially influential. Siegfried becomes happy and asks him if he wants him to tell him something interesting about the Kelton mountain range. He explains that 1,000 years ago, there used to be a huge volcano here that would constantly erupt, and its lava would cover villages from time to time, but nothing could be done about it. However, one day, an unknown mage appeared and headed for the volcano alone. The next day, the volcano stopped erupting with its huge crater filled up, and the mage who filled it disappeared without a trace, leaving these words behind. When the sleeping monster wakes up, disaster will strike again, so they need to be careful about it. Jamie states that it is an absurd story, and Siegfried smiles and tells him that the Magic Society acknowledges the story to a certain extent, and some traces may have been found. At the same time, someone aims arrows at them, and Siegfried notices it and says that it is a dangerous place. Jamie jumps high to defend himself and sees that there is an ambush. They move forward and see a bandit-like man there who abuses Siegfried and informs him that he came to get revenge on him for his Hyun, and he swears that he will capture and kill him. Jamie asks Siegfried if he knows that person, and he replies that he is not sure, but cannot remember him, and then he thinks that it is annoying, and he guesses he should test him out since it comes to this. After that, he starts acting scared and requests that Jamie help him. He replies that he has to clean up after the 7th elder, and then Siegfried asks him not to be so mean and suggests he use his sword against that person. Jamie realizes that Siegfried is acting and wants to see his abilities, so he holds his sword and thinks he should make it simple, since using the sky-splitting blade on this group is a waste. Everyone gets surprised to see Jamie before them, and the bandit-like man asks him not to resent him when he dies. Jamie moves forward and swings his sword to show them his real power. Siegfried gets shocked to see that and thinks that he took control of the environment in an instant, and the mana is raging, and he is incredible. Jamie transforms the white ocean, and then presses it to attack them simultaneously. The bandit-like man falls and starts abusing Jamie because he was not expecting that power from him. He further states that he would go easy on him, but must deal with him properly. Jamie again swings his sword and uses one of the 10 moves of the Welton swordsmanship, a curved slash. He successfully kills them all at once and then asks Siegfried if there are any more suspicions. He smiles and thinks that Jamie is a true magic sword man, and he shows no mercy. He laughs and states that no one will be able to face him in 10 years, and tells him that he never suspected him, and it was amazing. Jamie does not look happy with his praise and says that he only spits honeyed words when he is the one who tests him. After that, Jamie asks him to go further, and he replies that he has to take what he can from those bandits. So he starts picking up the money back from their hands. They enter the city of magic crystals, Sendramonte, where everyone is busy with their affairs. Siegfried looks around and states that it is a strange but beautiful place, and he hopes the item he is looking for has arrived. Jamie asks him about the store, and he replies that they have reached it. They stop in front of a door, and Siegfried asks him if it is a bit shabby and why he is so surprised by this, because he knows that when he was enslaved, he used to sleep next to a pig's filth. Jamie does not listen to him properly and starts coughing because his lungs are rotting because of the dust, and he cannot feel any presence there. Suddenly, someone appeared, and Jamie said he did not feel anyone there just now. Siegfried looks at that man and asks if he did not tell him he would come to receive the requested item. Miss Curiel replied that the item he had requested had not arrived yet. Siegfried states that it looks like it is a bust this time, and Jamie thinks that a mage cannot see very well, so he is curious about the results if he does that. Curiel looks at Jamie and tells him that slight magic is prohibited here. Surprised to hear that, he tries to defend himself using his shield, but cannot succeed, and the shield breaks away. When the shield gets broken, Jamie shields and Curiel tell him that this is an anti-magic artifact, so it can even dispel 5th class magic, which is why his shield is nothing in front of that. Jamie wonders if he can believe a national treasure-ranked artifact belongs to the owner of a shabby store like this. Then Siegfried states that he guesses that it cannot be helped that she was not able to get the item, so they will come back again. Kirill responds that she is not done explaining, but she got the item and will arrive in 2 days. Siegfried becomes happy to hear that, and the old lady tells him she cannot just give it to him because she has some conditions. Siegfried states that he is sure she has mentioned that she would give it to him when she finds it. Meanwhile, Jamie interrupts and asks the lady if there is any condition. Kirill calls him a smart kid and says she wants him to bring her back the heart of the shadow sheep from the secret auction that is happening the day after tomorrow, and she will give him as much money as he needs. However, the shadow sheep resides in the shadow and only appears on a night of a full moon, and it is a rare material for alchemy. She said she would sell that item cheaply if he could get her. Siegfried decides to accept his condition and ask her to keep her promise. After that, they both come outside, and Jamie asks him about their specific item, and he replies that it is a secret. Then he explains to Jamie that Miss Kirill is known as the greatest alchemist and entrepreneur with branches worldwide. Moreover, all those branches are connected by a warp tunnel she created. Jamie gets impressed when he knows that she has created a warp tunnel all around the world, and then Siegfried adds that since she is an Ith class mage who does not affiliate with any country, she is someone who can go wherever she wants. After walking for a while, they stop in front of a door, and Siegfried tells Jamie that this is the place they will be staying, and replies that it looks normal. However, Jamie hesitates to enter and says they are using separate rooms. Siegfried laughs and asks him if there is any problem using the same room. Late night, in the back alley of Sendermonte, a group of people is discussing the secret option that will open in 2 days in the basement of the Lydium Museum. One of those guys asks if he is sure that the specific item will be there, and he replies that the item list is top secret, but it will probably be there. He again asks if he is sure that they can wake it as long as they have that, and the second man replies that to think that old book would guide them here, this is also God's will. After that, one of them asks others not to get too excited and become reckless because they have to make sure to get that in their hands, even if it costs them their lives for the sake of their goal. On the other side, Jamie enters a gate and asks Benna to come out. Jamie orders her to cast wind on him because they need to hide in Gremia until tomorrow. He adds that if they get caught by Siegfried, they must be in great trouble. Meanwhile, someone is getting a cart full of stones, and Benna gets excited to see that and asks her master to look at those magic stones. Jamie looks at them and says that they are transporting those magic stones out in the open because they are low-grade magic stones. Benna asks how they transport high-grade magic stones, and he explains that they will probably transport them a little more secretly. Moreover, they will hide them so no one can tell what they are, or move them to a dark and remote place so that no one can know about them. A reaction occurs in Jamie's bracelet, and he says it is a perfect reaction, but he does not understand what it reacts to, so there is something within the area. Suddenly, he looks at a box and says there are at least 3 sealing spells inside it, and it is probably more than 6 if there are a lot. He touches his bracelet and thinks that if it reacted this much after penetrating through those, it is one of the 3 great divine weapons. Jamie starts following the box and hears one of the 2 guys ask others how amazing the thing inside is for it to be so heavy. The other person replied that the authorities had mentioned that it was an item that would be up for bidding in the secret auction, so they treated it carefully. Jamie looks at them and says that this did not concern him, so he just wanted to observe, but he needs funds to fulfill his objective. On the other hand, Kirill is holding a photo frame of Finn and says she misses her more than usual today. She recalls when Finn asks her not to cry and says she will be by her side whenever she uses the harmonica. Kirill starts crying by recalling her daughter and says that she cannot save her no matter what she does, but it is fine now because if she had the shadow sheep's heart, it could have made any difference. After that, she looks at Jamie through a globe and then asks why he must come here so late at night. Jamie laughs and says there is nothing much, but he wants to borrow some money. Kirill asks him how much money he needs, and he replies that he wants as much as she can lend because the more money, the better. Kirill gives him the money and asks him to leave the place, but Jamie thinks he does not have anyone he can borrow from other than her. After that, he asks Kirill if she was not planning on entering the shadow world, and she is stunned to hear that because she is not expecting him to guess it right. Jamie laughs and thinks it is rare for most people to know, but he knows everything. He again asks if the shadow sheep's heart is not one of the materials one needs to open the door into the shadow world. However, the shadow world is far away, opposite to the material world, and an uncharted territory that is not reasonably known to this world. Moreover, the ruler of that place is the spirit king of darkness, Venuthro, and only those with her permission may enter the shadow world. He looks at Kiriel and states that it is not a place she can go to just by gathering the materials. However, he knows a way. She observes Jamie and asks how she can trust him, and he replies that he will use a spirit's contract. A spirit's contract is a dangerous contract where the contractor uses their soul as leverage and binds them even after death. And this is wild, but Jamie decides to do that because he was that desperate. Kiriel inquires about the conditions and replies that a deposit is required after the contract has been fulfilled, so the lady asks him to bring the contract. 2 days later, in the basement of the Ledu Museum, everyone gets there to attend the auction. Meanwhile, Siegfried and Jamie enter, covering their face, and Siegfried asks Jamie not to reveal his identity. However, it is a mask that hides his mana. He still has to be cautious and replies that he also does not want to get caught, so that he will be careful about that. Suddenly, Jamie smells the forest near him and thinks about Elf. When Siegfried asks him about that, he replies that there is nothing special, and he was mistaken. As they both get inside and have seats, Siegfried says that Miss Kiriel got them some good seats and they are comfortable. Jamie realizes that in front of them is the person he walked past, and the smell is gone, so he wonders if the person is next to them, their company. Meanwhile, there is an announcement where someone welcomes everyone, thanks them for coming today, and says that the first product is an enslaved person. After that, they show those enslaved people in front of all members, and a man asks everyone if they shall start lightheartedly with 1 lakh. After some time, the man announces that the price is increasing exponentially. Jamie looks at the enslaved person and thinks he must be uncomfortable since he was enslaved. Moreover, they are elves. So, the first bid ends at 3 million gold, and the following product is the shadow sheep's heart. Everyone gets stunned to see that, and Siegfried thinks the wait is finally over and the sheep heart is here for auction. The auction man requests everyone to bid their heart's desire. When everyone is participating in the auction, Jamie tells Siegfried that he needs to participate too, and he asks Jamie to be patient. When the auction reached 43,500,000, Siegfried bid for 1 billion, leaving everyone shocked. Jamie also gets surprised and thinks that that much is enough to operate the Hayes territory for 1 year. Moreover, nobody in the hall can bid above 1 billion. And that's why the shadow sheep's heart has been sold for 1 billion gold to Siegfried. The auction man states that it feels like a storm just passed through, and says the following item is just as valuable, so he wants to introduce them all to the ultimate stone, All Might. Jamie gets attentive to hear that name and wonders why that name is coming out here. Meanwhile, the auction man states that this stone has enough energy to maintain a territory the size of Saint Germain for at least 10 years. Jamie does not believe his ears because their stone is worth more, and they will use it to maintain a territory. The auction man asks everyone who will be the one to take this great energy stone, and then Benna bids 8 billion for that stone. So All Might's ultimate stone has been sold for 8 billion gold. Siegfried does not know about Benna, and he states that she is wealthy enough to buy a rock for 8 billion. However, Jamie thinks she used 8 years of maintenance funds for Hayes. After some time, Jamie states that they should receive their items and leave, as they have seen all that is worth looking at. However, the auction man announces that this item is a relic discovered around the vicinity of the volcano on Kelton Mountain. Hence, they both stop by to hear about that relic. Jamie says that the relief has the ancient language written on it. Suddenly, a strange thing happens there. Siegfried asks Jamie to stay next to him, and he asks about the incident. However, a man tells the head auctioneer that something bad has happened because someone stole all the items. Then, a lady gets annoyed at her companions and asks how her people will end up as enslaved people in an auction, and the man asks her to calm down and informs her that Alex went to find the elves. The guy with blonde hair states that he understands the feelings, but their priority right now is to meet Mr. Han, so they need to get away before the people from the auction come here. Suddenly, Jamie and Siegfried land there and order them to give him back what they stole before they kill them all. Resultantly, they all get up for a fight, and the guy with blonde hair asks everyone to prepare for combat. Jamie realizes that just talking will not work here, and he must show them his power. After that, Jamie and Siegfried join hands to deal with and attack them simultaneously. The guy with blonde hair asks Aja to move because they will attack them. She starts abusing them all and uses her power to retaliate and attack Siegfried. So Siegfried also uses his magic trick to attack them. And then the guy with blonde hair goes high and asks him how he dares to use such a trick. Siegfried attacks Aja and catches her in his magical circle, and she starts shouting and abusing them. Meanwhile, the guy with green hair moves forward to attack them, and Jamie blocks his attack and states that he is much weaker than he thought. He swings his sword, attacks the guy who falls, and wonders to see Jamie's power. On the other hand, Siegfried uses his magic, the fatal emotion, to attack them all at once. They all fall, and a man appears with a stick holding circles. He enters and states that he wondered why they ran so late. Something bad could have happened. When the group of thieves sees their leader, one tells the other fellows they are safe. Jamie looks at him and says to himself that to think he broke that magic in one group. He must be very powerful. Siegfried whispers in Jamie's ear and says that he can tell by looking at him that he is of a master class, so they are at a disadvantage now. Jamie gets annoyed at him and asks why he is asking him, though he is an adult. He adds that they do not need to fight. They need to get their items, and Siegfried replies that there is no reason for them to catch them since others will come to chase after them. So, they decide to negotiate with him, and the man with a stick states that he is glad they do not need to worry about getting caught, so they ask for their demands. Siegfried responds that they will back off if he gives them the Shadow Sheep's heart and All Might. After that, he asked him why he demanded the All Might because they did not buy it, and Jamie said he would explain it later. After a while, they appear with their things, and the guy with blonde hair asks Ramu to give it back to them. Ramu opened the bag and said they went easy on them back there. However, the group leader says that it is not like they do not believe them, they will check just in case. As Jamie opens the box, his hair color changes, and Siegfried is surprised to see that. However, Jamie realizes that his magic has been released, but the mana has no movement. When the leader sees Jamie's hair color, he asks him if he is Jamie Welton. Siegfried wants to know how the leader recognizes Jamie, so he asks if he knows that person, and replies that he has never seen him before. Then Jamie calls him Mr. and inquires if he knows Sir Onyx, and he gets shocked to hear the word Mr. from Jamie. Jamie observes him and says he should at least do that much since he is the most talented. So, the leader laughs and states that he knows him, and they are both frontiersmen. Siegfried gets concerned about Jamie and asks him to step back because it is dangerous. He explains that dear leaders, a rebel force that wants to take over the Harmonia Kingdom in the Western continent is called the Frontiers. Jamie recalls hearing that a rebellion arose because of corruption, so the Frontiers leaders. The leader interrupts and says that they should move from here first, and he will explain everything because if they stay here any longer, it will get annoying. Siegfried responds that he needs to explain everything properly. On the other side, the head of the auction shouts and asks his guard if it makes any sense that he could not catch the trespassers, as he said that he was a fighting master, and they also pay a huge amount to him for that. The fighting master replies that it is time to fulfill the contract. On the other hand, Jamie, Siegfried, and all other persons teleport to another place, and the leader says that it is amazing, and that the teleportation without a magic circle is good. Siegfried asks him not to talk nonsense, and he should tell them why the rebel forces enter seldom. The leader smiles and says that they are not rebel forces, but freedom fighters, and they came to Seldom to get something because Beryl, an executive, would not go after his homeland. Jamie gets bored with his talking, and then the guy with blonde hair tells them that he is the person in charge of this, and Isis is keeping an eye on him, so he thinks it is fine to tell him. Then he shows him the relic and tells him that this is what they are after. He explains that the monster the frontier sealed below the Kelton volcano long ago is the key to releasing Behemoths. Black supports the technique, and Jormungand controls the ocean, which contains the great beast. They are evil demons that Diablo made to fight against the 12 gods. Jamie says to himself that if he were alive, he would have thought he had lost the war and died. He realizes that something is strange, and his traces are continuously being discovered in Seldom, so he wonders if this is a coincidence. After that, the leader asks them if they can go now, and then they all leave and ask Jim that they will see him next. Meanwhile, the fighting master, looking at them, says that this is where they were all gathered. After that, he attacks the leader and his fellows, introduces himself as Darius, and says that he is 2.01, alias Supreme Ruler of Darkness. When Darius attacks them, Ija moves forward and tries to dodge his attack. Darius uses a 0.55 number to attack him, and says that this is not the place for her to get involved. To see Ija being attacked by Darius, two of her fellows come before him to save their friend. Darius uses 0.73 and 0.49 numbers to attack both of them and says this applies to them, too. After that, the leader steps forward and asks him if it is his turn now, and then he attacks Darius with empathy. It is a counter skill that reverses the damage he would have done to the opponent. The leader goes high to attack him and says that he will end things here. However, Jamie gets stunned to see that fight because she cannot believe that the people on the frontier are that strong. The leader looks at Darius to see if his attack affects him. Darius asks him if it is an authority that alters reality, and says it seems useful, but compared to Creon, it is nothing much. The leader smiles and says it did nothing, and then Darius asks him to give him the object and die a peaceful death. Meanwhile, Siegfried apologizes for the interruption and says they are just customers here and think they should leave. Darius gets annoyed at him and asks what he will do if he does not let them go. Siegfried responds that he guesses they will have to cooperate, and Jamie thinks that it looks like this might be a chance to pay off his debts to the frontier. Siegfried looks at them and asks him to be careful because that person is Darius of the Unseen Iron Fist. He adds that he was the surviving champion of the underground fighting rings for 10 years, and rumors are that he has defeated 2 sword masters. On the contrary, Jamie smiles and says that this excites him, and that fighting with him will be fun. Meanwhile, the leader asks them to stay back, and then Jamie states that he should leave it to him. After that, he takes out the Gremia lightning to attack him, and tells him that this is his world-building artifact, Gremia. Darius looks around and wonders if he created this space to allow him to control the objects around him. It is space recognition. Even if the eye does not see it, the user can detect anything within range and determine its composition. Suddenly, Darius becomes furious and moves forward to attack them both. He punches the ground, says it's a heavenly war spear, and strikes 100 times. Siegfried, along with the other two, attacks Darius using time-space coordinate manipulation. And it is Siegfried's perspective of magic that can manipulate time and space without casting a spell. He uses his skill and asks Darius to get away from him. On the other hand, Jamie uses the Gremia transformation and a 5-layer wall to attack him. Darius observes that the space has changed, and he is under their attack because Jamie uses Omega Impact, a grand destruction spell that compacts space near the designated area. However, Darius tries to defend himself, and Siegfried observes that he is using his aura as armor to cover himself. And Jamie says to himself that he cannot just stand here and keep watching, so he decides to use a deep void to attack him. And Darius thinks that the kid is manipulating the space, and he keeps bothering him. He adds that he prefers not to kill little kids, but he understands that if he resents him, he will have no mercy on him. Then he attacks Jamie, and the other two shout to see that. Darius punches Jamie and says he was not expecting this. Jamie adds that if he is a master, he should not let his guard down, and then he uses all his might against him. It is an artifact that reduces all physical damage to 0 and is one of Diablo's 3 great divine weapons. Jim holds his weapon and thinks that if he swings this sword and uses the dimension-splitting sword against All Might, he will wonder what will happen. Jamie attacks him, and Darius asks if this is sword style. Jamie thinks it was shallow, and there is one more style, the alternate form, the White Sea. Jamie uses the second style of Welton sword, and then Darius holds his sword and says that the fight ends now. Jamie is stunned to see his power and says he is a monster because he managed to deactivate Gremia with pure strength. However, Siegfried and the leader rush towards him to see if Jamie is safe. Darius tells them that he never thought he would get to meet him like this, although it is nice to meet him because he is a friend of his grandpa, Cherbil. Jamie does not believe his ears for a while, out of shock. Darius tells him that 10 years ago, he first met his grandpa at Lang's bar, where the strongest fighters gathered. Instinctively, Cherbil and he knew each other's skills, and they met every day and sparred with their lives on the line. However, there was one technique he never used. After that, Darius returns to his past when he asks Cherbil to show him the special technique one day. He replies that he can trust him with it, and then Cherbil tells him that his grandson will be born soon, and this technique is solely for him. He asks Darius to observe and give it to him. The name of that technique was the ultimate technique, creation. After that, Darius shows them their technique, and Jamie wonders if he has removed space. Darius explains that although it is an imitation of it, it is tough because the world does not know about it, and Cherbil achieved the Grandmaster status with this technique. Grandmaster is the final stage that a martial artist can achieve, and the Sun Church's Blazer, the Sun Sword, and Seldom's Sword Space is close to that. But from what is known, no human has achieved that. Then he asks Jamie if he has started to understand it, and he replies that he will never get it. But if he continues the path of the sword, he will eventually step into his grandfather's domain. Darius smiles to see his spirit and says he will look forward to seeing how much he has grown the next time he sees him. Then the Frontier interrupts and says that he thought he came here to catch them, and Siegfried calls him crazy and asks why he is saying something he does not need to say. Darius says it is fine and will overlook this since he saw Cherbil's grandson. After that, Siegfried gets annoyed at the Frontier and says that because of him, the Frontier's image has worsened because he is foolish. On the contrary, Jamie thinks they said they would release Vehimos' seal, so now that their attention is on something useless, he will use this opportunity to heal. Then Jamie bows to the body of a blonde-haired guy and seeks permission. The Frontier looks at him and asks if he is healing him, too, so he is thankful to him. Jamie turns, asks him to forget the thanks, and says that if he is really grateful, he should show him Vehimos. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy gets up and asks him to go with them. However, he wonders why he is saying this. Jamie smiles and thinks that he will soon see Vehimos. Then Ija asks her boss if he has not gotten word from Alex, and he replies that he forgot about him, so that he will contact him now. After that, the person in charge calls Alex and tells him that something urgent has come up and they have found the sold elves. Alex replies that he will call him later, so he should let them go. Jamie thinks about the voice and tries to recognize it as Benna's. A few hours ago, Benna said that they just managed to escape, and then he looked for her master and said he had abandoned her again. Meanwhile, someone shouts and screams for help, and Benna's power informs her that it is an elf. To think a Valkyrie cannot sense an elf, so if it is an elf, the ones who were sold off before were treated poorly. After that, she asks Filion to support her, saying they should save them. In the present, Benna asks the villain to let them go, and the girl with silver hair says that that is what she should be saying about where she has taken the elves. At the same time, some drops of water drip on her head, and then she looks upward and sees a hick there. Benna states that to think it would bite a person seems like it needs to be trained again. Benna jumps high to attack the hick, and the silver-haired girl tells her that it is dangerous. However, Benna attacks on its head and says that if it is someone over there, and then the hick falls. The silver-haired girl gets shocked to see that, because knocking out a hellhound in one go is difficult. After that, Benna steps forward and sees that the elves have been locked, and then the silver-haired girl asks her to move because it is sealing magic. Benna thanks for a while. If they are on the same side, someone suddenly enters and shouts. They both turn to see him, and there is a man who orders Bane to bring him those intruders. Bane moves forward towards both girls and attacks them with his weapon. Then he says that they are so weak that they deserve to die. Suddenly, Jamie appears there and uses his explosive skills to attack Bane. After that, he smiles and asks Benna if she is still getting pushed back by guys like this. Benna looks at him when Jamie says he will take care of things here, so she should take the elves and go. She gets confused and asks him how to leave her master alone, and then Jamie orders her to go. After that, Jamie asks the golden-haired man if he knows him and says he will reward him because he catches on quickly. He adds that he will fly him up with Leviathan's nutrients. Ija gets shocked to see her elves in front of her, and then Benna says it will be alright. Ija thanks her, and says she does not know how to repay her, but she is thankful to her from her heart. After that, she asks Benna about Valkyrie, and Benna asks her if she knows something about them. She replies that Valkyrie has red hair, and then she suddenly recognizes Benna, calls her princess, and says she is alive. She tells Benna that she thought that she had passed away after going missing 10 years ago, and then requests her to come with her. Meanwhile, Jamie appears there, interrupts them, and asks Ija to stop. He also informs her that Benna is his subordinate, so she should not steal her. Ija states that this is a matter involving a race's fate, which is not something a human can interfere with. At the same time, Frontier appears there and asks both of them to stop. He says they can no longer delay their mission, so he asks Braha and Alex to take the elves to their hideout. However, Jamie asks Benna to go to their lodge. Before departing, Ija gives Benna a globe-like thing and says that she can contact her through the orb if she wants to see her family. Benna holds the orb in her hand, starts thinking about her family, and becomes sad. After that, they all gather at a mountain, and Jamie looks at the relic and says to himself that he missed Behemoth for an eternity, and he is finally meeting him again. However, Behemoth wonders if someone is waking him up and says that his deal with her should have finished. If not, then he wonders who is waking him up now. The in-charge looks at him and asks if he made it properly, and he asks them if the day of revelation is finally coming. The Frontier states that they have come to ask for his help according to their ancestors' contract. Behemoth gets annoyed at him and says he has woken him up without knowing anything. He adds that they should have broken him up after 66666 years on the day of revelation, and then he asked Frontier if he heard anything from Shura. However, Jamie smiles and tells the Behemoth that it has been a while and he is back, and thinks that although he looks different, this energy. Behemoth gets emotional when he sees Jamie in front of him and says it is so cute. Meanwhile, Frontier interrupts and says that he has something to talk about with the small cow, and the Behemoth asks him to hold back because he cannot get caught by them. After a while, Siegfried asks Jamie if he has seen everything they will get going, and he replies that they should go and tell Behemoth that he will come back at night, so he should wait for him. At night, a girl with long hair asks the Behemoth if he is awake and says it turned out like he said. On the other hand, Benna is still thinking about her family and then states that she does not need to worry because she has a master's degree, and he saved her from that hellish garb school. When Benna is busy talking to herself, Jamie enters and calls her name. She hides the orb from him and says they are leaving Saint Germain tomorrow. Suddenly, Jamie tells her she does not need to follow him from now on, and Benna is surprised to hear that. Benna recalls the incident in the forest and wonders if he is saying so because she is weak and a burden. However, Jamie asks her to go to the east because he will make sure to leave a space for her to return to, so she should go and regain the Valkyrie's power. After that, he asks Benna if she knows how to contact the Frontier, so she should sleep now. Benna bows against him and thanks him for everything up until now. Jamie smiles, and Benna starts crying and tells him she will return stronger. After that, Jamie goes to Behemoth and asks if he was waiting for him, and he becomes happy to see his master. Suddenly, Jamie slaps him and asks him if he will be arrogant and speak informally, and the Behemoth thinks that his actions are the same as before. He tells Jamie that Diablo left after the final battle, and he has mentioned that he will return, so they should not follow him. A few days later, the demons felt his presence disappear, so Jormungand, the wise snake, said that he would return so they would avoid the 12 gods' eyes and wait for him. Behemoth hid at the bottom of the volcano and waited for his master. However, his longing for his master was too big. But one day, an elf said she would make him fall asleep and set him free from the pain. However, he has to promise that he will help the Frontier. Behemoth states that after sleeping from that day onwards, his body became smaller, and his speech changed too. Jamie asks him if he knows about Jormungand, and he replies that he does not know where he is, but he is sure he is alive. After that, Jamie asks Black if the two were quite close, and then he tells Behemoth that he needs to do something, so he should follow the Frontier and find out about a person called Isis. Behemoth replies that he accepts his mission and will work on it instantly. He adds that he has another request. A girl called Benna will also go with him. She is his subordinate and friend, so he should look after her. After that, Jamie thinks about Benna and says to himself that she should become strong enough that he can trust his back with her in a war that will someday break loose. At the Arth Magna, Siegfried meets with Kiriel, shows her the item, and requests her to confirm it. Kiriel gives him the payment and says that this is what he requested, and he says that he will use the check she gave him last time, since he got an item for free back then. Kiriel states that if there is no future trouble with the item, she does not care. When Siegfried returns, Jamie looks at the box and asks him if this is an Ion's fragment. Asteroid Ione's meteor fragment that hit the continent 100 years ago, and eternal mana is condensed into it, where the mana is obtained from the natural world and amplifies mana 2,000 times. So Jamie asks him how he will use it, and Siegfried replies that it is a secret. Jamie gets annoyed at him, and Kiriel tells Siegfried she has business with the kid, so that he can go now. Siegfried asks Jamie about the business, and he says that it is a secret. After that, Kiriel closes the door and asks Jamie to guide her to the shadow world. They both stand before a shadow, and Kirill says preparations are complete. Jamie replies that if that is the case, he will start to reverse the world's other side and the opposite of light into another world of black. After that, he seeks permission from the king who rules within the shadow and asks for a door to that world. Kirill looks upwards and becomes happy to see that there is a way for them to enter another world. Then Jamie stops her and says he also got something for free and will give back the money he borrowed. Because when someone returns a check, the soul contract is cancelled, so he no longer has any dangerous factors. Moreover, Kirill can only enter after he receives permission, and she responds that he should have told her earlier. Jamie turns and sees Kirill stepping forward, and then a girl with black clothes appears before him. Jamie looks at her and says he can feel the energy. The girl wearing black cloth smiles, asks him if he has returned, and calls him Diablo Valfir. The girl with black clothes tells Jamie that a long time ago, Venus, who traveled around the world in human form, met Diablo, the mortal enemy of the 12 gods. However, in the end, he lost in the Fourth Great War, and lost all his comrades. Venus avoided the gaze of the 12 gods, brought him to her world, and allowed him to use a part of the shadow world. So, a new source of power, black mana, was created. However, in the end, she heard that he died at the hands of the 12 gods. Jamie replies that he did not die, but he was sealed, so when he woke up, he was in the body of a kid. He adds that someone wants to come here, and she replies that she would like to grant permission for that person. After that, Jamie tells Kirill that she needs to walk straight, and she says she left something at the shop, the Beyond Avalon, and it will be useful for him. Moreover, it is a staff made of magic stones from the Tarink Fountain. Tarink Fountain is one of the 6 forbidden areas in the world, and the center fountain was measured to have an enormous amount of mana. So, no one could go near it because of the never-ending whirlpool of deadly, poisonous lake water. Jamie says it seems very expensive, so she should not give it to him. She replies that her son Finn was around his age, so she is doing him this favor. Kirill gets excited because she is going to see her son once again. Jamie informs her that what she will see beyond that will be an illusion of the deceased and that hell will become her eternal comfort. Then Jamie comes out of the house and asks Siegfried to go now. He says it is time to say goodbye to Saint Germain, and Jim asks if they are going to the magic world now. He replies that, of course, that is their destination, and on the way there, they will talk about his stories about the All Might or the one about the Valkyrie princess, which sounds interesting. 2 weeks later, they reach the magic world, and Jamie states that it is a lot cooler than he thought, and Siegfried replies that it is the city that the first king personally built. Jamie looks around and asks him if the city is creating the magic circle, and he replies that if he had told him now, that would not have been fun. After some time, there is an announcement that this generation's best potion is Apophis X at the nearest pharmacy. After hearing that, Jamie states that the magic techniques in the magic world are amazing, and Siegfried adds that it is to the point where it is as good as those from the Magic Kingdom, so he is going to go to the store. He leaves the place and asks them to look around the area. He adds that it will be bad if he gets lost, so he will give him this magic map to find lost kids. Meanwhile, a student at Phoenix Academy, Annie Mayer, is running fast and saying that she has told him to get it before the entrance ceremony because she will be late. She asked since Siegfried and the headmaster are coming to the entrance ceremony, so if she shows them the new magic she learned, it will be great for her. Annie remembers that when she showed her magic to her master, he stated that he did not recognize her talent and asked her to be his apprentice. Annie sees Jamie when she goes to the academy, thinks that a young child is also there, and wonders if he is a new student. Meanwhile, Jamie enters the academy, looks around, and thinks it is an art train, so if Hayes had that, it would be so convenient. When Jamie observes the art in the academy, Annie puts her hand on his shoulder. Jamie turns and asks her if she has something she wants from him, and she gets shocked to feel his energy and wonders if she has made a wrong guess. After a while, Jamie states that he will get going if she does not have any work with him. Annie stops him and asks if he is a new student at Phoenix Academy. After that, she holds his hand and tells him it is not the time to leave because the entrance ceremony is about to start. Jamie says he was dragged along because he had nothing to do, but wonders if a clueless girl like her is a student here. Annie shows him the whole academy, says that this is the main hall, where the entrance ceremony will be held, and asks him if it is cool. Jamie observes the place and thinks that he is slowly getting tired. Suddenly, Annie becomes happy and congratulates him on his admission, and Jamie tells her he is not a new student. After that, she says she must go because the ceremony is about to start. Jamie gets tired of that girl and says it is almost time to meet up with the 7th Elder, so he should get going, too. As he steps forward, the second son of Count Simon, Lennon Simon, asks him why he is here. Jamie gets frozen to see him and asks him about his identity. Meanwhile, Lennon wonders why he does not remember, but still has nightmares about it. Lennon looks at them and recalls the time when his brother asked him to. He would teach him magic after father started to teach him, so everything started to go smoothly. One day, his brother tells him he is quite good, so that he can attend the academy. Lennon asks if he needs to fight this monster, and his brother does not reply. At present, Jamie again asks him about his identity, and he introduces himself as Lennon Simon. Jamie said he told Count Simon to teach him because he is already in class 3. Lennon gets scared of him and asks if he is also entering the academy, and he replies that a prickly guy like him can make jokes now, but it is not funny. Siegfried enters the academy simultaneously and asks Jamie why he is here. Everyone gets shocked when Siegfried calls Jamie master, and then Jamie asks him if he has an apprentice. Siegfried smiles and says it is untrue, so they should go far now because everyone is waiting. As they are about to leave, Annie requests that Jamie wait because she wants to say something to him. She starts crying and gets surprised when Lennon abuses Jamie. She asks him if he is talking about that guy who was with the master, and he replies that she does not know much about him. Jamie Welton is the monster called the greatest talent in the human world. Annie becomes happy to know that because she likes that guy when she first meets him. At the Magic World's Central Magician's Tower, in the Grand Meeting Room, the 7th Elders representing different clans are gathered. The 4th Elder from the nobility faction, Raymond Shan, remarks that they are finally able to see the boy he has been eagerly looking forward to, calling him the continent's greatest genius. The 3rd Elder of the Loyalist faction, Serpent Gerald, responds coldly, saying that the others are overreacting and believes the boy will only turn out to be a disappointment. Adelhart, the 6th Elder from the Equalist clan, teases Serpent, suggesting that he seems scared of being overtaken by a 10-year-old child. The head of the Equalist faction, Luke Frezel, reminds her not to speak in that manner again. Adelhart, however, calmly questions whether she said anything wrong, causing Serpent to grow visibly frustrated. Ofen Ginger then urges everyone to calm down, warning that they shouldn't greet their guest in such a disgraceful state. At that moment, the head of the nobility faction, Marx Linmel, announces to the room that the boy is arriving. The door opens, and Jamie Welton steps in, politely introducing himself as the first son of the Welton family. His presence takes aback everyone in the room, and Adelhart quietly assesses him and thinks he must be at least a 6th-class magician. Marx, recognizing him, is struck by how much he has grown and realizes he can no longer compare him to the boy he once knew. Jamie, observing the elders, assumes they must be the powerful figures he has heard of and notes that they all appear to be more advanced than he is. When he notices Gerald, he senses that although the man may be a 6th-class magician, his inferiority complex is hindering his development. Marx greets Jamie warmly, noting how much stronger he has become. Jamie attributes his growth to the breathing technique Marx taught him. Gerald, intrigued, comments that Jamie is also training in swordsmanship. He adds that Jamie's attitude makes sense. Jamie responds with gratitude and asks to spar with him someday. Gerald, however, mocks the idea, saying that a magician who spars sounds like a lowly person relying on physical strength. Jamie gives him a sharp glance and warns him to be careful with his words, reminding him that his father is one of those who trained physically. Gerald tries to clarify his words, saying that he didn't mean it that way, and Jamie retorts that it must have been too complicated for him to understand and brushes it off. Ofen points out that the 3rd Elder has made a mistake and suggests that Jamie should not take his words to heart. Ofen is known as the King's Teacher and one of the 2 official Grand Magicians in the kingdom, bearing the title Magician of the Sky due to his weather-controlling powers. He then thanks Jamie for accepting the invitation and welcomes him to the magic world, addressing him as a young magician. Siegfried interjects, pointing out that Jamie is a 6th-class magician, and that it is disrespectful to speak to him that way. Ofen acknowledges the mistake and apologizes to Jamie. He expresses his wish to support Jamie with a research facility right away, but explains that in the magic world, the rule is clear: those who do not work should not play. He then asks Jamie what he thinks, whether he believes he can truly become a part of the magic world. Meanwhile, Jamie stands silently, taking everything in. At the academy, Jamie appears exhausted, and Siegfried, noticing his condition, expresses concern and asks if it has been too much for him. Jamie responds with a rhetorical question, wondering aloud whether the academy is always in need of talented individuals, and earlier, during the elders' meeting, Ofen unexpectedly announces that he would like Jamie to serve as a temporary professor for 1 month, and adds that unless anyone voices an objection, he will take their silence as agreement, and he believes Jamie will do well, especially if the headmaster offers his support. Frustrated upon hearing this, Siegfried rushes out, declaring his intention to complain to the elders, whom he calls crazy, and Jamie stops him, saying he is fine with the arrangement. Siegfried tells him to speak up if it becomes too much, reminding Jamie that, despite everything, he is still the headmaster. Jamie mocks him, pointing out that a proper headmaster wouldn't forget about the entrance ceremony, to which Siegfried responds that he has his reasons. Jamie, meanwhile, reflects to himself that he once swore never to take on another disciple. His mind drifts back to the time when he taught magic to children. He remembers one student successfully generating magic while another looked disheartened and struggled to keep up. That student had seemed demotivated. However, Jamie approached and advised her to take it slowly. She eventually succeeded in producing magic and began chanting with joy. Jamie concludes inwardly that, in the end, those children just needed to see their teacher trying in front of them. Now, he tells himself to focus on the present, that it is only 1 month, and he shouldn't overthink it. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Becky excitedly asks Annie how she could have failed to recognize Sir Jamie, especially with those emerald eyes. Annie agrees, wondering aloud why she didn't recognize him sooner. She recalls holding his hand and dragging him along with her, and Becky, envious, says she wishes she had done the same. Annie then questions Becky's constant use of the title Sir Jamie, pointing out that they're all young. Becky responds with disbelief, asking if Annie is really unaware. She then goes on to explain that Jamie is their star, the greatest genius of all time, the saint chosen by the Pyro goddess, and the only son of the prestigious Welton family. Uninterested, Annie says she's heading off to study. Becky quickly shifts topics, mentioning that Evan from the beta class has recently improved his grades after taking supplements, and Annie confirms if it's the same Evan who once considered dropping out due to a lack of progress. Becky says yes and adds that she's bought some supplements for herself, offering to share one with Annie. Annie declines, saying she's fine without it, to which Becky complains that this is exactly why she dislikes model students, then says she's going to the cafeteria. Annie, sticking to her plan, repeats that she's going to study. Phoenix Academy, where they study, is an institution for magicians founded by Emil Fest, a legendary magician who helped establish the Seldom Kingdom. With a history spanning several centuries, it is considered the most prestigious academy in the magic world, producing thousands of skilled magicians worthy of its name. At that moment, the deputy headmaster, Javelin Cutter, introduces himself to Jamie and expresses that it's an honor to finally meet him, and to have the opportunity to guide such a renowned individual. Jamie replies that the pleasure is his, introducing himself formally as Jamie Welton, a temporary professor, and politely asks for Cutter's guidance. Javelin then steps forward and says he will first guide Jamie to the consultation office. While they sit in the office, Javelin explains that class allocation at Phoenix Academy is based not on age, but skill. He describes how the academy is divided into elementary, middle, and high school levels, with each of those further split into subdivisions Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Jamie is assigned to oversee the elementary Alpha class. Javelin then hands him a stack of subject papers and invites him to choose which subject he would like to teach. He adds that, since the opportunity has come up, it would be preferable if Jamie selected a challenging subject. As Jamie scans the papers, he reflects internally that he feels most confident in black magic. However, he knows he cannot teach that. His thoughts drift back to his previous life, when he was known as the Infinite Magician, before he delved into black magic. He decides to choose a different subject and eventually announces his choice. Javelin responds that it is quite an interesting pick and says he will look forward to seeing how it goes. He mentions that it is nearly time for the assembly and that he will go fetch Professor Silver. Jamie looks around the room and observes that, for a building that's 500 years old, the facilities are surprisingly decent. Meanwhile, just outside the office, a group of professors gathers near the door, clearly excited. Among them, Professor Sophia asks if he really is Sir Jamie. They commented that they heard he once stood his ground against a demon, and that he is rumored to be best friends with a disciple of the goddess Pyro. They admire his emerald hair, saying it's just as beautiful as the stories claim, and ask for his autograph. Jamie feels frustrated by all the attention and wonders to himself why they are acting this way. Soon after, Javelin returns with Professor Silver and points Jamie out to him. They both notice the crowd of professors surrounding Jamie. Javelin steps in to gently push them back, and tells them that it would be difficult to continue if they behave this way. Silver comments that the professors seem a bit too excited and notes that it's understandable Jamie's fame has clearly spread. Meanwhile, in the elementary section's alpha class, a student named Finn Bardic leans toward Annie, who sits beside him, and asks if she stayed up all night studying again. Annie replies that she is determined to move up to the middle school section at this time. As Finn drinks a supplement, he says he also plans to advance this year, no matter what it takes. Annie, noticing the drink, asks if he's started using the supplements too. But before Finn can respond, she spots a new student entering the classroom, Lennon Simon. Lennon, scanning the room, thinks to himself that none of the students here appear impressive. Convinced of his superiority, he plans to quickly display his talent and skip ahead a grade. Annie, recognizing him, casually refers to him as Red Hair and reminds him that they saw each other recently. Lennon flinches at the nickname, and when she asks for his name, he introduces himself as Lennon Simon. Annie repeats his family name aloud, surprised, while Lennon internally boasts that he was born different from everyone else and is destined to enter the high school section soon. Annie, surprised to learn his full identity, remarks that he must be the son of Count Simon and offers to help him if there's anything he doesn't understand. Lennon remains proud and silent, but clearly annoyed. Just then, Professor Silver enters the classroom and greets the students warmly, asking if they have all been well. He tells them that he has someone to introduce and gestures toward the door. He then calls Jamie in. As Jamie enters, Lennon is taken aback, wondering why someone like Jamie is here. The other students begin whispering in awe and admiration. Professor Silver announces that Jamie is their new professor. Jamie greets the class, but instead of a polite response, the students erupt with excitement. Silver tries to quiet them down, but the noise continues until Jamie casts a spell and firmly orders everyone to stop. Silver then scolds the class for causing such a ruckus in front of a highly respected professor, questioning whether this really reflects the standard of alpha class. Lennon continues to stare, still wondering about Jamie's unexpected presence. Jamie, clearly disappointed, says that he didn't expect such behavior on the first day, but decides to give the students a chance to redeem themselves. He asks them to guess what subject he will be teaching. The students begin guessing, but none of their answers are correct. Eventually, Annie raises her hand and offers a thoughtful answer. She reasons that since Jamie is a 6th class magician, he likely wouldn't teach a standard subject. She adds that advanced topics like understanding attribute dynamics and magic circles are usually covered later, but since energy is taught in middle school, she asks if he will be teaching magic circles. Jamie, recognizing her, recalls that she is the girl he bumped into during the entrance ceremony. He notes internally that although she doesn't seem to possess much mana, she is placed in the alpha class. He confirms her answer and praises her analytical skills. Annie, excited, reacts happily to being correct. Lennon, frustrated, watches as Jamie acknowledges her and begins wondering who she really is. Professor Silver then concludes the assembly, encouraging the students to work hard for the day ahead. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Jamie appears visibly exhausted as he reviews the teaching schedule. He quietly mutters to himself that lessons are scheduled to begin the next day and notes that he is supposed to conduct the first class together with the previous professor. As he scans through the professor profiles, he murmurs upon noticing one in particular that the professor responsible for teaching magic circles is Keniak Azier, a 5th class magician known for having written many academic papers and also the apprentice of Serpent Gerald. Professor Sophia enters the room around that time and advises Jamie to be cautious around Keniak, mentioning that he tends to have an inferiority complex and that several other professors have already had trouble because of it. Jamie thanks her for the warning. She then, a bit hesitantly, asks if she could have his autograph. Just then, Keniak Azier walks in and, with a slightly sarcastic tone, remarks that a popular person certainly is different, holding what looks like an autograph session in the staff room. He then asks Sophia to excuse them, addressing her formally and requesting that she leave. Once alone with Jamie, Keniak greets him and leans in slightly. He comments that he has heard Jamie began learning swordsmanship at the age of 10 and sarcastically adds that it must be nice to have so much talent. While saying this, he places a hand on Jamie's shoulder and warns him that he should be prepared he doesn't intend to treat him kindly. In response, Jamie firmly removes Keniak's hand and replies that that's exactly what he wants. The next morning, in class, a student, Hamel, shouts to everyone that the ghost professor is coming and urges them to sit down. Keniak, irritated by the nickname, warns her that if she calls him that again, he won't let it slide. He then informs the class that the great Jamie Welton has been appointed as the temporary professor for the Magic Circle class. He adds that even for a genius, teaching is no easy task. Moving into the lesson, Keniak announces that today's topic will be casting fixed star magic. Jamie, silently observing, acknowledges that Keniak has prepared the class well and is curious to see how good his lecture truly is. Keniak continues explaining that frequently used magic circles follow a certain formula. In the case of fixed star magic, they usually involve celestial symbols, the sun, the moon, and the stars. He explains the symbolism: the stars represent the universe, the sun stands for the world, and the moon signifies the night of the world. These are typically arranged within a circle, forming what is called a centralized magic circle. The placement and selection of symbols, he explains, can alter the magic's power, and once set, their positions cannot be changed. Though there's no absolute rule for the most effective placement, research is ongoing. At that point, Jamie interrupts, questioning how Keniak still doesn't know the answer. He casually remarks that one can just draw guidelines. Keniak, surprised, wonders if the so-called genius truly has a method. Jamie begins demonstrating, drawing out guidelines and placing the sun and moon. Keniak, noticing something off, remarks that Jamie's magic circle has collapsed and reminds him that lines drawn with mana cannot be erased, that it's a basic rule. Jamie, unfazed, says he'll erase them anyway. He explains that separating the key components of a magic circle makes things simple. Place the symbols where needed, erase the guidelines afterward, then fuse them. This, he explains, avoids redrawing the entire circle and allows positional adjustment. He refers to this method as his technique. Annie, watching, is stunned and internally exclaims that Jamie is breaking the very foundation of how magic circles are understood. She realizes that this discovery could shake the entire magical world. Keniak, meanwhile, absorbs Jamie's method and notes that if this is possible, then even three-dimensional adaptations could work. Jamie is impressed that Keniak could leap to three-dimensional structures so quickly. He admits the man is quite a genius himself. Keniak, however, insists it's still too soon for Jamie. Jamie then snaps his fingers, and the magic circle transforms into a symbol that supports another magic circle. He explains that as long as space allows, one can infinitely expand such constructs a three-dimensional, multi-complex magic circle. He reveals that this technique is what once made the magician Diablo Volfir known as the Infinite Magician. Turning to Keniak, Jamie casually asks what he thinks of it. Keniak, bewildered, realizes he's never encountered this concept before and wonders who Jamie truly is. Jamie then addresses the class, clarifying that the display was only a visual demonstration and instructing the students to practice layering. He assigns them to deconstruct a two-star magic circle before the next lesson. Lennon, watching in disbelief, wonders if Jamie is insane, calling something so revolutionary a mere demonstration. As Jamie scans the class, their enthusiasm catches his interest. He particularly notices Annie and senses her desire to try. Elsewhere, Lennon practices drawing the magic circle. A girl beside him asks what he's doing involves. He modestly replies that he can barely manage it. Then he spots Annie and realizes she seems to be trying to form a complex circle without using the layering method at all. Curious, he wants to speak to her, but she is visibly frustrated and unintentionally bumps her head back against his as she mutters why it isn't working. Suddenly, she dashes past him, straight to the professors, saying she needs to understand. Lennon, left behind, wonders if she just ignored him. In the corridor of the elementary division, Javelin casually asks Keniak how Jamie's first class went. Surprisingly, Keniak responds that it was great. Jamie overhears this and is taken aback, thinking he didn't expect Keniak to be capable of giving a compliment. Javelin himself is shocked and says it's the first time he has heard Keniak praise anyone. Keniak excuses himself, saying he has something to do. Javelin, not letting him go easily, insists that he must attend the staff meeting. Jamie, still observing, thinks that perhaps Keeniac doesn't have an inferiority complex after all, and that the man's lesson wasn't bad, either. Just then, Annie calls out to Jamie. He asks her what's wrong. She explains that she's been trying to replicate the magic circle he showed them, but every time she attempts it, it fails. She shows him the problem. The moon symbol in her current circle is clashing with the moon in the previous one. Jamie wonders whether she'll understand if he explains it directly. But as she works, she deduces aloud that he must be suggesting she raise the structure and align it. She then adjusts her drawing and it works. Excited, Annie cheers that she's done it. But the circle quickly fuses and breaks down. Lennon, watching from behind, asks how she managed it. She simply answered that she had just copied what the professor had demonstrated in class. Lennon, stunned, realizes that someone else is ahead of him. Jamie watches in shock, thinking that although her construction isn't perfect, the fact that she successfully recreated a three-dimensional multi-complex magic circle is incredible. He is convinced that someone must have recognized her talent already, and decides that it's time he speaks with Siegfried. Jamie heads to the director's office, and as he enters, Siegfried greets him warmly. Jamie notices an experimental filament in Siegfried's hand and curiously asks what he intends to make with the Aeon's fragment. Siegfried replies that the project is still in its experimental phase, explaining that the more amazing something is, the more difficult it becomes to handle. Siegfried then asks Jamie what brings him there. Jamie responds that he has something to show and proceeds to draw a magic circle. He tells Siegfried that it's the same one he demonstrated during today's class. Upon seeing it, Siegfried's expression changes. He is clearly surprised. Jamie quickly clarifies that he isn't trying to boast about his ability. He mentions a student, Annie Mayer, and says that, though he didn't go into much detail in class due to the theory's complexity, that student managed to replicate it. Siegfried, stunned, confirms whether Jamie means that she copied such a circle just by watching him. Jamie affirms it and states that she has remarkable potential. He then questions why Siegfried isn't teaching her. Siegfried explains that while Annie does have sharp insight, she lacks magical talent. He says he once advised her to consider joining the magic tool department, where her talent might be put to better use, but she insists on becoming a mage. Siegfried continues, saying that she's seeking someone to guide her toward becoming an archmage, but no one has taken her on due to her lack of talent and the slim chance of her succeeding. Jamie begins to wonder if that's the reason Annie has been persistently chasing after Siegfried, hoping he might accept her as a disciple. Siegfried then admits that his reasoning may sound cruel, but the Magic Society forms the backbone of Seldium's power. They cannot afford to dedicate resources to someone whose future in magic is so uncertain. Jamie stands up, preparing to leave. He says he understands and thanks Siegfried for his time. Siegfried replies that it was nothing and, with a knowing look, suggests that if it bothers Jamie so much, he could always teach her himself. A master and disciple relationship that crosses age, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Jamie, clearly irritated, slams the door behind him and sharply responds that Siegfried should forget it. Meanwhile, Jamie stands alone, lost in thought. He reflects that this teaching position was never something he asked for, it was forced upon him. So the idea of taking on a disciple feels absurd. He recalls the day he lost all his disciples because of the 12 god schemes. That day, he resolved to fight this battle with his own strength alone. He vowed never to trust anyone again, nor allow anyone to stand beside him. Jamie reminds himself that he won't repeat the mistakes he made in his past life. Annie, he tells himself, is a smart girl. She will find the right path on her own. It has nothing to do with him. A week later, on the practice grounds, Professor Silver addresses the students. He tells them to focus, explaining that today they will be evaluating the amount of mana each of them possesses. He adds that word has spread about students in the beta class growing significantly stronger, and now he's curious to see how the alpha class will measure up. Finn leans toward Annie and comments that Professor Silver is probably referring to Ivan. Annie, surprised, asks if he means Ivan, the same one who ranked last place last year. Finn confirms it and mentions that Becky also talked about him. He adds that Ivan is now ranked first in the beta class. Professor Silver calls for Lennon to go first. Lennon steps forward confidently and casts the magic skill he's been trained in. The force of his attack spirals with power and soars far into the distance, racking up a score of 2,000 points. The professor takes note of the sheer power, acknowledging that it's strong enough to destroy the target. The students around them murmur in astonishment, recognizing that it's a remarkable score, just what they'd expect from a Simon. Annie quietly observes, saying that she has never seen a score that high before. Lennon, glancing back at her, silently scoffs, calling her foolish in his thoughts, especially when he knows she possesses something far more impressive. Seeing the damage to the target, Professor Silver announces that they will need a new one for the next round. Next up is Finn, who steps forward confidently. He tells Annie to pay attention, boasting that he's been feeling great lately, especially after taking an Apophis supplement earlier that morning. He releases his magic arrow, and for a brief moment, a glow flashes through his eyes. Annie catches the odd glint and wonders to herself what she just saw. Professor Silver announces an increase of 700 points. He tells Finn that with just a bit more effort, he will be ready to advance to the intermediate department. The students around them offer praise, clearly impressed. But Annie continues to puzzle over what she saw, unsure if it was real or just her imagination. Finally, it's Annie's turn. She steps up to the mark, mumbles under her breath, questioning what she should do if she hasn't improved. But then she still maintained her resolve, reminding herself of the effort she's put in and telling herself to believe in that work. She releases the spell, and her arrow flies forward. The gauge measures her result as 247 points. Seeing the result, Annie quietly notes that it's the exact same score as last year. In the teacher's office, Javelin approaches Jamie and asks if he has finished for the day. He expresses relief at how well Jamie seems to be adjusting to life at the academy and encourages him to speak up if there's ever anything he needs. Just then, Javelin's hands begin to glow faintly, signaling something urgent. He excuses himself, explaining that the third elder, the superintendent, is calling for him. With a polite nod, he takes his leave. Left alone, Jamie reflects on the mention of the third elder. He thinks to himself with a smirk that the temperamental old man holding that position is none other than the superintendent of education. The idea amuses him, and he sarcastically muses that it must be the end of the world if that man holds such authority. A student walks past Jamie, muttering a lesson under his breath. Jamie glances at him and recognizes the student as Ivan from the beta class. Observing the boy's tired face and the way he mumbles while walking, Jamie suspects he may be overworking himself with his studies. He considers, briefly, that perhaps Ivan is pushing himself too hard out of desperation, but quickly brushes the thought aside. He reasons that giving up can also be a path for those without talent. In the end, he decides it's none of his concern. Meanwhile, in the superintendent's office, Javelin knocks on the door. To his surprise, Keniak opens it. Javelin immediately asks what he's doing there, but Keniak offers no reply and walks past him in silence. Javelin, watching him leave, mutters to himself that he really can't figure out what that man is thinking. Still, as fellow teachers, Keniak should at least try to get along with the rest of them. As Keniak walks down holding a bundle of papers, he remains unaware that a photo of Annie Mayer slips out from between the sheets. Meanwhile, within the academy grounds, Annie stands alone beside a pillar, her expression downcast. She quietly reflects that everyone else seems to be growing stronger, everyone except her. Despite all her hard work, she wonders if this is her limit. A fleeting thought crosses her mind. Perhaps she should have tried the supplement Finn mentioned earlier. Jamie, passing by, notices her standing there. He questions inwardly why she's lingering in such a gloomy state and tells himself to just walk past. But despite his intentions, he finds himself stopping and asking if something is troubling her. Annie responds by explaining that during the Mana evaluation, her score remained the same as the previous year, 247 points. Hearing this, Jamie inwardly mutters that she truly lacks talent in magic. But Annie quickly adds, with determination, that she won't give up. She's resolved to become a grand magician and establish her family name no matter what. Jamie pauses, sensing the weight of her conviction. He wonders whether his future is destined to repeat the loneliness and betrayal of his past life. He turns to leave but says over his shoulder that if she truly intends to hold on to that determination, and if she has the confidence to follow through with it, she should come to the staff room tomorrow. Later, as he enters the Blue Magician's Tower, Jamie recalls that Marx Linmol's laboratory is located at the very top. As he proceeds inside, a young woman approaches and greets him with a warm smile, asking what brings him there. Jamie replies that he has come to see the master of the Magician's Tower. She reacts with mild surprise, commenting that the master isn't someone just anyone can meet. But when Jamie tells her to simply inform him that Jamie Welton is here, she repeats his name casually at first, then suddenly freezes as realization hits. With a quick bow of her head, she apologizes respectfully and gestures toward the office, informing him that this is indeed the master's chamber and that he may head inside. As Jamie steps into the office, his eyes scan the chaotic room. He silently questions the mess, unsure what he's even looking at: grimoires, scrolls, odd artifacts scattered everywhere. He can't tell where the voice is coming from until he infuses mana into the surrounding space, noting that the entire atmosphere seems to carry a certain mood. A voice then calls out from above, and Jamie looks up to see Marx Linmel seated casually atop a pillar. The Marx asks what brings him there. Jamie, eyeing the research materials cluttered around, replies that the Marx seems busy with his studies. Marx, with a faint smile, says that no matter how packed his schedule is, he always has time for Jamie. Jamie mutters to himself that the man is clearly pretending to be friendly. Changing the subject, he asks what all the grimoires are about. Linmel responds that he has been researching warfare magic aimed at decentralizing the followers of the god of war, genies, but admits that the work is proving difficult. Jamie realizes that once this magic is perfected, conflict with the genies' church might become inevitable. The Marx then asks again why Jamie has come. Jamie explains that he wants to teach Annie Mayer mana breathing. Marx immediately understands the implication, but says he can't allow Jamie to teach his vision magic to a child whose magical limit, at best, is 5th class. Jamie challenges this with a bold claim that he could make her into a grand magician. Marx calls him arrogant, stating that one cannot simply hand someone the perspective of magic. He acknowledges Jamie's talent, but reminds him that he's still only in the 6th class. Jamie responds calmly, saying that while the perspective of magic has already been completed in his mind, he isn't satisfied with it. He plans to develop a new one. His 3-dimensional multi-complex magic circle from a past life still isn't powerful enough. To defeat the 12 gods, he needs something greater. Marx stares at Jamie, stunned by the ambition. He notes that trying to build 2 entirely separate perspectives of magic is an impossible feat, even for a dragon. Yet, something about Jamie exudes overwhelming pressure. The Marx starts to wonder just who this child really is. Acknowledging Jamie's confidence, Marx makes a proposal. They will duel. If Jamie can satisfy him in battle, he will grant permission to pass down the mana breathing technique. Jamie accepts without hesitation and draws his weapon. Marx, standing tall, says he will allow the first strike. Jamie meets his gaze and warns him not to regret that decision. Jamie activates his 100C technique and launches himself toward Marx without hesitation. Inside his protective shell, Marx is taken aback, unable to comprehend how Jamie got so close. As Jamie unleashes a magic attack against the barrier, Marx thinks that such an attack won't penetrate his shield. But Jamie immediately follows up with Bunker Breaker, shattering the shield in a single strike. Marx narrows his eyes, beginning to realize that Jamie might be reading his movements. He acknowledges Jamie's skill aloud, clearly impressed. Yet Jamie notices something. Marx restores the shield almost instantly. Not wasting time, Jamie draws power from the imaginary world, chaining together a series of advanced techniques against the shield. One by one, the strikes begin to leave scratches on the barrier. Then, with a final calculated blow, he creates an explosion that sends a shockwave through the room. Jamie internally reflects on the nature of the spell. It's a close proximity ambush attack combining clones and teleportation. Maintaining 4 clones at once, however, is rapidly draining his mana reserves. Marx reappears moments later, his cloak slightly torn, and comments that the attack stings a bit. Jamie points out that the back of Marx's cloak remains unrestored. Marx chuckles, admitting that in his haste, he seems to have overlooked that detail. Jamie mutters under his breath, aware now that even with all this, he can't fully stand against Marx. Marx remarks that being repeatedly hit is beginning to bruise his pride. He now warns Jamie to brace himself this time. He will be the one attacking. Jamie nods, acknowledging that he has no choice but to go beyond his Avalon technique. Jamie, with intrigue, says he looks forward to what Jamie will show next. Marx notices Jamie holding Avalon and remarks that if Jamie possesses something like that, he must also have an impressive staff. Jamie mutters to himself about how stingy Marx is, clearly unimpressed by the compliment. Marx, however, accepts Jamie's silent challenge and lets the duel continue, hurling another spell in his direction. Jamie analyzes the magic calmly, noting the wind's presence and calling it refreshing. As he grips Avalon, he reflects on the object's power. It has the ability to simultaneously contain the forces of both the real world and the underworld, something he finds truly remarkable. Speaking up, Jamie tells Marks that while this kind of magic isn't bad, he's craving something a little more impressive. Marks laughs in response, amused by Jamie's provocation. He accuses Jamie of trying the same tactic again just because it worked once, and then unleashes another spell, confident it won't be effective a second time. Jamie blocks the incoming magic with Avalon effortlessly. Observing this, Marks narrows his eyes and asks if Jamie is trying to provoke him into using his perspective magic. Jamie, unfazed, asks if Marks is willing to show it. He says he'd be happy to see it. Marks raises his staff and speaks, stating that if Jamie truly wants to witness it, then he will reveal the epiphany he once obtained. He explains that it's not like natural disasters, lightning crashing in all directions, hailstorms, or lava eruptions. Rather, it is something far more dangerous. Once someone is caught in it, survival becomes extremely difficult. As Marks casts the spell, Jamie initially feels nothing. But then, the world around him suddenly flips upside down. He realizes that the effects of Marks's perspective magic have activated. Jamie quickly understands that although the scene resembles an apocalypse, it's actually a powerful mind magic spell that penetrates the brain. Without mastery of the word of the mind, a person caught in this illusion would be trapped without even knowing it. Jamie also knows that in his current state, he can't escape from the spell by ordinary means. So instead, he chooses another path. He decides to absorb Marks's mana, the root cause of the magic, and devour it completely. Marks observes Jamie carefully. Though Jamie appears composed on the outside, Marks senses that an intense internal struggle is taking place. He notes that when one's power is inferior to the opponent's, breaking free from a mind-type perspective, magic is virtually impossible. Realizing Jamie's tenacity, Marks smiles and finally speaks, saying that it's time to stop the bullying. Jamie then unleashes a surge of magic wind and spins his staff, creating a powerful impact that disrupts the space around them. In that moment, he forcefully reverses Marks's perspective on magic. Marks watches in shock, clearly taken aback by what just happened. After the destruction settles, he admits Jamie got him this time, finding it unbelievable that someone could reverse his perspective magic. Marks asks how he did it. Jamie, looking at his sword, explains that he initially absorbed the mana, hoping it would free him from the illusion. But as he continued, he noticed that even Marks's power began to be drawn into his sword. Marks asks if Jamie is suggesting it was all a coincidence. Jamie, however, thinks that calling it a coincidence wouldn't do justice to what happened. He realizes that the Grand Magician's perspective of magic has somehow merged with his sword, something that might evolve into his new perspective of magic. Jamie then turns to Marks and asks for his opinion. Placing a hand on his forehead, Marks concedes and says that's enough, and agrees to let Jamie teach Annie the mana breathing technique. Later that night, Marks asks Raymond for his thoughts on what he just witnessed. Raymond responds that he was astounded Jamie's seamless fusion of magic and swordsmanship is on a completely different level compared to any magic swordsman he's seen before. Even more impressive, he says, is how Jamie might turn that into a perspective of magic, something even grand magicians struggle to accomplish. Marks nods, calling Jamie an unexplainable genius. However, Raymond disagrees and says he did not call Jamie a genius just because of talent. He points out that Jamie possesses powerful magic and superior swordsmanship, and he has even been chosen by Pyro. Raymond questions whether it's even possible for a normal human to possess all of this, suggesting that Jamie Welton might not be an ordinary human at all. He seems like someone intentionally created to be a superhuman. Marks warns Raymond to be careful with his words, reminding him that someone is always listening. He decides it's best to keep watching from the sidelines for now. He says they should observe Jamie Welton and see how this child changes the world. Meanwhile, Lennon is pounding on Jamie's door late at night, demanding that he come out. Jamie appears behind him and asks why he's here so late. Lennon, visibly upset, confronts Jamie, asking if it's true that he plans to accept Annie as his disciple. Jamie, keeping his composure, questions Lennon's informal tone toward a professor. Lennon ignores the correction and asks again if it's true. Jamie replies that it's not confirmed yet. Lennon then blurts out his request he wants to be Jamie's disciple too. Jamie, stepping inside his house, says he's now beginning to understand why Lennon showed up in the middle of the night. He then asks if Count Simon is even aware of what Lennon is doing. Lennon admits that he hasn't told his father. Jamie sternly points out that if Lennon, the son of a powerful magician, chooses to learn from someone else, people will talk. He says that someone who can't even consider that implication doesn't belong under his tutelage. He slams the door in Lennon's face, telling him to go back. Moments later, Jamie hesitates, but he quickly opens the door again and asks gently if he is crying. While tears stream down his face, Lennon cries out that he cannot let Annie surpass him and begs Jamie to accept him as a disciple. Jamie, watching him, wonders if he ever extended such an offer in the first place. He thinks that for Lennon's age, the boy is in decent shape and, more importantly, someone he can push without holding back. Jamie finally tells Lennon that if Count Simon gives his permission, then he'll consider it. That, he explains, is a matter of respect toward the Count, Lennon's original master. Lennon immediately bows his head and thanks him earnestly. Jamie warns, however, that others might see this as an act of ingratitude, and it could even get him cast out. Meanwhile, in Count Simon's research lab, Lennon sits nervously across from his father. The Count asks what the matter is so suddenly. Lennon hesitates for a moment before confessing that he wishes to become Professor Jamie's disciple. As he grips the cup in front of him, he admits that he's already approached Jamie with the request. Count Simon quietly observes his son, noting that the arrogant child he once knew is now willing to set aside his pride to learn. To the Count, it's a sign that Lennon has matured. He finally gives his approval, but tells Lennon firmly to carry the Simon name with honor and to never bring disgrace to it. In a shadowy alley of the magical world, a silver-haired guy, Ashtar, stands over Professor Silver, who kneels before him in desperation. Ashtar remarks coldly that the doctor had high hopes for Apophis, but it's a pity how things turned out. Silver, clearly addicted and trembling, pleads for more. Ashtar notes with disgust that despite the ruptured veins throughout Silver's body and the fact that his heart can no longer function properly, the man still craves the substance. Silver begs again, desperate to be given more. Ashtar leaps forward and accuses Silver of doing well in distributing the drug to students, then smashes the remaining vial, stating that it's now useless anyway. He delivers a deadly kick to Silver's head, calls him trash, condemns him for being a professor, and mutters that even the magical world has fallen into corruption. At that moment, a girl in a blue overcoat appears and questions whether such brutality was necessary. Ashtar, sensing the girl's disapproval, teases him by suggesting that she must be feeling sympathy for her colleague. The girl tells him to stop, but Ashtar simply shrugs it off and says he's leaving. Before walking away, he tells the girl to call him again if someone else needs killing. The next morning, Jamie enters the staff room and greets the other professors. Professor Sophia immediately asks if he's seen Professor Silver. Jamie replies that he hasn't and asks if something happened. Sophia explains that Silver is absent without any notice. Jamie, surprised, finds it strange, since Silver didn't seem like the type to disappear without explanation. Javelin appears behind Jamie and says he will go check on Silver himself. He asks Sophia to handle Class Alpha for the day. She agrees, saying she feels reassured knowing Javelin is taking care of it. Jamie mutters under his breath that it's probably nothing serious. Later, Annie approaches Jamie and asks if it's true he plans to accept Lennon as his disciple. Lennon quickly cuts in to say he already received permission. Jamie, however, tells them both that they are mistaken, neither of them is officially his disciple yet. The two look confused and ask what he means. Jamie explains that they'll both have to pass a test. He instructs them to come to his room after class and warns them that if they fail, that's the end of it. Annie promises to work hard, and Lennon also vows to give it his all. Jamie acknowledges their determination and tells them to go. Afterward, while Jamie reviews the class schedules, Professor Keniak approaches him silently from behind. Jamie is startled by his sudden presence and comments with annoyance that Keniak shouldn't appear out of nowhere like that. He notes internally how strange it is that someone could get so close without him noticing any presence at all. Keniak asks if Jamie is planning to take Annie as his disciple. Jamie, a bit caught off guard, mutters to himself, wondering why Keniak is suddenly bringing this up. Out loud, he admits that he's considering it and asks why it matters. Keniak leaps closer and urges him not to do it. He says he doesn't want to see a great talent be ruined so early. Jamie, confused, asks what exactly Keniak means by that. But Keniak simply walks away, telling him to remember his words. Jamie wonders what that cryptic warning was supposed to mean. As the final class of the day concludes, the professor bids farewell to the students. Annie notices that Finn doesn't look well and comments on his appearance. Finn brushes off her concern, claiming he's fine as long as he keeps drinking this. Annie recognizes the bottle and points out that it's already his fourth one, gently suggesting he stop. But Finn roughly pushes her concern aside, snapping that it's none of her business. Just then, Lennon walks up and notices the tension, asking what's wrong with Finn. Without waiting for an answer, he announces that he's heading out first. Annie offers to go together, wondering aloud why he insists on going alone. Lennon responds curtly, questioning why he should wait when they're rivals. Without further explanation, he jumps out the window and takes flight. Frustrated, Annie mutters to herself, irritated by his attitude, and insists that she won't lose just because of him, before flying off as well. Meanwhile, Finn downs another bottle and sighs in satisfaction. He thinks to himself that Apophis really is effective, giving him an instant boost. He decides to head out to meet Ivan, knowing he can't afford to miss this rare opportunity. He reflects on how hard it was to obtain this chance. When they meet, moving toward their destination, Ivan tells Finn that he's lucky and reminds him that he's only attending because Ivan allowed it. Finn thanks him politely, but thinks to himself how arrogant Ivan is. Still, he holds his tongue, knowing that with Apophis, he might be able to make it into the middle school division. Ivan shows a VIP invitation to the guard at the entrance. The guard, seeing the credentials, lets them in respectfully and grants them access. As they step inside, Finn notes the atmosphere. A man with silver hair greets them warmly, addressing them as young guests. He introduces himself as Ashter, the manager of Trinity's lab. At Jamie's personal lodging, Annie and Lennon land together. Panting as she follows him, Annie complains that it's unfair. She says she asked him repeatedly to wait, yet he went off on his own. Lennon replies that he has no intention of hanging around with her, reminding her once again that they are competitors. Jamie then hits them both on the head with a book, saying he doesn't care whether they're friends or not, but he refuses to tolerate fighting in front of a teacher. After that, Jamie begins explaining the body breathing technique. Lennon remarks that it's his first time hearing about it. Jamie informs them that it's a breathing method created by Marx Rinmel and instructs them to learn it by the end of the day. Annie, shocked, asks if he really means by the end of the day. Lennon questions whether Jamie is joking, wondering how they are supposed to master the Archmage's breathing technique in just one day. Jamie tells them plainly that, if they are going to be his disciples, they should be able to do it otherwise. They can walk away if they aren't confident. Annie responds with determination, saying she will definitely learn it somehow. Lennon raises his hand slightly and says he will give it a shot as well. He then gives them the books and uses his weapon, Gremia, and with it, teleports them into a free space. Annie wonders aloud where she is. Jamie's voice informs them that this is a subspace he created, where only 12 hours pass in the outside world while 24 hours pass inside. He explains that Gremia can freely construct any shape, and Beyond Avalon has the ability to manipulate time and space within the hidden world. Jamie reflects that he can't believe he was able to combine them. It's quite convenient. He observes the two, a boy with great magical talent but lacking insight and depth, and a girl born as a talented magic scholar, yet possessing no talent for magic. He is excited to teach them the body-breathing technique. Meanwhile, as they walk through Trinity's research lab, Ivan mentions to Ashter that it is a shame Professor Silver could not come. Ashter replies that, therefore, Sir Ivan should make sure to pass things along properly, since he comes there often. Ivan states that Professor Silver had especially valued him. Behind them, Finn begins to worry, feeling chills in his body. Ivan calls out to him, asking what he is doing back there and telling him to hurry up, adding that they can finally put down those who look down on them. Ashter agrees, saying that as long as one has an Apophis, one can become the most powerful mage. As they go deeper into the lab, Ashter announces that he will show them a special new product to thank them for visiting. Holding a bottle, he introduces Apophis X, explaining that its mana absorption rate and concentration are twice as strong as the previous version. He adds that it is still in the experimental stage, quietly muttering about some minor side effects. Finn then asks whether Apophis X has any side effects. Ashter approaches him and asks why he wants to know if he feels unwell after drinking Apophis S. Finn replies that he felt a bit dizzy and weak afterward. Ashter explains that it is similar to muscle soreness. The increased mana absorption enlarges the core, and in order to utilize that larger core, the body expends more energy. He assures that while it may cause temporary fatigue, the body will adapt eventually. Finn, feeling reassured, mutters with satisfaction that Annie had been worrying for nothing. Ashtor then offers him a gift Apophis X, saying it is a nutritional supplement improved from a new drug and will help restore his energy. After that, they leave the research lab. Ashtor shuts the door behind them, blows out his cigarette, and mutters that the kids are fools and he can't believe he has to lower his head to people like them. The girl in a blue coat, Mary, comes there and tells him that smoking is not allowed inside. Ashtor asks if she is trying to provoke him. Mary replies by saying he has no right to complain when he is making money without effort. Frustrated, Ashtor retorts that he came there drawn by the scent of blood, not because of money. As he leaves, he says she can play house all she wants and adds that he hopes something interesting happens soon. Mary mutters to herself that while he is talented, he does whatever he wants, and she thinks she should report to the professor when that person arrives. 8 hours later, Annie reads from the book that the mana must be split into smaller particles and absorbed by breathing it through the skin. Then the core should be expanded to multiple locations simultaneously to increase the absorption rate. While trying it, she notes aloud that she understands now splitting mana into smaller particles allows mana to naturally build up in her body, and she realizes this is the body breathing technique. Meanwhile, Lennon, rushing through the book, shouts in frustration, wondering what he is supposed to do with the mana. Exhausted, he assumes Annie has already figured it out, acknowledging that she is better at things like this. Still, he reminds himself that he is a proud Simon and decides that feelings of inferiority and envy don't matter if they help him grow stronger. He resolves to surpass her in his own way. Watching them, Jamie concludes that it is surprising to see Lennon charge ahead so recklessly, though it seems he is finding his own path. As expected, Annie is a step ahead due to her sharp intellect. However, Jamie knows she won't be able to withstand the pressure of absorbing mana because of her weak core. The challenge for her is whether she can endure the pain that comes when trying to expand her core to various points. In contrast, it will be hard for Lennon to even grasp the concept of the breathing technique at first, but once he does, his natural talent will cause his mana capacity to grow explosively. Jamie has already tailored the breathing technique to suit each of them, but from here on, it is entirely up to them. 12 hours later, while practicing, Annie feels as if her heart might burst from absorbing such a high amount of mana. She struggles with the idea of expanding her core in that state and wonders if her body can take any more. A strong desire to give up rises in her, but then she recalls the Mayer family, thinking bitterly that the head of her family is only a fourth-class mage, which she sees as pathetic. She reminds herself that this is the only way to restore her family's reputation. Observing them, Jamie notes that Annie appears exhausted. He knows that to walk the path of an archmage, she must break through the limitations of her current core. Meanwhile, it seems Lennon has begun to understand how to split mana into particles, though Jamie thinks he still needs to put in more effort. After 24 hours, Jamie snaps his fingers, announcing that time is up. The two of them are teleported in front of him. Jamie then declares that 24 hours have passed and the test is over. He tells them both Annie Mayer and Lennon Simon that they have failed. Annie becomes sad and apologizes, saying she's sorry and that she had promised to do her best. Lennon pleads for more time, suggesting that things might change if they had it. Jamie interrupts angrily, asking what that would change, but then he smiles and contemplates that it's time to end the joke. He reveals that they have passed the test. Both of them appear shocked. Jamie explains that the real test was about demonstrating their determination, and now they are officially his disciples. Annie, overjoyed, hugs Lennon and celebrates that they passed. Lennon congratulates her but tells her to get off him. Watching them, Jamie thinks they should enjoy their happiness while it lasts because the tear-wrenching hell training is about to begin. Meanwhile, Mary sits in the lab when a voice comes from a crystal ball, asking how the test subjects were. As she looks at Ivan's papers, she replies that although Apophis X was distributed, the subjects won't last long due to severe side effects. The voice suggests trying better test subjects next time, then asks about the supplemental side effects of Apophis X. Just as she begins to respond, Professor Keniak enters and explains that they are currently researching that with the doctor, but there hasn't been much progress. The voice informs them that something will be arriving soon and instructs them to give it to the doctor, adding that they expect good news. Mary says she needs to bring Annie in as soon as possible. Keniak warns that Annie is quick to catch on, so approaching her carelessly would be dangerous. Mary, clearly irritated, retorts that he shouldn't suggest she would mess things up because of personal feelings. She bitterly adds that she must be stupid to think Keniak is someone who could understand that, and tells him not to delay things any further. Meanwhile, Annie wakes up and recalls that last night, Jamie told her it was late and she should sleep there before going to school. She mutters, wondering about the time, and when she sees the alarm clock, she exclaims that she is late. Lennon teases her, saying she's finally awake, calling her a snoring demonic king, and mentions she snored all night. But then Jamie comes and asks who told him to say things that aren't true. Annie asks if it was a lie, and Jamie tells them to stop fighting. With a snap, Jamie gives them necklaces, saying they are tokens representing that they are now his disciples and not to lose them. He also notes that both necklaces have the same design and jokingly calls them a couple's item. Lennon, frustrated, denies dating her, and Annie replies that she doesn't like the idea either. Lennon then heads off, saying he's going first, and Annie angrily follows, complaining that he's leaving on his own again. Jamie watches them go and remarks that it must be nice. Meanwhile, in class, Annie sits with her head down. Finn notices and asks if she's a little late today. As she looks up, about to respond, a girl notices her necklace and asks what it is. Annie replies that Professor Jamie gave it to her, saying it's a token that symbolizes she's his disciple. Everyone around admires it and expresses interest in seeing it. Watching from behind, Lennon mutters to himself that he should never take his out. Finn thinks to himself that Annie must have been chosen because she's smart and is Professor Jamie's disciple. Just then, the professor enters and asks what the commotion is about, instructing everyone to be quiet. She then informs the class that Professor Silver won't be coming today, so it's self-study time. Annie wonders if Professor Silver is sick. She then turns to Finn and asks if he's feeling better. Finn replies that he is and explains that it's because Apophis X makes the core bigger. Annie questions the claim, saying there's no supplement in the world that can do that and suggests he should stop using it. Finn suddenly raises his voice, shouting that he was at the bottom for 6 years and is finally improving, asking why she's trying to block his progress. With that, he storms off. Annie tries to explain that she didn't mean it like that, but Finn cuts her off, saying it's fine and that he doesn't want to listen anymore. Annie wonders what's wrong with Finn. Meanwhile, standing in the corridor in frustration, Finn thinks that Annie must be jealous because his skills have improved, even though she's now Professor Jamie's disciple. Just then, Professor Sophia approaches and asks him what's wrong, noting that he doesn't look well. She wonders whether the effects of Apophis X are already wearing off. Finn explains that he fought with a friend, Annie, because she said the supplement he's taking seems suspicious. Sophia confirms if he means Annie Meyer, and when he says yes, she asks if the supplement is Apophis X. Surprised, Finn asks if she knows about it too. She replies that she knows it very well, as she teaches about the potential of Apophis X at Trinity Lab. She invites him to bring Annie along to attend her lecture. He agrees, and she hands him a tester, encouraging him to drink it and do his best in today's classes. Finn accepts it and says he'll see her tomorrow. Meanwhile, Sophia, who is actually Mary in disguise, wonders to herself that the current round of test subjects is nearing collapse. If a student dies, the headmaster will step in personally to investigate. She resolves to complete the experiment before that happens, thinking of a world where the talentless are no longer looked down upon. She reflects that the test might soon turn the world upside down. The next day in class, Annie, still worried about Finn, thinks she hasn't had a chance to talk to him and wonders how to make things right. Finn then arrives and apologizes for getting angry the previous day. She smiles and tells him it's okay, noting to herself that he seems to be in a better mood. Finn mentions that Professor Sophia invited him to her special class and asks if she wants to come along. Annie tells him she has Professor Jamie's class today, but adds that if it's just for a short while, it should be fine. She quietly thinks that if she refuses, he might get upset again, and decides that returning quickly should be safe. Finn agrees and thanks her, saying he's sure she will like it too, as they shake hands. Meanwhile, at Trinity Lab, Keniak asks Mary if it's true she brought Annie. Mary confirms it, adding that Annie is a test subject Keniak should have already brought in. He asks about the side effects, and Mary explains that Apophis is now in its most perfect state thanks to the new materials sent. With those, the doctor has managed to remove most of the side effects. She calls it an honor to witness their success in person. However, Keniak reminds her that Annie has been accepted as Professor Jamie's disciple. He warns that going against Jamie Welton would be a dangerous move, and suggests giving up on Annie, saying he will inform the doctor. Mary refuses, arguing they can't back down now. She says the side effects won't show until a week after ingestion, and if a solution is found within that time, it should be fine. Keniak thinks she has completely lost her mind. He reflects that the greedy humans, desperate for results, are relying on apophyes, but it only leads to addiction and destruction. Just then, Annie enters the lab and calls out to Professor Keniak, saying she didn't understand a certain part of today's teachings. She asks if he could help. After he clears her doubts, she politely bows and thanks him. Meanwhile, Keniak senses a presence nearby and mutters to himself that someone is still lingering in the drill hall. How bothersome. At the same time, Mary, monitoring the situation, informs Ashtar that Keniak's movements are suspicious and tells him to stand by, as she might need his help. Ashtar responds with a smug remark, saying that in the end, she always ends up needing him. Elsewhere, Jamie knocks on the door of Siegfried's office and enters, asking why he was called. Siegfried, sitting calmly, remarks on Jamie's bluntness, acting offended that he's getting straight to the point despite their close relationship. Jamie, unimpressed, says he has to teach his disciples and urges Siegfried to speak quickly. Siegfried confirms whether Jamie has really taken on disciples. Jamie responds that he has Annie and Lennon. Siegfried chuckles, commenting that although he instigated the idea, it's surprising that Jamie, so arrogant, cocky, and acting like a cranky old man, would actually go through with it. Jamie simply asks again if that's all. Siegfried, noting Jamie's impatience, places his hand on a file of student identities on the desk and admits that the real reason he called Jamie is to make a request. As head of business, Professor Javelin typically handles academic affairs, but Siegfried feels the need to get personally involved. He explains that before Professor Silver went missing, he had a meeting with some of the failing students from the beta class students who were on the verge of dropping out. Showing Jamie a bottle, Siegfried explains that after drinking apophyes, those students' grades suddenly improved. But now, every one of them was absent from class today. Jamie immediately recognizes the bottle. It's the same supplement Annie's friend Finn has been drinking. Siegfried says that if he personally investigates this, it will draw attention. He has a bad feeling and wants to entrust the matter to Jamie instead. Just then, Jamie's disciple necklace begins blinking. Alarmed, he stands abruptly, saying he has to go. Rushing out of the room, he thinks to himself that the necklace alerts him if Annie or Lennon are in danger and likewise, alerts them if he is. He silently hopes that nothing serious is happening. A while ago, in the small lecture room of Trinity Labs, Professor Sophia, who is actually Mary, stands at the dais and explains to Finn and Annie that for the past 3 years, they have devoted significant effort to changing the world of magic. She says it is meant to offer a chance to those without talent and hope to those who face injustice. Observing her, Annie mutters to herself that Professor Sophia seems admirable. Meanwhile, Finn appears unwell, breathing heavily. Sophia continues her lecture, stating that a magician's limits are determined at birth. She explains that while those born with talent achieve endless success, those without are left without opportunities, often living their lives ignored because of their lack of ability. She claims that this is the unfortunate truth, supported by statistics from the past 30 years in the magical world. However, as Sophia speaks, Annie notices Finn's condition worsening until he collapses. She calls out to Professor Sophia for help, but Sophia continues speaking as if nothing happened. She steps closer and declares that they have developed a medicine intended to change the world, which they call apophyes. Annie is completely shocked by Sophia's reaction and behavior. Sophia then asserts that this medicine is a form of salvation, one that dramatically expands the magical cores of those born without talent, giving them the potential to become grand magicians. Annie says that it's insane and far too dangerous, expressing concern for the unconscious Finn. However, Professor Sophia calmly replies by asking what if that danger can be eliminated. Annie thinks to herself that such a thing is impossible, that in order to gain something, there must always be a price. But in this case, the cost is beyond what a human can endure. She wonders how such a thing could even be possible unless someone else pays the price on their behalf, and if that someone is not human and can withstand the danger. She then asks Sophia if this is connected to a god. Sophia, grasping Annie's face, tells her that she's wrong, but is impressed by how far Annie's thoughts have gone. She admits she always knew Annie was smart and says it angered her that someone so bright was dismissed just for being talentless. Holding up the bottle, Sophia tells her that she doesn't have to live like that anymore and insists that Apophis will be her salvation. She tries to force Annie to drink it. At that moment, Professor Keniak bursts into the room and shouts for Mary to stop, demanding that she let Annie go as he hurls a magic attack. Mary, unfazed, accuses him of interfering and throws a magic-infused stone at him, which he breaks with his own spell, declaring that she can't defeat him and ordering her to stop. Meanwhile, Annie alerts Keniak just as Ashtar suddenly launches a surprise attack on Keniak from behind. Ashtar then drives his sword into Professor Keniak's back, causing him to collapse. Annie grows worried for Keniak, but Mary grabs her by the neck and tells her to come closer. Ashtar kicks the fallen Keniak and remarks that he should make things entertaining so the wait feels worthwhile. Meanwhile, Finn regains consciousness and mutters in confusion, wondering why he's lying on the floor. Ashtar notices Finn and calls him the annoying kid from earlier. He says it's good timing Finn has now been cancelled. As Ashtar moves toward him, Keniak manages to bind Ashtar's leg with magic and warns him that his opponent is right here, and it would have been better if he had not let his attention drift. Ashtar questions that and swiftly slashes Keniak's face with his sharp sword, then kicks him aside, saying that if Keniak wants to die first, he will gladly oblige. Annie cries out for Professor Keniak, but Mary struggles to hold her in place. She then slams Annie's head against the floor, saying she is not finished talking. Mary warns that Annie will behave now. She insists that once Annie drinks the potion, she will have talent. Holding Annie's head, she tells her to be happy no one will look down on her anymore. At that moment, Jamie arrives and demands to know how Mary dares to mess with his disciples, warning her that she must be prepared to face the consequences. Mary sees Jamie and wonders how he managed to get there. Jamie tells her it's none of her concern and orders her to get lost as he throws a magic circle at her, sending her flying with the force of the spell. He then uses his Gremia, instructing Annie to rest inside it. He does the same for Finn, telling him to rest as well. Ashtar leaps towards Jamie from behind and expresses his disappointment to Mary, remarking that he can't believe she was caught by a kid. He then slashes at Jamie, who dodges the attacks with ease. Ashtar notes that Jamie is surprisingly good at dodging, calling him a kid. Jamie questions how Ashtar dares to refer to him as a kid and then summons his subordinate Reza. Reza appears, asking if his master has called for him. Jamie orders him to take care of Ashtar. Reza replies that his master's wish is his command and charges forward to attack. Ashtar blocks Reza's blade with his own weapon and questions why Reza is following a child's orders. He acknowledges Reza's strength, but Reza, insulted, demands how Ashtar dares to speak that way about his master. He slashes Ashtar and sends him flying. As Reza observes Ashtar closely, he recognizes the red eyes and recalls having heard of them before. He identifies Ashtar as a bloodthirsty barbarian from a fierce fighting race originating from the southern continent of Alicia. Reza then questions whether Ashtar is truly as bloodthirsty as the undead. Ashtar runs toward Reza, irritated, saying that his mumbling is getting on his nerves. Meanwhile, Mary, having fallen to the floor, casts a magic spell and tells Jamie that she is going to kill him. As she begins to release her magical attack, Jamie casually asks if she really thinks she can kill him with such weak skills. Suddenly, Mary finds herself unable to move. She wonders what's happening and why her body won't respond. Jamie asks if she's planning to behave now and tells her to stay just like that. He then casts a spell on her forehead, stating that when she wakes up, she will become his slave. Jamie calls out to Reza, instructing him not to behead Ashtar. Reza asks if he should keep him alive, and Jamie confirms, saying that Ashtar might prove to be useful. When Reza clarifies if Jamie is referring to Ashtar, Jamie suggests that Reza try training him. Reza agrees, grabs Ashtar by the collar, and drags him away, while Ashtar struggles and protests, demanding to be let go. Jamie stands in front of a magical door and mutters that it looks like he will soon have another useful servant. Just then, Professor Keniak calls out to him, asking about the mysterious door that just appeared. Jamie realizes he has forgotten about Keniak and quickly apologizes. As Keniak is about to say something, Jamie uses Gremia on him, asking Keniak to rest inside. Shortly after, Mary opens her eyes as Jamie erases her memory. He commands her to awaken as his loyal servant. Mary bows and asks if he has called for her. Jamie questions her identity, and she replies that her name is Mary Valentine and that she is an executive manager at Trinity. Jamie thinks to himself that he had suspected Sophia was just an alias. Mary, now under his control, explains that Trinity seeks to create a world where magical enlightenment is fair for all of mankind. She reveals that she was ordered to infiltrate Phoenix Academy and that their goal with Apophis was to eliminate the gap in magical talent. Jamie reasons that a project of this magnitude likely has backing from someone high up in the magical world, possibly an executive. He asks Mary how Trinity plans to resolve the dangerous side effects of Apophis, suggesting that solving that problem must be their ultimate objective. As Mary begins to answer, her body suddenly starts to deteriorate. Jamie quickly realizes that a taboo has been placed on her to prevent her from revealing too much. He mutters, frustrated, wondering who they think they're dealing with. Without hesitation, he activates Perfect Cell, one of his 3 godly techniques. This powerful spell cancels all forms of phenomena, whether curses, brainwashing, or taboos, though it drains a significant portion of his mana. After stabilizing her condition, Jamie demands once more to know how they intend to deal with the side effects. Mary, now freed from the taboo, answers plainly that they joined hands with demons. Jamie begins to suspect that the demon helping Trinity must be of royal blood, at least a master-class being, if it can withstand the side effects of Apophis. He demands that Mary reveal which demon they are in contact with. Mary responds that they are connected to the demon king of greed. Jamie, hearing the name, reflects that he has never come across such a demon before. Considering that thousands of years have passed, he assumes it's possible that a so-called demon king like that could have emerged during the time gap. He then begins to wonder if the genie's church might be involved again. He instructs Mary to tell him everyone involved. She explained that all suppliers, including Professor Silver, had already been eliminated by Ashtar, while Professor Keeniac had been killed by the researchers. Jamie mutters to himself that Silver and Keeniac have both completely lost their minds. He asks Mary about the identity of their leader, and she replies that although their leader is known as the Doctor, he remains focused solely on Apophis's development. Therefore, most orders have been coming from someone called the Professor. Jamie then inquires if they know who this professor is, but Mary informs him that all communications have only ever been delivered through a crystal ball, and no one has seen them in person. Jamie realizes that the crystal ball is an artifact equipped with detection, prevention, and unrecordable magic. He becomes convinced that a high-ranking official in the magic world must be involved. He then tells Mary to leave and continue acting as she always has, and to report back when he calls for her. She bows and acknowledges his command with a quiet understanding. Jamie then returns to where Annie and the others are. Annie approaches him and asks with concern if he is all right. Jamie confidently replies, asking who she thinks he is, implying he's not someone to be worried about. His gaze then falls on Finn, and he immediately notices that Finn looks unwell. Jamie assures him that he won't die anymore, and then casts a magic spell on Finn's head. He comments aloud that with Finn's core destroyed, he will no longer be able to live as a magician. He then instructs Annie to take Finn into a room and let him rest. Annie quietly complies and helps Finn away. As Annie and Finn leave, Keeniac comments that the entire space around them seems to be an artifact, remarking that Jamie possesses some truly impressive tools. Jamie replies that he would have preferred a proper discussion about it, but unfortunately, time is not on their side. Jamie then binds Keeniac with magical chains and mentions that he has heard from Mary about Keeniac's involvement in the Apophis X research. He demands to know what Keeniac knows about the higher-ups. Keeniac responds that while he has never met the professor, he did conduct research with the doctor. Jamie presses further, asking who exactly this doctor is. Just as Keeniac is about to respond, his body begins to react strangely. Jamie notices this and realizes that something is definitely wrong, though it doesn't seem to be caused by a taboo spell. Jamie then places his hand on Keeniac's forehead, stating that if Keeniac cannot tell him directly, he will simply read the memories from within his mind. Keeniac warns that Jamie won't be able to access them. As Jamie removes his hand, he notices a chip in Keeniac's forehead. A realization hits him: Keeniac might actually be a homunculus. Jamie reflects inwardly, suspecting that the third elder is the one behind the entire Apophis program. He realizes that it makes sense only someone like Serpent Geralt, filled with hatred toward the talented, would implant a chip like this inside his own creation. Given Geralt's extreme views, Jamie isn't surprised by such a cruel design. Keniak, now visibly shaken, says he was created with an inability to speak about his maker. He asks Jamie how he managed to learn the truth, questioning whether Jamie can truly read memories. Jamie confirms to himself that he not only read Keniak's memories but also erased all the traces related to black magic from them. Jamie then declares that even without delving into his memory, the clues were clear. Keniak is a homunculus, and considering how closely he resembles his creator, it's obvious who that creator is. Keniak acknowledges his non-human origins, but admits that it doesn't absolve him of the wrongs he has committed. He says he wishes to repay his crimes with his own death. Jamie, however, challenges that notion, asking what such an act would accomplish. He then releases Keniak from the magical chains, telling him that he is now free, no longer bound to live as the Third Elder's obedient pawn. As Jamie begins to walk away, he remarks that this freedom is a reward for saving his apprentice. He tells Keniak that his final judgment will be made after the Third Elder is dealt with. With that, Jamie teleports away. As Jamie teleports away, Keniak urgently calls out behind him, warning that the Third Elder is too powerful to handle alone. There's something more to him than Jamie might know. Elsewhere, in a dark and heavily warded chamber, Serpent Gerald, the Third Elder, grits his teeth in frustration. His communication with Ashtar and Mary has been severed, and the chip planted in Keniak has been destroyed. His plans were just moments away from reaching their peak. He was on the verge of dominating the magic world, but someone interfered. Snatching up an Apophis injection, Gerald speaks to himself with cold conviction. Everything is in place. With this version of Apophis, he claims that even an 8th-class magical beast would be no match for him. His ambition is clear: to crown himself the king of the magic world. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Phoenix Academy, Jamie stands before Siegfried and explains everything: his discoveries, the corruption, the demons, the Third Elder's involvement. After laying out the situation, he concludes by asking for Siegfried's help. He needs someone to stand with him in the coming battle. Siegfried listens carefully, then responds with gravity. He points out that the mysterious Professor Jamie, whom he keeps referring to, hasn't revealed their identity. If they can keep themselves hidden this well, Jamie must not trust anyone easily. It's possible the Third Elder is the only one orchestrating all of this, or he could be just a puppet for someone higher. Jamie quietly agrees in thought. Siegfried has a point. Having been away from the magic world together, Siegfried remains one of the few people Jamie feels he can trust. But the king's faction, which includes the Third Elder, is another matter entirely. Jamie knows he can't risk trusting anyone associated with them. The fact that they all believe in equality for everyone is similar to the principle of Apophis. Although Jamie considers Marquess a trustworthy person, he knows demons are those capable of acting, so he cannot fully trust him. Jamie says he guesses they will have to handle it themselves. Siegfried replies that he will figure out how to handle the Third Elder, and tells Jamie to go on and get some rest for now. As Jamie walks through the corridor, Professor Javelin calls him and asks if he hasn't gone home yet. Jamie turns and says he needs to talk to the principal. Javelin tells him that if he has any issues with classes, he should feel free to talk to him. Jamie replies that he will. Javelin then asks if he has seen Professor Sophia around. Jamie answers that he thinks she left earlier. Javelin responds by saying that, and tells him to stay safe on his way back. Jamie wonders if Javelin is always in contact with the staff and could easily get involved as a substitute academy principal. And as the superintendent, it would not be suspicious for him to talk with the Third Elder. Jamie then calls out to Javelin, who turns and asks what it is. Jamie asks if he has been in contact with Professor Silver. Javelin replies that he contacted him today, but it appears he is quitting his position. Jamie says that to thinks Javelin has been this close. Javelin asks what he means. Jamie says Sophia is resting, maybe he should call her Mary, and tells Javelin he can stop acting now. Javelin then says he was sure not to let his guard down, and it looks like he has been found out. Javelin then casts his magic spells and asks how Jamie finds his space isolation magic. Seeing his red eyes, Jamie says he is a demon contractor. Javelin replies that he did his best to be careful just in case, but now he has been exposed. He adds that the thought of just in case always catches one, and Jamie's insight is quite good. Jamie notices Javelin's ring and wonders if it is the same ring from before. Then, the Third Elder, Gerald, arrives and asks Javelin just how he has been taking care of things. Jamie casts his magic circle and says he did not think Gerald would expose himself this quickly. Gerald shouts, calling Jamie an arrogant fool, and says he will make him obey. Jamie then moves toward Javelin, saying he should show his best. He thinks he will attack Javelin first. As he charges forward, he is caught by magic. Gerald says he fell for it and that it was such a simple trap. Jamie tries to use his mana, but it does not respond. Gerald, with a gray orb catching his mana, says he cannot use mana because they prepared for every possibility. He adds that geniuses like Jamie always have their guards down, and that is why he fell for it. At that moment, Siegfried arrives, casts a spell, and shouts at Gerald, asking how he dares to do such a thing in his territory. Javelin says he knew Siegfried had come, and Gerald says Siegfried has been caught, too. Jamie, still bound by magic, wonders what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, Keniak sits and thinks that this situation might have been planned by the demons from the beginning. He says he has realized it too late. Annie approaches him. Keniak tells her he is sorry and admits he has sinned greatly. She responds that, in the end, he still felt guilty and saved them, and that now he just needs to atone for his sins. Keniak says he hopes it is not too late and that he must do what he can. He tells Annie that she is a smart child, a genius, and it's a shame she hasn't been blessed with mana. That is why he always worried about her, that one day she might let go of magic. He confesses that he wanted to be a good professor, and that he was always envious of the creators of magic. He says he wanted to do his best when teaching students. He questions why he couldn't be more gentle, kind, and warm-hearted. He wonders if it's because he is Serpent's homunculus, but admits that's an excuse. If he had wanted to change, he could have, because that is what desire means. He thanks her for never giving up. He says he knows Professor Jamie is a great magician, and that it's obvious that Jamie will be at the center of the magic world in the future. Since she is his disciple, if she learns from him, she will surely be able to fill in what she lacks. He encourages her to learn with determination, saying it won't be easy, but when it gets tough, she should think about her goal and not give up. She replies that she will never give up. He says he hates to report it, but it would be great if he could see her become a great magician. He hopes her future is filled with glory, sealed with magic. Siegfried says these are nothing but cheap tricks. Gerald laughs and claims it is useless, saying this is the result of Siegfried's arrogance. Siegfried notices the seal and wonders what it is, realizing that it is not magic. Javelin explains that it is a sealing technique he has acquired with difficulty from a mysterious nation in the east. He adds that it is so strong that even the first and second elders cannot break free from it easily. Siegfried asks the third elder if he really thinks he will be safe after doing something like this. Gerald confidently responds that he does think so. Siegfried then asks Jamie why he appears the way he does, noting that it doesn't seem like he is sealed. Jamie explains that the gray orb is disrupting his mana, and while it will take some time, if he can endure, he should recover. Gerald casts a disappearing spell at Siegfried and tells him to stop talking nonsense, instructing him to rest a little. As Siegfried disappears, he swears on his soul that he will kill Gerald when he gets out. After that, Javelin laughs and says that now the biggest threat is gone, and he feels a lot more comfortable. Jamie says it will only be a matter of time until the seventh elder returns, and asks what they plan to do then. Javelin replies that Jamie is in no position to be worrying about anything as a child of Welton. Jamie accuses him, saying that Apophis must be the solution Javelin came up with because he couldn't overcome the wall of the 7th class. Frustrated, Gerald warns that if Jamie keeps running his mouth, he will cut off his growth plates. Javelin tells Gerald that's enough and suggests they think about how to handle the situation. He says the remaining sealing technique should be used if another elder intervenes. He mentions that he doesn't want to leave Jamie tied up like that, and that killing him would be disgusting. He notes that if the Welton and Bell families get involved, their future plans will be disrupted. He wonders aloud if he should just erase Jamie's memory instead. Turning to Jamie, he tells him he is a lucky child and that he is only alive thanks to his family. Jamie asks what they are really planning, stating that he doesn't believe a demon contractor's true goal is equality in talent. He mutters that the third elder's goal is fixed on that idea, but in the end, the only thing a demon contractor truly wants is high-quality sacrifices. Through Apophis, their core becomes stable, and when those people become one with their magical nature, they turn into great sacrifices. Jamie then asks Javelin if he is trying to bring down the Demon King. Javelin replies that, as expected, Jamie is smart, and asks why he is thinking so deeply, stating that the magic world is just a pit stop. He adds that thanks to the genie's church, the work has become much easier. As Javelin places his hand on Jamie's forehead, he says sleep for a long time. Jamie asks if Javelin has made sure to isolate the space properly. At that moment, Javelin suddenly feels a surge of power, and his body is severed into pieces. Jamie remarks that he was getting too close. Seeing this, Gerald shouts in disbelief, asking if Jamie is a dark magician. Jamie asks if Gerald didn't consider that possibility, and declares he will kill him after getting all the information. Gerald laughs and claims that Jamie is no genius, that he must have sold his soul to the devil and bought his talent, and insists that Jamie is barely even worthy of what he has achieved. Jamie calls his words disgraceful and says he needs to shut him up. He then uses the spirit of the dead technique. Dark magic flows a power that destroys the soul and numbs the body. Jamie wields his sword and declares that he will show Gerald a demonic sword. Gerald hurls an attack at him, calling him a dirty, dark magician and vowing to destroy him. Jamie blocks the attack and scoffs, asking if someone who can't even scratch his clothes truly plans to destroy him, and questions whether Gerald is really a 6th-class magician. Gerald, stunned, wonders how Jamie blocked his attack. He fires multiple strikes and demands to know what kind of trickery Jamie is using. Jamie coolly remarks that he is using techniques like deflecting, reduction, misdirection, and fusion, all high-level magic. He adds that the perspective Gerald is missing is multi-complex type magic, and mocks Gerald for not even being able to tell the difference between dust and particles. Frustrated, Gerald sends another powerful attack and shouts at Jamie to stop talking nonsense. Jamie evades it with his magic circle and taunts him, asking if he really thought he could kill him with such skills. He then activates his 10 formations of Welton style and forms a shield. Gerald retorts that Jamie is one to talk big. Jamie then asks if Gerald even knows what an after-explosion is. He unleashes the spirit of the dead technique and strikes, declaring it to be the end. But at that moment, Jamie suddenly remembers Apophis and realizes he can't let it end like this. Jamie notices Gerald's disappearance and mutters that it is pathetic, vowing to destroy his entire organization as well. But then, Gerald suddenly reappears from behind, now emanating even more power after injecting Apophis into his body. He exclaims with satisfaction that this is the power he was waiting for. Jamie wonders if Gerald has just become stronger and asks what he used, Apophis, remarking that such an unfinished medicine suits someone untalented like him. Gerald, full of rage, calls Jamie an arrogant kid and threatens to beat him to death. He claims